I think a lot of people can't like find a distinction of like criticizing a joke for like being offensive, which is stupid, where otherwise like criticizing a joke for having like a bad message or is communicating a bad message, because jokes and comedy, just like all forms of media, can still be used to like propagate propaganda and like bad messages.
No, I disagree.
No,
degenerate monkey proc spreaders.
Thank you, ShortFatOtaku.
Here, I'll give the cringe rightoid takes that your chat expects of me. Okay.
Okay, give me the cringe rightoid takes.
The very fact that they can't make edgy humor anymore is what made Family Guy go downhill. They're not using slurs anymore. They're not making all the stereotypical references. That shit was fun.
I don't think there's like a problem, like they can't make the edgy humor. They still make edgy jokes. They make edgy jokes, and they like specifically be like, haha, we hate these SJWs. Like they'll lean into all the time. Remember like the Simpsons episode about like Mr. Burns going to like a campus and like triggered all the libs, and like all the libs' heads exploded because they're all robots. Like they will specifically poke fun at like the forces that are supposedly like holding them down, stopping them from being edgy.
To be fair, I have not seen Simpsons since
I think like Brian got canceled by SJWs.
Yes, true. There was an episode where Brian got canceled by SJWs for tweeting like a racist joke or something. I think it's just that these companies want to be super marketable and like make plushies. They don't want to like push any boundaries. I think that's really what it is. I don't think it's like if we make an edgy joke, like our whole career will collapse. I just like think they've like made the decision that like what optimizes profits here is selling like 20 Homer plushies, not like making Homer like debate Lisa on the N-word.
Dude, there should be a Twitch politics episode of Family Guy.
That'd be fantastic. I want to see
Peter Griffin appears on
stream.
Appears on fucking InfoWars to talk about Hitler.
Dude, Bart Simpson becomes a groiper.
This would be awesome.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
They can make like panel shows from like where you have characters from the multiple shows come together on a panel.
Yo, Ralph Wiggum could be just Ethan Ralph. He can host a kill stream.
Oh man, so I haven't kept up with Ethan Ralph.
He's been doing really good recently, apparently. Like ever since Nick Fuentes left Cozy, he didn't like leave Cozy, but like stopped doing Cozy to do this whole Kanye tour. Killstream is like up in viewership like massively. He's like doing thousands again.
Well, maybe so. I haven't kept in contact with that. But what I recently learned today is that he ran to Mexico to avoid paying child support.
Did he? Did he really?
Yeah. He's now hiding in the mountains outside of Tijuana.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, thank God.
And he's streaming from there.
Well, that's great. I gotta say, as somebody who's going to Ukraine to avoid paying taxes, but I say it's for journalistic purposes, I understand. I'm fleeing $50,000 worth of medical debt due to like use of illegal fireworks. So I sympathize with Mr. Ralph.
Did you blow off all your fingers? Yeah,
I blew off all of my fingers. I replaced them with like I replaced them with little sausages that I've molded into human-like fingers.
Okay, so I guess there's like three things we could talk about. The first one is the actual topic of the show, which is I do want to at some point hear the Dylan Burns war story.
Sure.
I find that whole thing interesting. Secondly, you want to talk about why I'm a fascist or something. That's the title of your stream. Yeah,
sure. Like, you were on my, like, I posted a video with you, and a decent amount of the comments really didn't like you, like, whatsoever.
Oh, no, absolutely.
And I was trying to figure it out, and I then watched the recent, like, I had a conversation with you on this show about, like, gay marriage and stuff, you know, like, the idea of like, why isn't gay marriage rates like the same as straight marriage rates? And I came up with give a bunch of reasons why. I think
you were actually right. I think you were correct in the end, that it's just going to take time. I think you're right about that.
I do think it's going to take time, and like it was like a bunch of explanations. Like, we have general marriage rates going down. There's still like lingering homophobia in a lot of these communities that are going to stop people from like getting married. There's a lot of people who just like gay people who never thought they would have the chance, and now that they have the chance, they're like, I kind of got used to not being married as an idea. I've been with my significant other for like 40 years. A bunch of different reasons. You said it was because, I don't know, they're all communists or whatever. That's exact.
I didn't say that.
That's exactly what you said. Verbatim.
Oh, okay. Is that gonna be the narrative?
I gotta be honest. Like I watched your video and you know I even talked to I think I talked to Doomer about it too, and like we were both like we still just completely disagree with your conclusion that like ideology plays basically any role.
I think ideology plays a role with the older gays, and I think that it won't with the younger gays. I think like your generation will basically reverse the trend, and then hopefully from there it will stay reversed.
The thing is, the stuff of like you talked about, like the be gay, do crime stuff. When I was looking at that, I see that more heavily with young gay people, honestly, than older gay people.
Well, sure, there's that, but I mean, I think people tend to grow out of that mentality a lot. Like when you're like a young. You know, you're young, you're energetic, you're very passionate about whatever cause it is you're passionate about. People tend to be more revolutionary minded when they're younger. You know, I think generally getting into a relationship, getting a real job, having a real life, people kind of grow out of that stuff.
I think they're gonna grow out of that. I'm sure, but when you say like, oh, it's amongst the older people, I see this stuff more prevalently amongst young people, but we're still seeing these like rates of marriage increase. I saw like, at least from like the little polls that I was doing in my community, a decent amount of, I would say about equal to the amount of like queer young people that I know that want to get married compared to like the straight young couples and straight young people that I know that want to get married. And so I just don't understand. I think it's really not ideological in any way. I just think it's cultural, and I think it's just like a lot of older gays really accepted the idea that they weren't going to have the chance to get married, or that they weren't going to be married. Like when I talk to like older gay people, I never hear ideology brought up, or like heteronormative power structures or whatever. Like these aren't things I hear about. I just haven't seen it, and I have no like statistical reasons to believe that this is like a massive contributor. I think it's I almost feel like it's just kind of like a clouded boogeyman, like, oh, the ideology is taking over the queers, stopping them from assimilating. I really don't think that's the case.
I also just think like older people don't get married as much. Like you don't see people in nursing homes lining up for weddings all that much.
That is true. Once you're like 60 or 70, it's like, what am I gonna get married to adopt kids? I'm gonna get married for the tax reasons at like 60 or 70. It's like all the incentives for you getting married, a lot of it is like already gone, and like you don't need it anymore.
Yeah. I mean that all seems to be true. I think maybe it's a difference in our experiences, right? 'Cause I spent a lot of time in the university system, like way more than the normal person, and so I probably just got exposed to more radical people there and like their views. Because when I was there, hold on, I have to adjust my chair. When I was on campus, there was a lot of that sort of idea within gay and queer communities and spaces on campus. But then again, on campus is always like a strange microcosm and not necessarily representative of your average person's life, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And it depends on like what college campus you like grew up on, because it was like it's going to depend on like the culture of the campus, like what state it's based in. Like, are you going to have more locals going there, international students, students just from other states? What states are they coming from? What's like the demographic makeup of your college? Like these are all going to be factors that like affect your specific college experience. Like there are colleges that actually have like predominant or like very early like a plurality of students that are very conservative minded, or it depends on the college, of course. But like I think I don't know. I just think I think we're gonna probably see it like equal out eventually. I think we just gotta wait and give it time.
Yeah, I do think so too. That's probably where we agree.
The thing is, like, not that I listened to the way you talked in that video.
Yeah,
and the way you described the people who didn't want to get married.
Say it, Dylan.
You called them cum guzzling, monkeypox infected degenerates. Yes. Like in actuality, if I was to see those words posted on Twitter, I would just assume that person's like a neo-Nazi. Like, because all those words are things that I heard from like the most hateful and like bigoted people in society, and like so it was very difficult. Like me, like listening to this and me keeping like this like, oh, this is like the friendly, like liberal content creator, as like I'm hearing these like buzzwords I would usually see like thrown towards my community. And so I think like for a lot of people in my comment section, or like anybody that's going to be interacting with your content is going to hear that, and the aesthetics of what they're receiving is like, this guy gets it, but you don't really get it, if you get what I'm saying. You're just saying that for memes or lols, like according to you. But I think a lot of people don't read that. Because
Okay,
to me, like when I listened to it, like I didn't read like, oh, he's saying this ironically. I read it like you were just calling them fucking monkeypox, degenerate like homos.
well, okay. So here's the thing, right? Like on the one hand, I do say a lot of things ironically, and I do have a lot of deadpan humor, and I've also made I've made jabs at all kind of political camps and stripes, not just this. And in fact, I sometimes get my audience is definitely more right leaning than me, primarily because I'm pretty hardcore in the free speech thing. And right now,
think this type of dialogue?
Towards that.
Do you think the type of dialogue you use in the video at all attracts those people as well?
Oh, probably, sure, yeah. Because what's that? It's like an informal law where like if you say something in jest, eventually people who actually believe in it show up.
Yeah.
Something like that, right?
I think that's definitely part of it. Like for me, I used to be like, you know, the Dark Brandon stuff. Like I originally said that in like jest, but now like I think a good like 30 to 40% of my community is just like straight up just like we're Biden stands. Yes, we are Biden stands. Biden is our political ideology. We believe that, and I think it's because I leaned into it a bit, and I think I even I think I even gaslit myself a little bit into being like a anarcho banderite Bidenite, right? I think I gaslit myself into it a little bit too. So I think those types of things can be at play. Yeah.
Fair enough. At the same time, though, like I recently went through a giant fucking purging arc on my Discord 6 to 9 months ago. Where I actually did. Oh, I purged a bunch of people who were hold on. I can be friends with anyone of any political persuasion. I can talk to anyone with any politics.
When you say any political persuasion,
any.
I can't do that. I don't think I can do it.
I can do it.
Yeah.
But well, here's the thing. Like if we're just gonna like be chill and not talk politics, I'm okay.
KKK members and just having like a friendly conversation.
Like
Lilith,
knowing what.
Hold on, Lilith. I'm gonna join the KKK just to prove you wrong.
You're not helping.
Yeah.
Okay, here. Let me tell the story. Okay, so I've gone through like 2 big purges, on specifically regarding my Discord server and my community.
Yep.
And in 2018, there were people who had drifted way too far left from where I was, and they were starting to demand that I also start leaning left. You know, there's the who are you platforming? What are you saying? Like, who are you attracting? You know, you have a moral obligation to do this. And when they say moral obligation, what they actually mean is it's their politics and they want you to do what they want. You know, I've never found those arguments convincing. I'm always going to talk about what I want to talk about. I'm always going to talk to whoever I want to talk to. I don't view things that way. So eventually it got to a point where they were saying like, if I didn't do exactly what they wanted and it had a specifically left-leaning political slant to it, then I was a YouTuber. I was one of those YouTubers who was growing too big, and I had too much of an ego, and I had fallen off. I had jumped the shark and all this, and eventually I just had enough of it, and I was like, listen, you guys are way too fucking radical for me, and I'm not going to fucking give you any sort of consideration anymore. Like fuck you guys. And then 4 years later, 2022, same thing. Only now it's right leaning this time. People who are way further right than me, they're demanding that that again I do certain things and say certain things that I just wasn't comfortable, like not just in terms of jokes, but in terms of actually taking up certain policy prescriptions that I just wasn't comfortable with, you know? And I eventually had to purge them as well. So I've gone through 2 big political purges of people who they might have radical politics. And even though I don't agree with the radical politics, I can still coexist. But they cross a line where they start demanding that I do certain things. And then I go, nope, that's too far for me.
I don't think I've ever had to do a purge of anything. Like I'll just say my opinions. If someone gets angry about it, eventually they'll leave or they'll stay and have to listen to me anyway, and like just have to deal with it. I don't think I've ever had to actually be like, I'm gonna go find everybody of this political persuasion. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. Like I've never have to do that because I think they just like naturally leave. I think if you're like a hardcore radical and I guess you're looking at my content, I think like eventually you're just gonna be like, well, if Dylan's willing to go to Ukraine for this shit, I doubt like I am gonna be able to move him off of it. Maybe it's something along those lines.
I think it's probably something like that too, you know. And hold on, I wanna be diplomatic here.
Diplomatic.
The difference may also the difference may also be in our relative sizes, you know, because I know that Destiny's had to do this. He's had to purge people. I think Vosh has had to do this as well. I think when you hit like 100,000 subs or more on YouTube, your community starts getting large enough that what would be in, let's say, a 10,000 sub channel what would be like one or two crazy guys, that becomes like a block, an actual noticeable block of your viewership.
That could be true. I am relatively small compared to people like Destiny Vosh, or like I'm like probably I think I'm like half your size probably. I think that's probably it. Maybe this will be an issue if like I can continue to grow and I get bigger, and then maybe I'll have to engage in some purges of people. But I don't even know like what fucking groups are gonna be around me so much that I have to actually purge them. Because I can't think of like what groups in my community. My community can be like pretty vicious towards like Russia supporters, but like that's like not like really a big issue for me. So I don't know like who would I need to purge, like who would become an issue down the line.
Well, I don't know. You're left leaning. Maybe it'll end up being some sort of like radical communist revolutionaries or something.
Some radical communist revolutionaries are going to gather in the pro-Ukraine Dylan Burns channel and gonna tell the pro-Ukraine person, like, hey, you need to I just don't think it's gonna happen. I think my content is like inherently normie because I support and at least this instance, like an American foreign policy, like something that American foreign policy like gives a thumbs up to, and that makes me have enough of an establishment chic, I guess, to some people that it just like naturally keeps them away.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
Fair enough.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just too normie for the internet, and therefore I cannot attract the radicals anymore.
From my chat, someone says SFO's comment section is filled with religious zealots. I'm an atheist, by the way. They would never embrace him realistically, but they like any anti-LGBTQ reaction. So that sounds like it's probably part of it, right? Because even though I'm bi, I don't like the LGBTQ like activism movement. I'm not a fan of that. But I mean, I'm fine with individual people, right? Kind
of like, I guess, like a little bit like Blair White, except maybe like not as embarrassing, maybe. Because like Blair White, I don't know if do you remember that fucking time Blair White went on that show and she got stormed?
With a mustache to her face?
She got fucking destroyed on that, and she like gave no pushback. She got dogged on. Like she was pathetic, she was like 5 seconds away from basically saying, "Okay, I'm sorry for being trans. Please." I was like, it was just like sad, really.
Yeah, that was like getting gross. Called like, oh, if you want to actually help people, you would grow out your beard and tell people not to be like you. And all she could respond was, oh, but I've actually spoken out against trans issues on this issue and that issue. But
they don't fucking care.
She just came off as spineless. Like she can't stand up for herself. Like,
it was really pathetic of her.
Yeah, so you're like that.
But I'm pathetic?
Yes, exactly.
How?
But I think there is something to say that if you just attack in a certain direction enough, people who agree with that attack will naturally align with you and like gather around you. Destiny, I know, has had to engage with this problem like a million times over because like he attacked the right for so long. He got people in his community from the left that he just didn't like, and then when he would go back and attack them, then he'd like get people from the right he didn't like, and so he's had to like go back and forth and do all these purges to get this like weird centrist-y type of like community to like be somewhat ideologically coherent.
No, I completely agree with that. Because I've had the same problems, right? So, if I do too many videos attacking left-wing ideas, there are a bunch of rightoids who are like, yeah, and then I'll do one where it's like, hold on, I think the right's incorrect this time. So I'll do one, and then they'll all get really, really fucking mad, right? And you can go back through my backlog. Like, I'm just gonna try to find here. So, where's it was a few months ago. Fuck, where is it? It was before the 3 forms of fascism video. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I did a video on I call it the MAGA Republicans, and that was on the Dark Brandon speech where it's all like lit up and it's like lit up like
fucking fantastic. Based Biden as always. Based Biden. So look, I know everybody in ShortFatOtaku's chat are going to be voting for Biden 2024. I would also like to ask them that when they get the opportunity, please do go to Biden's website and donate. I think the man deserves it. I would like you all to go there and say, thank you from another proud, patriotic Biden supporter. Please take a day off. I think let's all fundraise for Biden to take like a new weekend break at the Bahamas or something. I think he deserves it. I know that's a message we can all get behind.
What if you went to Mar-a-Lago?
Mar-a-Lago.
True.
Okay. Biden at Mar-a-Lago. That'd actually be great.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Dude, you know how fucking chat it would be if you fucking bought a room there, just like walk past Trump like, yo, how's it going? Just goes and relax. Oh, that'd be fucking fantastic. Dude, I should unironically, let's say that like Biden doesn't run for president and people like launch like election campaigns or something. No, actually no, when Biden runs for re-election, he should launch it at Mar-a-Lago from his like his room. And just, hey, I'm just here relaxing, just chilling and vibing. It would be dude, it'd be great.
Oh god, there's one guy in the chat that I know he's like a right-leaning partisan. He says, "We get mad when you use brain dead takes. This is just a cope you use when you're wrong." No, I'm never wrong. Okay, here's what I was describing though. Okay, so I did a video that I called the MAGA Republicans.
Yes.
And my idea with that video is I wanted to understand why so many right-leaning people viewed that speech as a direct attack on them. Okay. Because I watched the speech and I didn't see it. It seemed to be the case that Biden was saying that most Republicans are still like, decent Americans, and they're still invested in the institutions of America, but that some of them have become radical and they're denying the election. And I was like, well, hold on. Why are there so many like really vocal right-leaning people that view this as not just what Biden said, but actually as like a direct attack on the right, to the point that some of them were believing that Biden or leftists or something was going to come and purge every Trump supporter, like with violence. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, why do you guys believe this? So I decided to start digging.
We're saying like, oh, this is an advocacy for violence.
Yeah.
They're gonna come day of the rope us.
Mm-hmm. So I tried to, I started digging through just like why is it that they've come to this position? And I found hold on. It was just basically a bunch of unprovoked attacks, physical attacks, on people who were wearing MAGA hats throughout from 2016 to 2020, people who supported Trump or expressed opinions supporting Trump. Just like people walking up to them, like pepper spraying in the face out of fucking nowhere on the street, people like stealing their signs and ripping their signs up and pushing them over. Like one person drove through a crowd of people holding up MAGA signs. Like I found all of these instances of attacks that were kind of ignored by the wider media, but you could see these articles all over the place on right wing spaces. And it's like look at our people being attacked and destroyed that they don't even want to talk about. And I'm like, well, fair enough. These were real attacks. These were real events. These were real instances of political violence. And so I put myself in their headspace, and it's like, listen, if you're a part of a political faction that has actually been attacked and abused and ignored for 4 years, and then it turns out that you lose an election, and you're already primed to not believe the people who didn't come to your defense before when they should have, which is the journalists, you're not going to believe a single fucking thing they say when they say, hey, you actually lost the election, it wasn't rigged. And you're certainly not going to believe anybody when Biden comes out 2 years later and says, yeah, you're dangerous. Like there's a series of events you can kind of map out where if you look at it from their point of view, they feel extremely afraid right now.
I mean, I would also feel afraid if I was somebody, right, who couldn't believe Trump could lose, which is what it's become, right? There's no circumstance where Trump or a Trump-aligned person could lose an election and it will be believed due to a deluge of issues. But people will say a lot of it's due to reporters. But I do want to emphasize that no matter the amount of like reporting failures that occurred, Donald Trump has been setting up the stage for something like this since he first entered American politics in 2015 for real, right? In 2015, during the Republican primaries, he was saying, if I lose, it's rigged. And every time he did lose, he would blame it either like on these fake evil mailers, or he would blame it on certain voicemails, or like say, oh, there was these dirty tricks involving like Ben Carson dropping out of the race or something, this or that. He's been saying this in 2015.
Also, didn't help that he was like leaning into the QAnon stuff. Like he didn't explicitly say, "Oh, there was."
Real quick. Yeah. I just want to point out to your chat specifically. They're all like, they're saying that I'm stupid and that I don't know what's going on. Listen, I'm not describing to you what I believe. I'm describing to you what I think right-leaning people believe. Okay, I don't agree with anything I just said. I'm saying that I tried to get into their headspace.
Yes.
Obviously, I think that they're fundamentally incorrect. All right. So you guys fucking know.
Yes, obviously, like, it was very difficult for ShortFatOtaku to get in their headspace when he's saying these degenerate monkeypox cum guzzling F slurs. You need to get out of his neighborhood. obviously.
Okay, hold on.
But wait, I was making a point.
I was just getting into the gamer headspace there. Okay.
Okay, gamer headspace. But like 2015, he like said if he loses, it's rigged. 2016, same thing. 2018, he raised some similar issues during this midterms, which was like the big L, the first blue wave that happened. 2020, 2022. There was even concerns being brought up during that one midterm when Glenn Youngkin, even when he won, like before he won, a million issues with how the votes are being tabulated. Once it was official that he won, all the concerns went away. And so even if there's problems with reporting, and that could have been a possible contributor because they didn't like pick up on like certain like right-wing persecution stories that happened, like no matter what, this was going to be an issue because this is something that Trump was going to push because of how egotistical he is, period. So I think like it could be that media somehow worsened it, but I think like the vast majority of the contributor was Trump setting the stage for this for the last 8 fucking years, right? And
yeah, I think so too.
And I also want to say, like, we could talk about right-wing violence and like violence against right-wingers, and I've seen it. I've seen it at riots before. I've seen it at protests before. Mostly in the form of like hat snatching, if I'm being completely honest. But like 95% of like lethal violence in this country, political lethal violence, is right-wing. And so while I do sympathize for somebody who gets their hat snatched or somebody that gets like hit by a car, obviously, like the violence here when it comes to like the totality of the violence, like the violence that really fucking matters, like that seems to be overwhelmingly right wing. And so I as much as I do sympathize with anyone who like has violence done upon them, I do think we do need to remember like the bigger picture here.
I think I have 2 responses to that. One is that if you like look at there was one dude that I covered in New York who was just walking down the street wearing a mega hat, and then like 4 guys appeared and just beat the shit out of him. He was the owner of a New York art gallery, and you see a picture of him, like his face is all swelled up, and he's like, "What the fuck did I do?" If you tell that guy, well, what happened to you only makes up 5% of the total violence, he's not going to give a shit. Like he's already been convinced by his own experiences. So I understand people, even if these stats are against them, they still have their view. And it's not necessarily an incorrect one. It's just
I understand it, and I guess I would be more sympathetic for that specifically if it wasn't coming from the crowd who were yelling for the last 8 years, like facts don't care about your feelings when it comes to trans issues or any number of issues, and then out of nowhere I'm supposed to feel sympathy for their feelings when they were saying "fuck you." F slur, trans slur, whatever. Like you're not a real woman. Like that's like it's hard for me to feel sympathy when. When you hear certain people like lefty gets banned, I don't need to feel any sympathy, right? I'm kind of feel like I'm in that position a little bit. Like obviously I'm against all political violence, right? Unless it's against the Russian military or military junta in Myanmar or a few other instances.
Pepe posting.
I hope every rebel in Myanmar has amazing aim. I hope they've been exercising.
Well, see, for me, it's like I actually do feel sympathy for all of them, for everyone who gets attacked, including left wingers, and I've done videos on feeling sympathy for them too. I guess I'm just a
What about that guy who went up to Buzz Aldrin and told him that the moon landing was faked?
I only vaguely remember that story. What happened? Did he get punched in the face?
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin like punched him in the face. Yes, it's fantastic.
I mean, like it's funny, but like it's also kind of ridiculous, and clearly there's something wrong with that guy, right? Like, what the fuck? Why? What could possibly drive you to do that?
You mean go up to Buzz Aldrin and say such ridiculous things? I mean, like,
yes.
I think a lot of conspiracy theorists like want to live in like a Tom Clancy movie, right? They want to believe that they've figured it out, that they've got all the solutions, and like they're the ones who decoded the secret message, so they can be like Nicolas Cage and that treasure hunting movie that he was in or whatever.
Yeah, or like
the Declaration of Independence.
Exactly.
Yeah, or what was the Vatican one that was similar? What was that called again?
I have no clue.
Had Tom Hanks in it.
Unfamiliar.
Da Vinci Code.
Da Vinci Code. Yes.
Yes, it's something like everyone wants. Well, the thing is, like if you go watch Armored Skeptics channel, he's talking about like ancient aliens and Bigfoot and pyramids and like funny weird shit like that. It's clearly conspiratorial, but it's also kind of harmless, Like there are some forms of harmless conspiracies where you're just like having fun.
That is true. Can I ask you a question about? Okay, I know we haven't gotten on topic yet. But
just wait. No, because I had a second reply to that. I'm actually going to look at that 95% stat because I started looking into it like 3 years ago and I forgot. But there's this one study that I know people like to cite, where it's like, well, most violence comes from the right wing, and then I looked at it and I was like, well, first of all, they have like conservative, like traditional tradcon type violence and like religious violence, and they have libertarian violence. And I'm like, well, those aren't really the same thing. Like they're both right leaning, sure, but like they're not the same political group. And then like
some of those groups also include like Islamist violence too.
Yeah. But then like I also
yes, they are right wing, but they're not the same type of thing.
Yeah, but the thing that's interesting about that though, there's been like a weird merging of that recently. Definitely around like the Nick Fuentes Groyper types, that they're starting to get like more favorable towards the Taliban and stuff.
Definitely.
I've seen that too.
I think a lot of people were really surprised by like how much like the American right and like the Islamist right actually have in common. Like I actually like some of my like biggest haters are just like hardcore Islamists who like know I'm like for queer rights internationally, and so they target me off for that.
Well, that's like the issue with I think that is that basically the neocons have died, you know, and the paleocons are coming back, and the paleocons have a lot in common. The neocons didn't, but the paleocons do, and they're kind of on the ascendant right now.
You see what happened with that journalist that got a heart attack in Qatar after got a mysterious heart attack at age like in his 40s.
It was the vaccines. Lilith.
Yeah, there's well, there's that. There's some conservatives saying that, and there's also some that are just like, "Ooh, well, he got what he deserved. He fucked around in a country," and it's just like, I don't know if we would have seen as much of that like a couple of years ago.
I think these people are like, I mean, I obviously have a very low opinion of these people. I don't know the specifics around this case. Like, obviously everybody's really suspicious of it. Like, was this person assassinated? I don't know. I gotta wait for like more information to come out, because like I've seen weirder things happen. But I mean, obviously I have questions. I think there should be an investigation as to why this for those of you who don't know, there was a Qatari like there was a commentator, like a British or I think some type of European commentator who was like a big football guy. Was he American? Was he American? Okay. Yeah. Well, there was this guy.
Like the LGBT shirt. Yeah.
Yep. He had an LGBT shirt. Tried to enter the Qatari like football game. Was stopped from going in. He posted about it. It got a lot of attention, and now he's ended up dead. Apparently, he had a heart attack, according to some sources. And now everybody's asking questions.
And this was right after he wrote an article about the Qatari slavery.
Yeah, the viral tweet of not being allowed into the building because he had the rainbow shirt. Yeah.
I think of what we saw from the reaction of that is the far right is a lot more internationally minded now, when it comes to like more like across borders. Like for a good example of this would be Tucker Carlson doing a segment on Viktor Orban, praising the guy. And remember, Tucker Carlson's supposed to be a journalist of some extent, you know, one of the most popular journalists in the United States. And he goes and praises a guy who has done everything he can to centralize power over the press around himself, and has actively tried to make it difficult for opposition media to operate and for opposition candidates to operate, running fake spoiler campaigns in order to like spoil his political opponents. Somebody who is actively trying to gain more control over, you know, media and the press. And we saw a lot of these testing grounds, like the Don't Say Gay bills, that type of stuff, introduced in Hungary and was imported to the United States. And so we're seeing a real relationship between the international far right develop, and I think that might be part of the motivator for why we're seeing a lot more like favorability towards, well, what about the Qataris? Maybe this is just like, you know, maybe being homophobic is just like, you know, having a certain cultural dance. You know, it's just, you respect it. It's their culture.
See, so I'm not willing to respect that sort of cultural different nonsense, and if that means that I'm like a Western supremacist, then fine. Yeah, God damn it. Our culture is better. Fuck it. I don't care.
I think for me, like I respect all cultures and things that can bring beauty into the world, but when we're talking about like minority groups and minority status and certain freedoms and certain liberties, I don't think freedom becomes worthless just because you've added a different cultural tint. I think freedom is something to be strived for, like generally across all cultures internationally. I also think it should generally be the standard, because I think like anti-freedom forces are like inherently like cancers things that oppress gay people, oppress queer people, oppress minority groups, whether it be in Western Sahara to the West Bank or anywhere. I think these things are like cancers that like naturally spread, and they should, maybe this be like using a little radical language here, but generally be eradicated over time, like dealt with, like either just through cultural diffusion or whatever.
Genocide.
Not genocide.
Genocide them.
Mostly cultural diffusion. Mostly cultural diffusion.
Okay, cultural genocide.
Sure, why not?
If their culture is slavery, then that aspect of it should probably
be fuck. Okay.
something to deal with. Yeah.
No, I completely agree with you. So Lilith, you had to leave during our Kanye stream. You had to leave early, but I kept talking to Aiden Paladin on that stream. And listen, if any of Dylan's people think that I really am some sort of like radical right winger, go watch me talk to Aiden Paladin, because we were like talking, because she's like she's a libertarian monarchist. She's pretty far right. She's very religious at this point, and she's also a political realist. Oh. So I was just like, listen, Aiden.
I left before this big huge disagreement.
Oh yeah,
dude, the realists were so.
She was like nice at the start of the stream, and I didn't like watch.
Oh, she's always nice, but she's also kind of insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said some like stuff I disagreed with while I was there. Like she said like the black people having more abortion meant that there was a black genocide going on. And
I don't agree with that for pretty much the same reason I don't agree with like a trans genocide either. I think both of those are kind of ridiculous takes, and that genocide is something special that is not happening to either of those groups right now. But let me tell you the take, okay?
Okay.
We were going back and forth about like whether or not the West should intervene in certain situations because they want to push their values, or if that's cultural imperialism or whatever. And I was like, listen, Aiden, why do you believe this? And her take was fundamentally a realist take, that all states commit atrocities in the name of pushing their ideology, and so you do have liberal atrocities. You can actually point to some liberal atrocities, sure, but like it's all just statist violence. And it's all just spheres of power. So there's no actual difference between any of them, because it's all just power games with no morality attached.
Very silly.
So I asked her, I was like, listen, okay, do you believe that if Nazi Germany had won the Second World War and had all of the hard and soft power that America had, would it commit less, more, or just as many atrocities as America has with its cultural hegemony? And she said just as many. And I was just like, there's no fucking way.
No,
like,
she's just delusional. She has no clue.
Yeah. Like for all of the bad that America has done with its power, there's no fucking way Nazi Germany wouldn't be like,
could you imagine,
way worse.
Could you imagine Nazi Germany colonized Africa? Could you imagine? We would see like King Leopold on like heroin. Like on like
yeah,
coke.
It's fucking nuts. Yeah, man. And also we also got to the point where I was like, listen, do you think that Europeans should have abolished slavery in Africa with force? And she was like, no, because that's infringing on someone else's culture and society. I was just like, no, you know what? I'm fine to infringe. We can be imperialists here, For all the bad that the Spanish and the Portuguese did in the New World, it's probably good that they stopped the Mayan beheadings, Like, fuck that shit. At some point, you have to just be like, no, my culture has some value. It has some worth. We have some ethics and morals here that we should push forward in the world.
The thing is with realists is that the realists have a terrible batting average on this war. They were wrong about every single stage of this. Like when you talk about like John Mearsheimer, who's like the person everybody points to is like the realist for like the people who want like Russia to get their way in this war. John Mearsheimer was wrong about everything related to this war, and so I don't know why people are like saying that this, like, if anything, I think like liberal internationalists probably had a better explanation and a much better batting average. And if you listen to Ukrainians and what they want, it seems that they want to be made part of like the kind of like transatlantic order, right? This is what they want. And so if she's talking about like this idea of like cultural imperialism and like pushing what we want, we're not pushing what we want. This is what the Ukrainians are actively asking for. 83% of Ukrainians want to be part of NATO. Like this isn't a question of like, oh, we're going in, we're pushing stuff. This is one nation state making full and free and fair arrangements with another nation state in its own defense by sending them support. Like everybody here is like cogent of the decisions they're making. There isn't like a bunch of shadowy like, oh, we're not going to tell you that actually attached to this aid program is a massive debt. Like none of that's happened. Like this is like free and fair deals being made. So I can't imagine like, oh, that's cultural imperialism. Isn't cultural imperialism to like send Ukraine weapons?
You know what? Like best case scenario for the realist side of the argument is that even if the Ukrainians didn't want to be more connected to the West before, they certainly do now.
It is true.
Now that the war's been going for like 9 months and they're finally starting to win it.
Not only Ukraine either, Sweden, Finland
makes them dislike you.
Yeah, exactly, Lilith. Yeah.
I think like people talk about like a NATO enlargement. It's like, why is NATO enlarging? Why did it enlarge to states like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania? Because they were scared of exactly this outcome. My goodness.
So someone in my chat is simping for Aiden a bit, and it's true. Like when Aiden stays in her lane, she talks about psychology. She has a master's of psychology. When she does like her research material, it's generally pretty good. But like when she's talking off the cuff about politics, it's kind of all over the place. You know what I mean? It's kind of nuts.
I find that a lot of people put very little effort before making statements about the Russia-Ukraine war, and this is how I find like a lot of misinformation around people is that they've heard something or they've seen something on Twitter and they do very little work to like fact check everything when there's like tons. I mean, there are governments here actively working to put out as much disinformation as possible. That they're like their full-time job as a citizen of a government is to just spread disinformation. And having people interact with that stuff who are untrained in like how to deal with that or like don't know what they're doing and they have no clue of the history of the conflict, like they're just like gonna like make a ton of mistakes.
I think some people just want to be contrarians.
I feel like that's a lot of it. I feel like 90% of it is just people want to be contrarians. They don't want to have like the normie pro-Ukraine position.
They hear like the news talking, oh, the Russians are doing this and doing that, and they go like, oh, but if the news and what normal people are saying they support Ukraine, then I must hear the other side.
It really is that. Yeah.
I think that comes from that's downstream from the political realist idea. You know, if there's no actual morality involved and it's all just power politics, then the news that you get is also just going to be propaganda. There is no news. It's just different people's propaganda. So you can never actually know anything objectively. You just got to choose which propaganda that you want to swallow down. And for the political realist, like especially if you're like an anti-American one, it's like, well, why would you consider what any American establishment says is neutral to actually be neutral? Because they're clearly just pushing more American hegemony. Like that's gonna be their point of view.
The problem with that conclusion is then there's no way to ever examine the truth or examine the facts of the matter or make any determination about any war ever, because you're just gonna say all information coming out from all actors is just propaganda. So there's no way to certify everything because everything could be fake. Even though you can certify these things, even if something is coming from a biased source, you can still certify if the information that they're presenting is true, even if you disagree with the framing of the said information. I find this is just like a cop out from people who don't want to have to make a moral decision here. Like they just want to be able to check out of the world, and so their excuse is, well, it's impossible to even make a determination anyway.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. There's also just the fact that you do have to trust somebody eventually, right? Like you can't be an expert at everything. Eventually, whether it's like the food that you eat or the car that you buy or the games that you play, the house that you purchase from somebody else, you have to trust that somebody else who's not you, that you haven't witnessed, has done the job properly.
That is,
because if they haven't, like it'll blow up in your face, right?
That is true. We make we put trust in experts every day when we like flip on light switches and like turn on TVs or use any number of things that we don't fully understand.
Yeah. And that being said, like you still need to have some mechanism by which you question the experts, because experts can also be wrong, right? Like I was saying this to somebody in
gravity is still gravity, you know, even if it's Fox News or CNN, even like Russia Today telling you it is. Like you have to find the nuggets of truth and everything.
It's also like
verify yourself.
You know, I'm going to assume none of us have ever been to Africa before, so we don't actually know if it exists or not. Every piece of evidence that we've come across could actually be a lie, and Africa doesn't exist.
That's true.
Like that could be the case, but it's probably not the case, right?
There are
So
actually people
eventually you trust.
making a conspiracy theory about Australia. Like
Australia
there
doesn't
is no
actually exist.
Australia. Yeah.
That'd be fantastic. That'd be I believe in that now. They've convinced me.
No more shit posting Aussies ruining everything on the internet. They're all gone.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
But yeah, at some point you have to trust somebody, right? And when you see these people who are like, I don't trust anyone, it's like, well, you're trusting someone. Who are you trusting? It's like, well, I'm trusting Facebook. It's like, that's not good. That's not a good way to go, you know? But at the same time, I was mentioning this to somebody else on another call a couple weeks ago, that you still need that mechanism by which you do distrust. You know, there has to be some sort of reforming force in your politics where you need somebody. You do need the libertarians, at least a little bit. You do need the socialists, at least a little bit. You need people who are on the fringes, who can be outside of the structure and look in and say, well, here's where you might be getting this wrong. Because that's where the change comes from. That's where the reforms to the system come from. But the issue is when populists like that become your whole system, because they just fucking destroy everything. Then you have no institutions.
Thankfully, though, I really don't think that this like anti-Ukraine message is connecting with people. I think it's gotten somewhat bigger, but like not to a significant extent, and it seems to have stagnated a bit. And it feels like all the people who like are either like super anti-Ukraine, like you're not seeing this in any competitive races. Like, hello, I'm anti-Ukraine in competitive race. JD Vance was the only person who somewhat took a anti-Ukraine stance. He said like, oh, I don't really care about Ukraine, and immediately backtracked within 24 hours once his like advisors told him there's a huge Ukrainian American community in Ohio, and he had to be like, actually, I care deeply about Ukraine. I was joking. I was just
I was joking.
Yeah.
Just a prank, bro.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
So like for example, I went and I spoke at a school recently about the war in Ukraine. It was a Quaker school up in Baltimore, the Friends school up in Baltimore.
Oh, that's cool.
And I spoke to 5 separate classrooms. It was grades 6 to 12. So like the different age groups, I would like change the maturity of the conversation I was having with them. If it was younger age groups, then I would keep it a lot less graphic. If it was the older age groups, I got into more of the details about certain experiences that I had. And the biggest takeaway I took from it was that like this like anti-Ukraine stuff is a very, very online phenomenon. It's not it's not really that present in your everyday life. I was very welcomed by the school. I was given gifts. Like everybody was super excited to like interact with me and talk with me, and like they were all like doing fundraising for Ukraine, and like they did bake sales for like reuniting families in Kherson and stuff. And so like I walked away from this experience like, oh my god, this anti-Ukraine stuff is solely online, and like it's really not that popular IRL, and so I don't even need to care about it that much. I mean, of course it could become a bigger problem later on, but right now I'm pretty normie pilled. I'm pretty IRL pilled on this. I think it's I think Ukraine has a strong base of support in the United States.
Yeah, I mean,
we've always seen like these anti-Ukraine protests and campuses, and like I think most of these are. We've seen some are from like tankies, and some are from like Baka Republicans, but like almost none of them, just like pretty much none of them have any like big huge followings or big huge numbers when they show up in real life. It's just like even when they purport to be like, oh, this is a pacifist anti-war protest.
It's well, I think a lot of it is because, and I mean, this might be me. I don't want to like lean too hard into this, but I think a lot of it is like manufactured interactions online. We know that. I know I might be people might think I'm being conspiratorial here, but it's not. That the Internet Research Agency
they actively do that.
Yeah, the Internet Research Agency actively goes out and ups interactions on posts meant to cause discontent, and I have no reason to believe that the Russians have stopped doing that type of stuff. For specifically this war as well. A lot of people have detected a lot of bot activity, so I think a lot of it is just like it's getting more interaction online because it's in a space where it's a lot easier to like manufacture the amount of people who are interacting with the types of posts. But you can't manufacture these bots IRL unless you're literally hiring actors to go outside, which is a lot more difficult than like paying for a very inexpensive bot to just like post anti-Ukrainian messaging.
Yeah, there are entire government organizations and agencies that are just dedicated to like manufacture bots and like fake interactions.
I vaguely recall something about this. Yeah. So Wasn't there? Didn't
They
it come
do it
out
in
like?
China too. Like with like
Oh
whenever
yeah, in
there's
China for
any
sure.
Hong Kong or Taiwan issue pops up, there's always got to be like, there's like a Chen or Emily 1256, bunch of numbers popping up on your mentions to tell you about how you're wrong and pro-war imperialist American
Yeah, yeah.
whatever.
I
And they
recall
all
back
get
in like
paid for it.
2016.
That's why they're called like the 10-cent army.
They get 10 cents per post.
Yeah,
Yeah.
10-cent
That's not
army.
that's not a bad living. You know, you can really post fast.
True.
But yeah, so I recall back in 2016 there was some, I forget the details. There was some sort of investigation that was trying to find Russian bots interfering in the 2016 election.
Yeah.
And one of the things they found was like that ridiculous picture of like a hyper muscular Bernie who was like colored in with like crayon. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but I know what you're generally talking about.
Yeah. And it's like on some, well, first of all, I also recall in 2016 people were calling like actual Trump supporters Russian bots. And I think that kind of like hardened to them to the accusation. They're like, we don't care about it anymore because we spent all this time being called it. And it's like, well, okay, fair enough. But like the other side of it is like some of the stuff the Russians were doing was like so inept with their propaganda. It was funny. But I haven't looked into it enough. I have to look into it some more.
Yeah, I
want to like,
Mhm.
I want to do a video where I compare the fraud claims of 2016 to the fraud claims of 2020, just to show that they're not the same type of claim, you know?
So,
I want to go back like 5 topics though, because there was one thing I pointed out. So 95% of, you said 95, I think it's less than 95, but I saw that study. 95% comes from right-wing sources. I recall like, I was like, you know what? I found the actual set of data and all of the cases, and I'm like, okay, well, there's like thousands and thousands of cases here. And I started going through just random ones. I was like, I'm going to go through these like one by one someday when I'm more autistic to be able to actually fucking do this. But I pulled out like certain cases, and I found cases of like where it's violence done by a political actor, but it's not political violence, and yet it was filed under right wing. So there was one instance where like where a guy with like a Nazi tattoo on him had killed his mother. And it was just family violence. It wasn't political violence at all. And that was counted as right wing. That was counted as right wing violence. I'm like, this doesn't seem fair. So at some point in the medium term future, I'm going to go back over that data set and look at it because I'm not sure if it's accurate.
Are you gonna just try to boil down like to what the number is? Because I find it very hard to believe that we would get to the conclusion that the majority of lethal violence comes from left wing sources. I find it's going to be very difficult, I think, to make that argument because I think most data sets still seem to. I think there's like different types of violence, right? I think I remember hearing something along the line like left wing violence seems to more target property, where right wing violence seems to more target people.
I think that's the case too. Yeah, I think we'll probably see like more actual killings. Hold on, if we're talking about like let's say politically motivated killings, they're probably coming out of the right more than they are the left. But if we're talking about property damage, if we're talking about let's say like strange tiny insurrections like Chaz or something, those are going to be overwhelmingly left wing, I think.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I guess for a lot of people it's hard to, definitely people on the left, to make the argument that like the burning down of his shop was more important than the mowing down of like these 3 people. Like because that's how the arguments are going to boil down to eventually.
Well, what 3 people are you talking about?
Not any 3%, not any specific 3 people, but like more lethal deaths are going to be like a bigger issue for, I think, definitely when you're trying to talk to left wing people than like stores being burnt down. Not saying either of it's good, but that's ultimately what the discussion's going to turn into.
Probably, but I do want to at least get to the truth of it. I want to see what's going on.
You're a truth seeker.
Yes. That's why I'm a nonpartisan person, actually. And the only time I get edgy is when I'm making jokes and like, dude, I'm having gamer moments, man.
I think everyone's partisan. Everybody says they're nonpartisan is a hack and a liar.
Oh shit! I guess I'm a hack and a liar.
Yeah, hack and a liar. I think everybody's partisan to at least some degree. I think you have to be.
Yeah, everyone has their biases, right? Yeah, that's true, I think. But I mean, like, if I was actually like an actual partisan rightoid, I probably wouldn't be talking to you and agreeing with a lot of the things you're saying.
That is true. That is true. I mean, you wouldn't want to be embarrassed with my facts and logic in front of your right-wing audience.
You know what? I'm putting my foot down right now. Mm-hmm. All right? Listen, Dylan's editor, I know you're watching. What's his name? Reggie or something? What's his name?
His name is Danabo.
Danabo. Okay, Danabo. Listen, this is a conversation. This is a conversation between you and I right now. Okay. All right? No one else is involved. Just you and I. I know you're going to upload this to Dylan's channel.
Right now, put a little swastika over his image as you talk. Continue.
When you do, I want you to make this the stinger. This is what comes at the beginning of everything else. It's in black and white because it's like, coming up on this video. This is what it's going to be. I formally challenge all of the people in Dylan's audience who call me a Nazi to a debate. All of you.
All of them?
I'll take you all on.
All of them. Wow. Every single one.
Pause.
That's a lot of people. Wow, they're gonna come in waves. They're gonna come in droves.
Dad's gonna be on a casting couch, and there's gonna be a line.
It's like that image of Piper Perry with like the 4 giant black guys.
Yes, exactly.
Why is this Dylan's audience?
Obviously, that is a perfect representation of my audience. My audience is 100% African American.
Actually, I have been looking at your chat as well as mine. One of them said that I think his name is Flemmy.
Yeah, I love Flemmy. Long-term community member. Right about everything.
He said that he trusted me like almost 3 years ago when I said that once coronavirus hits the West, you're gonna start seeing food shortages and stuff. So stock up before it happens. He said he trusted me on that, and I was right in the end. Like. I know that I bought like 6 months worth of food like a month or two before coronavirus.
Did you actually do that?
Yeah, because and in Canada we had like massive shortages of stuff. So
in Canada, in the States we didn't have those.
So.
There weren't food shortages in the West that much, really. I mean, nothing that I noticed personally. And I think I was able to still grocery shop and still DoorDash and do what I usually do. I didn't. Okay, I mean, maybe I live in Maryland though. Maybe it's different in I don't know, backwaters like Canada.
Backwater Canada. I know my girlfriend is a without getting too technical, she's like a manager at a grocery store, and they had a lot of shortages. Like she'd be going up and down the aisles and there's just nothing. There's nothing there. And she's like, well,
for me it was I think we had generally pretty flexible systems. I felt like there was reports of shortages of sanitizers for maybe a week or two before boom, it was restocked. In fact, at one point there was even an issue of people who had scalped all this shit, being wait, I can't sell it anymore because the stocks are reshelved, and they got screwed. Fuck them though.
Yeah, I don't like the scalping thing, mainly because I haven't had to deal with it. I
hope people steal from them all. I hope people steal. I really don't like them.
There was a case where there was somebody who was just scalping all the sanitizers and all the toilet papers and stuff and selling them on eBay, and he basically got his stuff seized and was told you had to give it all away.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah.
It's Jesus. See, I didn't have to deal with it with food or anything like that, but I have seen graphics card scalpers, and they make me so fucking mad. I'm like, geez, I'm trying to just buy a graphics card here. Yeah. Dude. Why the fuck are you selling it for $10,000?
I think for me, when it comes to COVID and stuff like that, or definitely specifically when it came to stuff around natural disasters, where scalpers get really, really sickening. I think Russia is showing right now how terrible scalping can be for you if it's if it's an issue of national security or survival, where a lot of these soldiers had their equipment basically sold out of the back of trucks to these scalpers, who then have to go and sell it back to soldiers who have basically no money for 10 times the original price it took for the Russian government to manufacture these things, winter uniforms, and they can't afford it, so they just go without it. And that's just one example of how scalping can really screw over a country. In the United States, anytime there's a hurricane, scalping, I think should probably be completely illegal. At least when it comes to PS5s and
the Russian government would do something about that.
Well, they can't, because their whole society is unbelievably corrupt. There's they can try to produce more now and have better oversight, and they're probably working on it, but that's not going to help them right now when they're approaching the winter. Thousands of Russian soldiers are going to freeze to death.
Someone super chatted me and says, actually, yeah, Croat tweeted that today, and he was like, everyone who's saying that people are going to be freezing in Europe in the winter, it's not happening. It's yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen either. Someone super chatted me for $5. I
A lot
worked
of
in a
people
grocery
saying
store.
that shit was glee, like, ooh, this will show you for
Oh yeah,
something in
because
Russia.
they just want these people are like sadistic. Like they're super excited every time they see like the Russians like bomb Ukrainian infrastructure, electricity, or like a bunch of civilians will die. They'll be like, haha, Russians got them again. Ukraine tards losing, and it's like literally they're just praising terror attacks with glee from the comfort of their home. Like it's fucking absurd.
This is a relevant super chat. This is a relevant super chat. Let me get it out.
Go ahead.
I worked in a grocery store in New Jersey, and we had to deal with shortages for nearly 2 months before it stabilized. Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories like that, where like even in the West there were shortages of things.
I'm sure they somewhere
in California, and like there was some stuff that we ran low on, but like most of the things were okay, like especially like food.
Yeah, I mean, like I think
it probably depends on where you live.
Yeah, I think the thing is like the West did better than generally I think most other areas of the world when it comes to dealing with it, economically. And I think so when people talk about it,
it's capitalism, baby. Capitalism is based. All you socialist cucks listening to me on the other side of the aisle, capitalism is what got us through this shit.
True. Wait, but what's your problem with scalping if you like capitalism so much?
Well, that's capitalism when I lose.
Ah, got you. Okay.
Well, no, like I'm not like a hardcore like anarcho-capitalist, right? Like I clearly think capitalism is pretty great, but it obviously has its flaws. You have to get capitalism, then like kind of sand the edges on it to make it work.
Got it. So you sound like a social democrat. So inevitably a socialist. Got him.
Listen, I will gleefully stab Rosa Luxemburg in the back. That knife is going right fucking in those ribs. No problem, dude.
Oh no.
No problem. Like I'm very anti-socialist, but I don't mind like some conception of a welfare state, you know.
I generally like I'm in effect.
You got my case for that shit, though.
I'm in effect.
Me a fucking communist.
I'm in effect.
I know. I'm trolling you.
Programs are okay.
I'm trolling you, Lilith. I call you a communist for fun. Also, because you're a communist.
How dare you?
I'm in effect like a liberal or social democrat. I mean, I have like very like someone called me like a liberal jihadi the other day, and I understood why, because like when you listen to me like talk about it, like I'm very much like I believe like you need to fight to defend these things violently, like the institutions that we've built. I believe more in institutions than I believe in individuals, which I think is super important, which always gets me in trouble with like I would say like maybe the more like personality cult types, like Trump types, the types who are like super into like Huey Long and people like that, or like Vladimir Lenin, or like people like that. I'm very much believe in institutions. I guess like I'm very like I guess I'll like a liberal social democrat, but I find it hard to believe that liberal capitalism as it currently exists is the end of human development. Like we've reached it, and in that society is still a society with a generally high amount of income inequality. There's still homeless people. Like I find it very hard to believe that this is the end of human development. If it is, that's pretty sad. I think it's still the peak of what we've reached so far, but I find it hard to believe this is the end. So I think probably long after I'm dead, we're going to probably see something that develops something closer to like a mix of like liberal like social norms and like liberal beliefs about freedom of expression, freedom of speech, where something a lot more like social safety nets for people who I believe the future is going to have like a time where if you like you're homeless, you like get a home, like just like by default, and like those types of things, those massive social safety nets. I don't know if that's going to mean to completely getting rid of capitalism, but I doubt what we have right now is the end of human development.
I don't think so either, but I also don't think that any conception of socialism is ever going to work, where like things are like completely collectivized and all that nonsense. There's no fucking way. People like having their own stuff, you know. People like having their own house. That's in fact the reason. Like you don't just give homeless people
do people like having their own homes? Because I mean the amount of renters we've had in this country are skyrocketing every year. Less and less people own their own home, and it might be like a nice thing to say like I'm a homeowner, because a lot of people see it as like an investment, but I mean honestly there can be wiser investments than a home. It's just something very physical you have around you. It feels good, it feels comforting. I think honestly we're probably going to see less and less homeowners as time goes on, and more people like renting or something along those lines. I probably want to have
2030. I own nothing and I will be happy.
Yeah, I do nothing. I will be happy. I do think there is something nice about owning your own home, but that seems to be the trajectory we're going. And I'm not saying that we should make it illegal to own your own home or anything. I just think the idea that everybody wants to own their own home, I don't know if I believe that. I think a lot of people could say, well, maybe the fact that the matter is, Dylan, that's not because, you know, people don't want to own their own home. It's just they don't have the means to. I don't know if that's true, because there's people like Destiny. I think Destiny. Listen to people like Destiny though, who are like for me, owning my own home right now would be fucking ridiculous, right? As I'm like going around the world and doing all this shit, like recording wars, and if you're talking to people like Destiny, they share like a very similar experience. I don't know. It's hard for me to know if it's more that people want to be homeowners or people and they don't have the means to, or if people just like have a general lack of interest. I think it's a combination. I think it's a combination of lack of interest in traditional homeownership and a lack of means.
I think it's more
like
lack of means.
Lack of means, and
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah. Lack of
like most people aren't doing what you guys do, you know? Most people aren't streamers. Most people aren't traveling to do war reporting.
I think
most people are.
I think though, if we're talking about like home ownership in the future, it's not going to be like a big like yard and the big fence. It's going to be like, I own an apartment. Like this apartment is mine and I own it, or I own this
like a condo then.
Like a halfway house maybe, or something like like a condo, something like that in the future. It's gonna be a lot less like the traditional big yard picket fence stuff.
I don't have a problem with that as long as people aren't just like slaves to like rent for all of eternity.
I want to see more mixed income housing and more. I think there is something really fucked inherently about. Like even I think it was even Adam Smith who wrote like landlords or leeches. Like this is like an ineffective part of the economy. There has to be something done about this. Like even the most hardcore capitalists, a lot of them are really against like renting in the landlord and landlordee relationship.
Well, hold on a second though, because from what I recall about Adam Smith, he was saying that specifically in the context of landlords who don't actually provide anything. They simply rent what they own. I mean, I have a great landlord who actually does a lot of things, so I consider it a fair trade.
Yeah. I also think my landlord is fantastic. They've never put a gun to my head and like stomped out my family and my 7 children in an attempt to get my rent. They've never done that and would never participate in that type of behavior.
I think the biggest problem is probably...
Is that a reference to something? I don't get what you're saying.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I think the biggest problem is probably one of those huge like rental companies where they buy up all the properties in any given area and then... I guess you can't fucking own houses anymore because we bought them all, and your only options is to just rent our shit, like a company like BlackRock.
Yeah.
And
I think like more like small time landlords are not the problem. Nobody has a problem with small time landlords. No one's angry about like fucking grandma who like rents out the thing, like checks up on it every week and like makes sure it has all the repairs. People care about these.
Live here, but you have to give me some money.
Yep.
Dylan. There's a kernel of fascism in every small businessman.
Is there? My goodness.
Oh wait, you don't get the reference? That's Trotsky.
Is that Trotsky? I don't care about those communist losers. They lost and they're dead. Why should I care?
Sorry. Trotskyism is very much like anti-people working for themselves because they want their independence, and when collectivization comes, you have to take that kind of independent living from them, and so they'll always resist you.
I try to never listen to anyone who died. If they had something important to say, they would still be saying it.
So true. If they're so smart, why are they
dead? People die of natural causes, though.
Yeah, like being boring and not having nothing to say.
Being boring.
Yo, can I ask you? Okay, I know we haven't talked about the topic, but I generally
no, we're having fun though. I don't mind. We'll do like 18 fucking streams together. How about that? We'll eventually get to it.
That'll be great. Did you see the Ethan Klein stuff recently? Like with the Jesus,
I saw
thing that everybody got angry at him for.
The last I saw of him is that he got banned from Twitter and then went on his wife's Twitter account and got that one banned, and then I haven't seen anything.
It's fantastic, man. It's fantastic. I love I love it how he conducts himself on the internet. But the thing is, recently on his show, he was on a show with Hassan Piker, and there's this clip where he's on it, and they're talking about like probably like anti-Semitism, a number of issues, right? And eventually, like this issue of like Jesus Christ on the cross came up, and the Jews killing Jesus. And Ethan Klein said, "You know what? Give me the spear. I'll do it again. Give me the hammer and the nails. I'll put them up there." And they start playing like traditional Jewish music in the background. Me and my Jewish brothers, we're going to get together in the hood. We're going to carry this out. We're doing Crucifixion 2 Electric Boogaloo. And like Hassan's next to him, and you can see he's like visibly sweating. Like he's like watching, he's like thinking about all of his advertisers, like everything's like passing through his head. And like afterwards I saw like a real fucking backlash. he got like a huge backlash from it, from like a lot of weird like right-wing people. Like the Quartering did like a 20-minute video about it, talking about like, oh my gosh, like this is really offensive to Christians and shit. And like, I would understand if you were Christian. What the fuck? What are all these pussies that were like go out and will like defend Dave Chappelle to the ends of the earth, or like any number of offensive comedians, and then
it's
like
all just partisanship, man.
and then Ethan Klein will make a joke about like, and to me the joke wasn't like a haha Christians, it was like him leaning into like a Jewish stereotype that I've never seen a Jewish person lean into. It actually got a chuckle out of me. Not the type of guy I laugh at a lot. It was just like, oh my god, where did all these pussies come from? I thought they were like it's comedy, get over it, people.
Comedy is only when racism and and oppression against minorities. Okay.
That's how it is. Like I'm very much like pro Dave Chappelle, and I'm also pro that. If you're doing a joke, you should be able to say whatever you want. Fuck
yeah, like for me, like I think you can be critical of a joke because I think jokes can deliver messages, and the message can be stupid, right? Like if I make a joke and the message of the joke is actually Ukraine is like Hitler land, like you can criticize the joke. Or if the joke is like, I hate this minority group because fuck them, then you can be critical of a joke. But a joke can be offensive and like have a, like be communicating a good message, or just be offensive to be offensive, or like anything like that. And I think a lot of people can't like find a distinction of like criticizing a joke for like being offensive, which is stupid, where otherwise like criticizing a joke for having like a bad message or communicating a bad message. Because jokes and comedy, just like all forms of media, can still be used to like propagate propaganda and like bad messages.
No, I disagree.
No,
degenerate,
do you really?
guzzling monkeypox spreaders.
Thank you, ShortFatOtaku. Thank you.
Sure.
Fuck. Shit. Where were we? Hold on. I think there's something in my chat that I want to respond to real quick.
Sure.
Yeah, the Corey does make videos and everything. You know, Jeremy's a nice guy personally, but I can't watch too many of his videos at once.
I don't hate. I don't dislike. Or hate
there's so many,
but I do disagree with him a lot.
There's so many people that are like nice on a personal level that I would just I can't consume their content because it's just either I think their points are just terrible, or I just don't like their content. Am I in that boat yet? You're not in that boat. I'll consume your content, and I'm like, I think a lot of it at the time, I'm just, most of my time when I'm watching your videos, I'm just kind of sitting there just like squinting, like waiting, like when is he going to say the thing that's going to piss me off, you know?
And do I ever do it, or does it happen every time?
Yeah, a little bit during, like 50-50, like 50-50. 50-50 probably.
Well, dude, that's how you know I'm actually a centrist. I only piss you off half the time.
That's true. That's true. That's why you're only wrong half the time.
Fuck. Hold on a second.
Ukraine?
I guess because I mentioned at the very start there was 3 things we could talk about, and now we've kind of gone down the rabbit hole of the second of me being a hidden crypto fascist.
Yes.
That's, unless you want to keep going down that, we could.
No, I don't have any other questions. If I like ever look at a video, somebody sends me a video of something you've said that's stupid or something, like I'll talk to you about it. I don't think you're gonna be
sure.
Like at any point you're gonna be like, Dylan, never mind. You stop criticizing me. Stop.
That's what I do with
no, of course not.
Like someone says some stupid shit and I have to argue with them about it.
Hold on, I'm never wrong, Lilith.
Never,
we fight.
Never wrong.
In fact, hold on. You should moderate the debate Lilith and I are having right now.
Okay, what's the debate?
Okay. I generally believe that the T should actually be separate from the LGB.
Why?
Because L, G, and B are sexualities and the T is not.
That's not the debate we're having, though. It's just whether or not
it's the wider debate. Hold on. I don't know that much about the LGB Alliance. I've seen both like pro and anti stances on them. I got to research it more myself. But like the underlying ethic is that I think trans people are something fundamentally different than gays and bisexuals.
Well, I mean, like, okay, wait a second. I'm supposed to moderate the debate. Lilith, go on, please. I will platform this female voice on my channel.
So, I think it's fair to say there's a difference, like, because sexuality is definitely not the same as gender identity, but the focus or the attempt to try to split the groups is very much a divide and conquer shit that they're doing. Yeah.
Well, see,
because
for me,
like
I don't want to divide and conquer.
Commonalities in the causes and who is against gays and who is against like trans people. That there's a reason why like the grouped in together when it comes to like advocacy. For the most part, there's like people who hate like trans people aren't gonna usually go about and say, "Whoa, well, go and be gay and be have your pride parades. I don't care." There are obviously gonna be some people that are like that, but like most for most people, like if you want gays to not, if you want trans people to not exist, you probably don't have a very high opinion on gays being able to be out there and be in public and also exist.
Someone in my chat just said trans is not a minority. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh yeah, trans people are comprised of the vast majority.
There's so many of them.
Everywhere.
Are you philosophy tube now?
Oh God, Jesus! Oh my God! All right, no, we're not going to talk about that right now. Okay, I understand everything you're saying, Lilith. I don't necessarily disagree. It's just that also when you have all of these different identity groups kind of mashed together into one advocacy like block, you start to get weird stuff where like you see some really deranged shit that some crazies are doing and you're like, well, you got to support that. And it's like, well, why do I got to support that? Well, because you're bi, right? And it's like, well, yeah, but I'm not that, like,
well,
and I feel like as they just keep adding more and more.
Every aspect of everything.
But every group is gonna have like radicals or crazies in them. That isn't like isolated to trans people. I can point out like people who have really weird beliefs about gay people. Like you talked about that one queer author you keep like every opportunity you get the chance to complain about, who was like, he was like a socialist in 1920s or whatever, who like said some weird things about children and diddling them, right? Like there's crazies in every group. And so the idea that like, well, we shouldn't have trans people as part of the LGBT community because trans people have crazies in their group. Every single one of these letters has like crazies in the group. I think personally that trans people, gay people, queer people, bisexual, all these people have generally worked together politically, historically to advocate as a block for each other. And so far that has proved to be very effective, and it's reached successes that like a lot of them never dreamed of. Like if you were to talk to these people as like Stonewall was going on and like the foundations of the movement was being built, that like one day you'd actually have gay marriage, they would look at you like, a lot of them probably look at you like you're crazy. But as working as a block has been very successful. And I think it is a little bit of a divide and conquer strategy that like, well, maybe we can't take all the gays down. Maybe it's too late for that, but maybe we can take the trans people down because that's going to be easier. It's less normalized. It's less talked about. It's less people understand it because it's even smaller minority group where everybody kind of knows a gay person now. Not everybody knows a trans person now. And so there's not as much representation in media like they had with Modern Family and Cam and the rest of them. So I do think it is like a divide and conquer strategy. I think we're stronger as a block. And I think we should generally like be united on advocacy.
I completely agree with you in terms of like the practical reality of what's going on. That all makes sense, and I can't argue against any of that.
Like a homophobe worlds is like sexual minorities worlds is degenerates to them. They're not going to be like, oh
yeah. What was the word they would usually use? Cum guzzling, monkeypox.
Yes. Yeah. Well, here's the thing though. Like first of all, that's true. Like the reason that they're all put together in the first place, is because they were basically forced together by their enemies, right? They didn't actually have like a natural alliance in some sense. It's just that they were all hated. They were all an out.
It's like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine when dealing with Russia. It's like the same thing.
Well, no, it's also just that like whenever you see alliances made out that have no actual unifying ethic, they're just several different out groups that are aligned by the fact that they're an out group. Those kinds of alliances tend to be unstable long term, and you see this in politics like all over the place.
But they're also kind of integrated too, though. Like lots of trans people are also gay or bisexual, and like gay marriage, for example, also affects trans people because like if like a gay marriage is illegal and it's just like. And yet, trans people it's just like, what if you want to marry like a same sex after you've transitioned? Like, or what if you want to marry a different gender after you transition?
I understand all this too. Yeah. It's just that from my point of view, like I'm not trans. I can't speak to the trans experience. I can support trans people when I think that they're being reasonable, but also because I'm bi, someone says I'm LGBT, I wholly just reject that because I'm not. I'm not L. I'm not G, and I'm not T.
Well, you are in the LGBT community.
No, I reject it.
You can't reject it.
I'm not taking the card. I'm rejecting it.
You've got the card. You've got the card. Nope. You're in the label. I mean, if somebody was to ask,
means hold on.
That
means I can say all the slurs. I can say all the slurs then if I have the card, right?
Of course, that's the whole deal.
Wait,
that's the point.
Can I say them on your Twitch channel, Dylan?
Of course, anytime if you want to get me fired.
But you know what I mean, though. Like there's
okay.
parts of the activist group that I just don't agree with, and I don't.
But I mean, if it was just, but to be clear, if it was a bisexuals activist group, there'd be people in that group that you would disagree with as well. Like, and this idea, like, oh, but as a unifying force, like, you know, when they're just opposition, like, it's not stable. This has been pretty stable. I mean, they've been stable as a unified force for generally like 50, 60, 70 years now, like a pretty long period of time. And even before it was like more official with like the organizations like getting actual like, you know, NGO status or whatever, or any of these things, like charity status. They were still working together because they all like kind of hung out in the same scenes underground because they were forced underground together, and so they would support each other and help each other where they could. So like this alliance has been going on for like damn near like 100 years now, right? I mean, that's longer than some countries that exist today.
You've gone from 50 to 100, so hold on there. But I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean. It's just that as soon as, okay, what's the way I want to put this? Give it another 50, and I think it'll have splintered apart. And the reason why is because generally in these kind of alliances, once one group becomes ascendant, that group either like absorbs the others or purges them, or they split up. And you see this.
If it gets split apart, it would most likely be because of outside influences and people doing divide and conquer tactics, and
I think so, actually. I don't think so.
People being dumb enough to fall for it.
I think it'll split apart because of people like me. You know, people who are actually bi, who are like, well, I'm not trans, so I'm not going to be part of that.
I think you're gonna generally be an outlier. I just don't see the trend. Like the LGB Alliance is not a particularly popular organization. Doesn't have a lot of weight. Like it's mostly just known for like shit posting on the internet and just getting people angry. It's not known for actually like lobbying that much and like having that much influence. And I don't have any reason to believe these groups like are going to, because also these organizations don't like have deep relationships with people who have like a history of lobbying or a history of political activism. It's usually just kind of like reactionaries.
There's also a fact that sorry about interrupting, that the LGBT Alliance are mostly comprised of like straight people and like Christian advocacy people.
I don't know anything about that. I can't comment on that. Like I said, I still need to look into them. You know. It's just the general idea that I think that gender identity is different from sexuality. I think that's pretty concrete.
It's okay. ShortFatOtaku, you don't need to look into them. I've told you they're bad. That's all you need.
Well, that's all I need. I just got to think about it. I mean, I don't got to think about it at all.
Yeah, you don't need to. You're welcome.
But no, like I don't view myself.
Like, I think they did like court or like them to report on how much their members are actually part of the LGB, and I think like the people that are actually LGB are like a minority inside their group.
Are they making them do like Kinsey tests?
I think it's like self-reported.
Okay, so. Fair enough, right? But yeah, just that I feel like they're different things, and that their concerns are different. Their goals are different in a lot of cases. I'm not saying that trans goals are bad goals or trans concerns don't need to be addressed. They just don't seem like the same thing, you know? And I can talk about, for example, a gay man's concerns, even though I'm not a gay man, because there'll be a lot of overlap between a bi man and a gay man. I can't say a single thing to any trans concerns. I don't know them. Aside from like I talk to Lilith and I know them, but like you know what I mean.
I think there's some things that relate, like when it comes to like bending gender norms and how trans people and like LGBT people generally do that all the time. Like there's a lot of queer people that are homosexuals but present very feminine, and a lot of queer people
like
who present
femboys.
Femboys, or which of course is the class we need to protect the most.
Twitch lesbians.
Twitch lesbos, yeah. Like
hold on, I've been told those are all trans now.
Yeah, the crazies.
My crazy. Yeah, I'm trolling. I'm trolling.
Give way too much credence to like, oh, what are these little crazy people are saying? Nobody cares.
Well, I think the main reason that I give credence to them is because I do think that, like, as a political theory, vanguardism actually makes sense. You know, the crazies become the movement's next generation of normals in a lot of senses. And this is not just for left-wing movements, for right-wing movements too.
But they're not the vanguards. Nobody is saying, like, aside from those small minority that all tomboys are actually trans men. There's some people that will say crazy off the wall shit on Twitter, yeah, but they always do that. It's Twitter that type of shit gets the most engagement, and
True.
hate engagement is still engagement.
That's true. Yeah. But by the way, Dylan's chat, it's okay. I love you guys. You can disagree with me, and we can still be friends. Okay.
He's lying. In private, he told me that he hates all of you.
I'm still going to debate all of you, every single one.
He said
Bro,
that.
The thing is, like I'm not anti-trans or anything like that, right? I don't want people to stop transitioning or any of those crazy ideas. It's just I just think that I can't speak to that experience. You know, that's all. I don't feel kinship with trans people in that way, in like a solidarity way.
I think like a lot of it's just like these circles that that these actors have run in for the last for a very long period of time. Like trans people and queer people are very like integrated in culture and not only like media but in like just the spaces they operate in. They've worked together very well as allies, and I see no reason for in the near future that allyship would stop being useful and they would abandon it. I think they've worked very well as a political bloc, and I hope to continue to see that alliance continue to thrive. You know what? I think I think the Transatlantic Alliance and the Trans Alliance, both of them are very powerful.
Hold on, is this you? Like this whole time you've been trying to bring us back to Ukraine rather than us shit posting for like 2 hours?
Look, I just looked at your Twitter and you said you promised you would talk about these war stories today. You promised it. You promised. I can, if you want to be a liar, I mean that's fine. I mean.
It turns out, guys, fascist lies. I've been lying about everything this whole time. That's how it is.
Yeah.
But no, like I understand your point of view, and like I wouldn't actually advocate for like every single organization that is now gay focused must expel the trannies. Like I'm not saying that at all. Like, I'm not saying that at all. It's just what's wrong?
No, you just I'm on Twitch.
What do you mean?
You said
what did I say?
Okay. Get in here.
What do you mean? What?
You know what you said. You know what you said. You know what you said.
Lilith, did I say anything wrong?
There was like a lots bit of back and forth. I'm not too.
You said the T slur.
What, the T slur?
Yeah.
Oh, did I say it with a Y instead of an S?
Yeah,
I didn't even notice. I use them kind of interchangeably, and honestly, Lilith uses it sometimes too, so I don't really think about it. It's not really considered a slur on my side of the internet.
But you're not trans though.
Oh, I can't say it.
I haven't given you the explicit pass to say it yet.
I gotta say it with a soft S. Right?
Look, I'm looking at your chat right now, and they're all saying, "Hey, we're really questioning ShortFatOtaku's dedication to LGBTQ plus issues now. Now he's dropping slurs. I think your community is going to abandon you. You're very friendly, queer, positive, Biden supporting community."
Yeah, and also your chat is now doing like the various tired of this Pepe faces. I don't give a shit about slurs at all. I hate slur discourse. Fuck, it's so annoying. I hate all forms of tone policing. Fuck that shit.
I guess it's just like the way I think and this is just like we've talked about this earlier, but it's just like the way that sometimes you present your content is just like you're like lean into it, but it's very hard for people to hate. Like when you just like drop the T slur, I think some people just like they get a little nervous. Yeah,
I think this is an age gap thing because I generally don't view it as a slur. Genuinely, it just seems like a short form for either transgender or transsexual, depending what you're saying. Like it's just a short form,
Got you.
It can be a slur. Like it really depends.
I also heard that trap is a slur, and I wholly reject that.
I don't think trap is a slur.
Traps are awesome.
I've definitely 100%. Heard like people use like tranny as like a derogative way.
So someone in your chat is saying, "God, I just want to say the N-word so fucking bad. The only reason I haven't is because we're on Dylan's channel. Respect to Dylan. I have no problem saying the N-word either. I don't give a fuck." Hold on though. Hold on. Let me just wind it back a bit. I guess we could do the Ukraine stories now. I feel like we've had like a good 2-hour intro, just hanging out and chilling.
Yeah, we've had
I don't think there's anything else to really go into. I mean,
yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make it clear, like I'm not anti-trans or anything like that. I just think they're separate things. And also, I wouldn't want to actually see organizations throw trans people out. I think that's ridiculous as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that, like, man, I hate being fucking called to task to answer for the most ridiculous shit of a demographic I'm not even part of. And it's like, no, I reject that. I reject anything that brings me even close to that. Age gap. I'm in my 30s, and
Dylan
Dylan
are calling that are not like trans people usually. Like
Dylan's in his 20s, and I'm in my 30s.
You have to date trannies.
And you're both saying it.
Wait, you just said it. You said it, love.
I think
I said it because I'm trans.
Yeah, but I don't think you can say it on Twitch.
Oh, wait, is it actually banned on Twitch?
I think so. Yes.
That's fucking ridiculous. Twitch is like a shit show. Good God.
Sorry, I bet that as in the car part. All right. No, so I have to pass.
I don't think the pass matters. There's. I remember the Cuban slur discourse from some of Destiny's streams. Isn't that banned from Twitch too?
Yeah, you can't. I don't think you can say that either. No.
The G.
You basically can't. You basically can't call anybody any slur. Seems to be the standard.
I mean, at least it's like, is that including like white based?
Yeah, people got banned. Hassan got banned for calling a white guy cracker.
Wait, you just used it though.
I think like.
Well, no, you can't. You can't. I think there's a difference between like saying it and like using it in a way, if I remember correctly.
Okay. So I could say the N-word, but not use it.
No, I think that one is. I think that one's pretty clear. I think that one was pretty clear with Twitch staff. You cannot use that under any circumstances.
I completely understand. Okay, I mean, at least they're being consistent.
Yeah, Vosh got banned for that too, actually.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, for calling a guy cracker. Yeah.
See, I don't agree with that policy, but if they're applying it consistently, it's like, okay, fair enough, right?
I just think they should ban everyone who disagrees with me.
Oh yeah, based. That's how it should be.
Obviously. So you wanted to do Ukraine stories, yeah? Sure.
So we also argue about literally everything else though first, but what do you want to do?
True. I mean, it depends on like what type of stories you wanted to hear. You know what? When I went to the school to speak to the kids, I had a spiel that I ended up really liking. I kind of did it off the cuff, but I thought about it a while before I ended up saying it, but it came out and I really liked it. And it was about my like reflections about like certain acts of brutality I've seen while in the country, right? When I being in Mykolaiv and seeing them, like the Russian army, like specifically targeting just like the city center and shelling civilians, or going to Bucha and having conversations with this old like babushka woman in like a religious gown who talked about, people being shot and executed for just speaking Ukrainian in the presence of soldiers, and like, the torturing of very young people.
That's wild.
Torturing of very young people in like basements and any number of like horrific tragedies. I think it's like difficult for a lot of people, and I think this is actually feeds into a lot of like conspiracy theories about the war and like denial of war crimes. It's difficult for people to understand how a human being could do this to another human being, because people would ultimately put themselves in the shoes of the people involved and be like, I could never see another human being doing this. This must be propaganda. But if you understand like the full circumstances of what led up to this, not only does it explain why Russian soldiers did this, but it also kind of like gives an idea on like how I think basically, given the right circumstances, most people could end up doing what those soldiers did if they don't know how to look out for certain red flags and like certain things to look out for as like you would end up being radicalized and you start dehumanizing people. The first thing,
I completely agree. Let me just jump in real quick, because during that Aiden Paladin conversation I mentioned before, she's like, at some point we started talking about like people who collaborated with the Nazis, right, to kind of secure their own survival, and she was like, I would never do that, and I was like, you would do that if you had a gun to your head, you'd probably do it. Most people would.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would. I don't know, even if it isn't most, even if you got 40% of people, it's still like a horrendous number. I mean, like if you look at these soldiers, like the roles, the things that I like contributed to it, you can think about how these people were pumped full of propaganda about these being Nazis, the same people who genocided Slavic peoples, killed millions, killed their ancestors, and have brutalized them horrifically. That these people are Nazis, and it's a regime controlling them, and that these guys are Satanists, they're drug addicts, they're pedophiles, they're gay, they're trans, they're the shaitan, as the Chechen commanders call them. So they've been pumped full of this propaganda. And then they cross the border, some of them being told it was training operations, right? Find out they're in a real war, and they had 3 days of supplies, and so 3 days pass by. They don't have the military success they were expecting. In fact, they start to have food shortages, they start to have fuel shortages, so they can't move forward, and they're finding out that their supposed Russian military glory is kind of getting stuck upon the will of the Ukrainian people to resist them, and like half your unit gets brutalized, you know, like half of them get killed, and in a matter of a week, this image of yourself has as a powerful military force has gotten smashed. And then you happen upon the people who did it. I remember there's this documentary, I think it's called like Highway to Death, or it's Road Trip to Death, or something along those lines. It's a 1996 documentary that follows somebody from St. Petersburg, a journalist who embedded with soldiers. It's very raw. It's very grim. I really love this documentary. This guy like embedded with like Chechen Russian special operators fighting the war in Chechnya. And in this documentary, he had this footage of these Chechen resistance fighters that were captured, that the Russians were very clearly mistreating. Their faces were swollen and bloodied. Their hands were tied behind their back. It was cold as all hell, and they were in the water, in the muddy water, with their faces like half submerged. It was impossible to recognize their faces because how fucked up they were. And the Russians were treating them like complete shit, like kicking them and being really bad to them. And the Russians were very scared to let this footage go out. They eventually did, but the explanation that one of the local soldiers or commanders told him as to why they did this and how they wanted the world to understand them is he described it like this. Imagine that your colleague, your friend, your brother, right, your comrade is murdered, and then the murderer falls into your hands. What do? When you frame it like that and you combine all the factors of what led to this, the dehumanization pumped in media, the failures to like get gasoline, food, and all these other things, as these people were thrown into a war and had their perspective of their military as a mighty force smashed, it's not that hard to understand how some of these soldiers very easily were obeying orders to execute civilians, very easily going out and doing these acts of brutality after being pumped full of so much propaganda and running into so many military failures. And I think that under certain circumstances, it would be very easy to make a situation like that happen in other countries if you didn't have like the proper checks and balances and the proper monitors, and if the system just didn't care to stop those types of actions.
My chat is saying you sound exactly like Jordan Peterson right now.
Do I sound like Jordan Peterson? Well, then it must be based.
Yeah. To be fair, he actually has talked about this. Like a lot of, people get radicalized into this, and anyone can get radicalized into this given the right environment. Everyone thinks that they're moral, but everyone could be the Nazi camp guard. That's kind of his rhetoric, and it's very similar to yours. Yeah.
Yeah, you do need to look out for it. It was something I communicated a lot, definitely to the seniors, because I was able.
Hold on. You just crackled a whole bunch, and you all right? Is you hearing it, Don?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me still? Hello.
Hold on, you're just coming back. What's up?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Did Putin get you in the end?
Oh, no.
Yes, did Putin get you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry.
Oh, wait, you can't hear me, can you?
No, I can hear you. Hello? ShortFatOtaku? I'm just going to hang up and call back again. Hello?
Hi.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic.
What happened?
I don't know. I thought you were pranking me. I thought you were trolling me. I couldn't tell.
No. I was right here.
I thought you were bullying me.
We're roboting out a little bit.
You're a robot. Also, your camera got cut out on your stream.
Yeah, that's my camera's garbage, man. I don't got a lot of money to fix this shit. Like, it just keeps cutting out and cutting in and going out and cutting in. It just is what it is. I'm a poor man. It is what it is. Gotta deal with it.
Okay. So yeah, like a lot of the stuff that you said, Jordan Peterson has said specifically about like Nazi camp guards, right?
Yeah.
And then, if you look at like the Milgram experiments, they kind of show the same thing, that people can be basically just told to do something by someone who appears to be an authority figure, and largely they'll just do it even if it's bad, which is kind of
they can shirk the.
It's kind of bleak.
Something I
no,
they can shirk the responsibility off. That's that they can, when you're commanded by somebody else, they can shirk the responsibility and the moral quandaries off to somebody else. It's just like, oh well, I'm not actually the one doing it. I'm just following orders. And it's like, I think it was like some books like written about like Nazi guards and the SS people, where it's just like it's also a very common line during the Nuremberg trial. It's like, I was just following orders. Or
well, I think that comes out of Hannah Arendt's stuff. Is it Arendt? I can't pronounce her fucking name. But basically, she wrote about how there was a lot of the let's say middle management of Nazi Germany. They didn't actually do any killing themselves. They just signed papers that led to a whole bunch of people being killed. But they still had their part to play. But they were so disconnected from the actual mechanics of death that it felt like they were just doing, everyday filing work, but they were actually like doing their part to kill millions of people.
Both parties feel absolved of their wrongdoings morally when this happens. Like the person issuing out the order is just, I'm just writing papers down. I'm just
yeah.
And the people actually shooting the prisoners or throwing them in like these factorialized concentration camps. They're just like, I'm just following the upper up. It's just
I heard for a minute
neither
Factorio.
of them feel culpable.
I heard for a minute Factorio, and I was like, oh, that's what Destiny's doing. That's the secret hidden agenda.
The two things that I kept bringing up with the students was the Stanford prison experiment, and the other one was this experiment from the 1950s, which would be completely unethical today. But I don't know if you've heard of it. It's the shock trial. It's where they have one person on one side of the wall and another person on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, that's Milgram's experiment.
Yeah, the Milgram experiment, where the person pretended to be shocked, and the person on the other side was being told that the person on the other side was being shocked every time they got like an answer wrong. And they kept increasing like the pain of the shocks until the other person would eventually die. But not really, he was an actor. But the person on the one side hitting the button would keep doing it when guided to by a scientist, by a fake scientist.
And he thought he was dying,
He thought he was dying, but they would keep doing it because he was told by a scientist to keep doing it. There was no threat of imprisonment. There was no threat that this person was going to go to jail or prison or be shot. It was just like just because the person wore a science suit, so he looked like a scientist. They just kept following orders because just the specter of authority was enough for them to keep going.
Yeah. No, I had to quickly look up to make sure I knew what I was talking about, because I talked about this a few weeks ago, and I think I used the same. Here, I'll just repeat what I said a few weeks ago in a different video. The idea, like everything you're saying, is correct about the Milgram experiment, and there are so many people that take that as just like a very dim look at human nature. It's like, oh my God, we're not even like selling each other out like Judas at this point. There's no 30 shekels of silver. We're just doing it because we're told to by someone that we think is authoritative, and we're killing other people. Like how dimly does that cast like a dim view of humanity, right? It's like, well, that's true. I'm sorry, Xavier. I'm sorry. Listen, that's true, right? And I was talking to Aiden about this, where it was very much like this is a very negative view of humanity. I'm like, well, hold on, because most people who talk about the Milgram experiment, they talk about the people who are like pushing the buttons to shock the victim in the other room that they think they're actually killing, but they're just too nervous to say no because the person who's telling them is authoritative. But there's a second half to that experiment that no one talks about. Do you know about the second half of the experiment?
Which part? Which experiment?
The Milgram experiment.
Oh, what was the second half that nobody talks about?
The second half is that after the experiment was over, all the people who had experienced going through killing others, they had to describe what they felt while they were doing it, and they were like sweating and they were shaking and they were very nervous. They were stuttering. They were like nervously laughing. They clearly felt extremely discomforted at having to do this, even though they did it. It's not like they did it with no resistance, right? And then afterward, they later came back to talk to Milgram like months and years down the road, and they said, listen, what you showed me about myself changed my life. And they all feel it was a positive change, because they now feel like, oh, they had been broken by the system, and they had done something that they perceived to be terrible. And now they're like going forward in life with this renewed purpose, saying, I'll never be that person again. And I think there's like a positive aspect to this where like it's not that like humanity's hopeless and we're all just doomed to be the sheep of people who are in power. You know, people who have these sort of massive failure, these breaking experiences, they tend to come out of them stronger.
So when I was doing these presentations, I was doing it to a lot of Russian classes, people like you were doing out there to speak Russian. And the teacher, I was told afterwards that one of the teachers was very, very happy about the presentation I gave, specifically because of this story, because it was something that she didn't know how to communicate to her students. She hadn't been able to up to this point, to explain like exactly how Russians were able to do such horrible acts of brutality when many of the people I'm talking to have family members in Russia, have been to Russia, know Russians, and know many of them who are absolutely wonderful human beings. And by me doing this, it was like a way for like them to like explain these types of acts of brutality, and it allows them to like kind of look for these things going forward as they get older and they grow up and they enter the workforce and might be put in a position of authority where they might have to make a determination based upon like somebody trying to force them to do an immoral thing, but you know, it's the authority forcing them to do it. And so I think like general education about this like moral quandary is, I think, super, super important. And I honestly think that these two experiments should be talked about in like grade school, like mandatory learning.
Oh, I completely agree. Actually, I think they're very important experiments, even though they were unethical and you couldn't do them again today, right?
Yeah, which is why we need to take advantage of the one we were able to get away with.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. But the thing is, most people who talk about Milgram's experiment, they tend to talk about it in like a very negative way, where it's like, listen, humanity is just this you know, fundamentally evil creature that will do evil things if told to by an authority figure, and therefore we should not let those kind of authority figures into power because they might ruin everything. And that's all true. But to me, the hope-pilled side of the conversation is that the people who went through it, they came out of it and with a lot more resolve to do the right thing in the future. So I do
learn from this.
Yes, I think you can teach people to resist unjust authority.
I think that's true. I guess I can move on to another story. Have I already told you the story?
Well, hold on. Yeah, I'll jump in a bit because I last time we spoke about the stories, right?
Yeah.
But by the way, I did find your story interesting. I don't want you to think I didn't. It's just
sure,
we're also talking about it, right? Yeah. So last time we talked, I asked you about like how you decided to do this, the Ukraine thing.
Yeah.
And then how you got over there. You know, like what changed about your life? You know, why you decided to get off of doing hippy dippy and do this instead.
Yeah.
And we got to the point in your storytelling where you were in Poland and you were trying to find your way into Ukraine.
Yeah.
That's where we left off.
So I was in Poland and my family knew that I was going to be in Poland, but some of them didn't know I was going to actually attempt to cross the border. Originally, I was going to go in with my editor at the time, who is no longer my editor, Mr. Geek, good friend of mine, stuff like that. He lives in France, so it wasn't that difficult for him to make the trek over to Poland. But after finishing up filming in Poland, which was a pretty good experience, I got some good interviews, none of which have been published yet. Hopefully we'll eventually publish them. But just in comparison to like the Ukraine footage, like a lot of it, it's hard for me to like advertise it in comparison because it's kind of mild in comparison. Conversation with like government officials about refugee response, stuff like that.
Right.
While I was going over, like I find out that like my editor has like a lot of passport issues and he won't be able to go over. So I find out I'm going into the war zone basically alone. And he goes back to France, and the day gets closer and closer for me to cross the border, and I'm alone in an apartment, and I'm just sitting there, in this like Airbnb. I think I was watching The Sopranos all night long, and I was
like on Netflix or hanging out?
Not Netflix. I was pirating it, of course.
Of course.
I was just sitting there, just watching The Sopranos. And I think I was smoking a cigar and getting like a good cigar high, and like it was really weird. I tried to keep my mind off of it because I was about to go into an active war zone the next day, and it's really hard to like process the feelings. Like there's a feeling of dread, kind of like there's no going back now. You're headed into a war zone. There's this weird like kind of tinge of excitement and adventure. This idea that you're doing something that you've never done before, you're going into a whole new field of work that you have interest in,
It's liminality, man. That's what you're feeling.
There's fear about like, I think the biggest fear was just that I fucked it up.
Why did you fuck it up?
Well, no, there was a fear that I would fuck it up, that I would.
Oh, that you would fuck it up. Okay.
That because now I'm going in alone, like I would just not film anything interesting. Nothing interesting would happen, or I wouldn't know what I was doing, or I wouldn't have my paperwork in order, or there'd be any number of a million issues. And so it was a really nervous night. I got very little sleep, and the next day I basically just took an Uber to the. Oh, and I found out like when I was leaving that Airbnb person actually was Ukrainian. And from the Donbass, and they like sent me off. It was really nice talking to them before going. And the person who drove me to the border was also from Ukraine, and they were all very supportive of what I was going over there to do. And so I get dropped off at the border by an Uber. It wasn't an Uber; it was a Bolt. It was a Bolt driver, and
it's like a European version of Uber.
Yeah, and I got dropped off at the border because I apparently, and this had changed, you can only get across the border in a vehicle. And so I had to now hitchhike across the border into a war zone. This was like the one thing I hadn't planned properly for, because I thought I would just be able to like cross the border. I hadn't thought about it. This was something that I would obviously learn was a mistake. And so I just stood near the checkpoint to a war zone, and I just hitchhiked. And eventually the aid workers were able to flag somebody down. The local people near the border were able to flag somebody down, a bus full of like Belarusian reporters who were willing to take me in and drive me across the border. And they did. They took me in. They didn't really search my stuff that much, and I was able to get into Ukraine after like 30 minutes to an hour. They gave me a lot of advice in the car about like how to stay safe, since this was like my first time doing this type of thing. And once I was across the border, my friend picked me up, drove me to Lviv, and I checked into the Airbnb. I had my editor reserved for me, and I was in Ukraine. I was in Lviv. I was in a war zone.
Damn. So I guess at that point, I mean, clearly there are still some sort of services functioning, because you could get an Airbnb in Ukraine. It's not like everything was just fucked.
Yeah. There was like stores across the border that were like completely like shelved, and like I could buy things from it. There was electricity. I had internet connection. Like I had Wi-Fi. I was able to like go into my Airbnb with no trouble, no problem. Like yeah. To me, like there was like nothing. The only thing that indicated it was a war was that there was defensive and like encampments everywhere. Like there was like sandbags and like road hedgehog spikes. If you ever seen those from like Saving Private Ryan and stuff like that. There was like soldiers openly brandishing firearms while on patrol and stuff like that. There were like checkpoints along the road. So like there were signs of the war, but like besides that, it was kind of just like a normal European city. Lviv is very European. It just felt like a normal European city, like something I would see in Poland. Like Lublin felt very kind of somewhat similar to it. That was the place I was staying while I was in Poland, except there was just military shit everywhere also. Like every once in a while you would see a soldier walking around or something like that.
I recall hearing from, again, a lot of the pro-Russian people on the internet, and they say stuff like, look at how hypocritical liberal democracy is. If it turns out that once they're attacked, they turn into what looks like a fascist state. And I'm just like, come the fuck on. Just having soldiers on the street is not a fascist state. It's not good, but sometimes it's necessary, you know? Like, fuck.
Like,
there's also some people, some conspiracy theorists that are saying, oh, look at people in Kiev, like, on beaches. There isn't a war. Why are we sending them money? Saying shit like that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I understand like what they're saying, but like every nation state at some point they're gonna need to make use of their military. And when you've been invaded by a foreign power, that is a very obvious time where you need to make use of your military. And yes, there was checkpoints everywhere, and yes, it was sometimes a hassle and stuff like that. But they've been invaded by supposedly the second most powerful nation on Earth. Like 100% if the tables were turned, we'd be invaded by China, and then we had like checkpoints in Nevada. Like no one would be surprised by that, right? Like we would need to defend the nation state. There's some other regulations that surprised me. One of the more obvious ones was like I couldn't buy alcohol. I couldn't buy vodka. This is because they wanted the police force to be busy capturing saboteurs and keeping the peace, and they didn't want people drunk on the streets past curfew because they were wasted, and then they would have to deal with that instead of dealing with national security stuff. But it was really weird. My first experience with Ukraine, and I couldn't drink alcohol.
They would. I would have assumed that they wanted to use it for medicinal purposes. They wanted to save it for that stuff.
No, it was just to stop the drunkards. And I've been told by people who have spoken with police chiefs and stuff like that that it has been actually a significant help in dealing with the drunkenness issue. I don't think prohibition works, but I think for short periods of time, for national security reasons, I understand it at the very least. Honestly, though, I would.
Are there moonshiners? Are there Ukrainian moonshiners out there?
Of course, there's people producing like alcohol out of their backyards if they really want it, and and eventually they got rid of like the ban, and like you can buy it, but you have to buy it before a certain time. Like you have to buy it before 6 p.m. and stuff like that. But like while I was there, I get in contact with Patrick Hillsman, a reporter in the country that I've been talking to before, and we meet up the first night I'm there. I go to his place, and I get introduced to the people I would basically be sticking with for the entirety of my time in Ukraine. It was Patrick Hillsman, Philip, and Pavel. I go to their apartment. It's this rinky-dink thing on like the 6th or 7th floor. Their porch is literally just like a wood plank with like a hammock. They've got like no furniture. They're just sleeping on mattresses and couches, just completely roughing it. And I meet these people for the first time. Patrick Hillsman, he has some experience reporting in Syria. He's very like nerdy, socially awkward type of guy. He's like in his like 35 something. He's a really cool dude though. Very, very genuine, nice person. He's like the type of person where I feel like somebody would like legitimately wrong him, and no matter what, he was like, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, or I don't want to call the cops, like I don't want to ruin this person's day or experience or whatever. He's a very nice person, very kind guy, and he was I think my first connection into like the world of war reporting. He was extremely helpful for me in these early days. I met Philip, who was like a Polish stoner type of guy, very chill. Could never speak fast, no matter if you put a gun to his head. He can only speak slow. Both of them he spoke very good English, though. I was able to communicate with him. Whether he was intoxicated at any point in time is almost impossible to determine, because him like high and him not high is very hard to tell the difference, because he's always so laid back and chill. And then there was Pavel, who has a vague, I can't get into too much background of Pavel, but he has like a vaguish like military aesthetic, shaven head, beard. When I first saw him, I actually thought he was Chechen, because of how the lighting, I couldn't see him properly in the light. He gave me that vibe, the vibe of a Chechen, but he was Polish, and he's like a Polish reporter, but he has like a vaguish military background. Really cool guy though, but very like raunchy comedy, the type of like, I wish I was like, fucking some whores instead of on the front line, that type of guy. And like these would basically be these would be basically my three compatriots as I would go throughout Ukraine. Before I knew it, that night when I came home and got home before curfew ended, I then started my first stream in Ukraine, and while I was playing the music, apparently the city was being bombed, but I was playing the hamster dance, so I couldn't hear it. All I could hear was the hamster dance. And so my first time being in the city bombed was just me listening to the hamster dance. It's like Patrick Hillsman is like frantically texting me like, Dylan, stay calm. This is your first time. Just stay inside. Don't worry about it. And I'm just like, come on, everybody. Here you go. Dude. I'm just like hamster dancing, like waiting for stream to start. Exactly. Yeah. So that was my first night in Ukraine. And I would end up basically going to this like local Lebanese place, and I would eventually end up planning a trip to Zaporozhye with an ambulance crew with these guys. Where they plan to basically take me to a pretty close to a frontline city. Originally the plan was even to go to the Donbass in this first trip, which was way deeper than anything I could have ever imagined while I was in Ukraine. But we would eventually like sign up to do this trip Zaporozhye with an ambulance crew called the Angels of War, led by this guy called Alexei. Real oddball, has a lazy eye, always wearing like this orange type of like aid worker jacket. Very, very strange character. He almost felt mystic in a way. Very strange character. I think I have a picture of him actually I could put in the group chat. Maybe 1 second. Let me see if I have a picture of him somewhere.
All right, I'll pull it up when you slap it in there.
1 second. My computer is very bad. I need to get this computer fixed. 1 second.
What's wrong with it?
It's just slow. I don't know why it's so slow, but it's so slow now. I don't know what problem.
Watching too much porn, man. All the viruses. All that degenerate porn you're watching.
I wish I was watching all that much porn. I wish I had time to watch more pornography. I think my life would be better if I watched more pornography. Where is it? Has to be here somewhere. Was it day 1? No, I think it was day 2. I think it's my day 2 clips. Yeah, right here. Here he is. He's in the background of this picture. He's to the left on the background, if you want to get the idea of his vibe, right? He's got that kind of like mysterious, like, who is this guy vibe, right? He's fucking, I fucking love Alexei. He was an interesting guy. I got really wasted with him on multiple occasions on the Zaporozhye trip as well.
Hold on, let me just bring it for the chat. Just give me a second here. Gotta resize it. Jesus, it's huge. Man, modern cameras take pictures with like 10,000p resolution. I'm too old for this shit, man.
I have a million pictures from Ukraine. I don't even like know where to like put them. I can send you Patrick Hillsman if you wanted to see who these people were, or are you interested in?
So it's that guy in the orange vest in the back there.
Yeah,
right?
that's the guy in the back. The guy in the front that's actually Patrick. This is Pavel. I don't know if I have a picture of Philip on me. Oh, I don't think I have a picture of Philip on me right now. But he's a stoner, okay? That's all you need to know. He looks like a stoner. He is a stoner.
That dude we done.
But yeah, then I planned to basically go to near the front line with the Angels of War. It was a big surprise. I didn't expect to get an offer to do something get that in depth this early on. I never even planned to go anywhere near the front line. That was not something I planned to do. But now when the offer was given, not to necessarily go to the front line, but to go to a frontline city, like, I took the opportunity, obviously.
Yeah, it's pretty wild that like you're only there for a little bit and you managed to get right into it.
Yeah, it was only like 2 weeks probably, yeah.
So for those 2 weeks, like in your downtime, you're just hanging out watching more Sopranos, or you're like,
yeah, honestly, it was making like trying to like build a relationship with Philip, Pavel, and Patrick. It was me trying to build connections with other people. Patrick introduced me to some reporters, some Ukrainian reporters that many of them I still consider my friends. We did like a few small stories. Like we went to this so many places. I love the word compound. I like just to call things a compound. It makes it sound so much cooler than it usually actually is. But I went to this compound around Lviv where we interviewed these guys about rebuilding infrastructure in Ukraine using 3D printing, which was a technology he wanted to use to like rebuild parts like settlements within Ukraine so people could have a place to live, all these displaced people. And we never went anywhere with that project, but we interviewed some people about that. We went to like some some like jazz clubs and stuff like that locally. We would go out to eat together, relax, stuff like that. But yeah, I was usually either busy streaming and I would spend all my time like out and about, just like either going to a local bar we would go to that was owned by a Canadian that we would all drink at. We would drink a ton of cider. I loved drinking cider at that like Canadian bar and just like chatting with people and getting to know people.
Alcoholic cider?
Alcoholic cider, of course, yes.
Nice.
Wait a second, did you say Canadian bar?
Yeah, there's a Canadian-owned bar in Lviv owned by a Canadian Ukrainian. Where all
representing.
Where all the English speakers would go to hang out, all the English-speaking reporter types. And so that's where I would go because it's like, well, this is the easiest to communicate. So I would go there. I went to this like UPA restaurant, which was very weird. Do you know who the Ukrainian Insurgent Army is, the UPA?
I don't think so, no.
So the Ukrainian Insurgent Army was a Ukrainian nationalist group that would like do resistance actions against both the Soviets and the Nazis. Also had people who like collaborated with the Nazis against the Soviets and like the SS, which it gets a lot of controversy for. The most well-known guy who's part of the UPA is Stefan Bandera. And he's like, a lot of people in Ukraine really like him, and a lot of people are not so much like him. He's like a controversial figure. He's like Andrew Jackson or something. You get what I'm saying? Like, if to an American, he'd probably be somebody like Andrew Jackson, or maybe like someone along those lines, where it's like a controversial figure in Ukrainian history. But they see him as like somebody who like stood up for Ukraine, so a lot of people have like a positive view of him. So there's a bar themed after the UPA guerrilla fighters that I discovered and went to, where you have to like walk down like this alleyway to like a secret door, and you give it like a certain knock, right? And a guy answers and put
is that real? Like, really?
This is real. The guy answers,
okay,
and he points a gun at you, right?
Jesus.
And then you have to like give him like a secret code, which I will not reveal here to respect tradition, of course. And then but it's like a 50-year-old man dressed as a soldier, like pointing like a movie, I think like a movie reproduced like pish, like PPH or whatever. And then he brings it brings you, and you walk down, and it's just like an underground like UPA base, like a guerrilla fighter base, where they serve you pretty fucking good food, I'm gonna be honest. But they're all LARPing as like UPA guerrilla fighters, and they'll say like Slava Ukraini, Heram Slava. Yeah, and they'll just like sing like nationalist songs and stuff, and they're like super into it. And then they got like a gift shop where they have like reproduced like German grenades from World War II and like a lot of weird other like Ukrainian nationalist knickknacks.
Yeah.
Actually sounds kind of awesome.
It was weird, but it was also like, fuck, I don't want to get too much into the politics of the UPA, but I don't really fly that flag. I don't fly that flag because like I obviously have problems like UPA. Like, even if they ended up fighting against the Nazis at the end of the day, like certain collaborative stuff like makes me uncomfortable. And the UPA also did some pretty brutal stuff against Polish communities. Also, Neptune, you just gifted us tier 1 sub in my community. Congratulations.
You gave it to me.
Yes, somebody gives you a tier 1 sub on my website. Congratulations.
I'm shit posting in your traitorous White Leaf website.
Yes, in my White Leaf website. Yes. Dude, unironically, the website has been so good in helping me like get more sustainable income, because like this Ukraine stuff has been super expensive. But
kind of like I don't know.
I had a conversation. I know that
like Destiny's making another kind of thing like that, so
I think
there's gonna be competing services.
I think like ultimately it was done for me. The website was actually done for me as a gift from like Vosh and crew. And so I really appreciated it. And it's been very helpful for me. And I've had conversation with them. They've always been very communicative with me and like my concerns. And like they told me that like no matter what, like I'm chill, I'm good. I don't know if that's like a tip of the hat like from the mafia, or if that's just like, hey, don't worry about it. Like it could be either. I like to think I like to lean more towards the mafia thing, because I like to think as like the White Leaf devs are like my mafia crew I can send out to like brutalize my opposition.
I think it's actually the inverse. I think it's the inverse, man. I think that like that they're the mafia and you're one of the businesses that they're currently protecting. But one day they're gonna need a favor from you, buddy.
Maybe one day. Who knows?
One day. But so eventually you go to the front line then. You manage 2 weeks in, you're going to the front line. How's that?
So I stopped for a second to consider, because I didn't think I was going to the front line. I thought it was going into the Donbass and into Zaporozhye. So like the region. So not like the front line, just the area generally surrounding the front line, like cities that are near the front line and stuff like that. So the Donbass trip is canceled. I go to the Donbass way later, like months later. I end up going to the Donbass. I end up going to Kramatorsk while it's surrounded on 3 sides by the Russians. But we end up going to Zaporozhye with Alexei and crew, the Angels of War, going across the country. And it was pretty wild, not only because it was an extremely long trip through a million different checkpoints, but it was also weird because as I got further and further out from Lviv, and I got closer to Kyiv, it got darker, but then I got to see more of, not as it like night began to fall as we traveled, more and more of the war became present to me, because I got closer and closer to the front line, or what used to be the front line around Kiev before the Russians would like push back. And so I started to see.
What was the first thing you noticed?
Just destroyed buildings, like buildings that were like obviously damaged or had like shrapnel holes in it, or like buildings that would like partially collapse from fighting and stuff like that, or like gates that had been obviously broken by like Russian armor or like half tracks or like tanks that had rolled over gates and stuff. And eventually I started to notice even a few burnt out vehicles. And at this point I'd started to feel more and more nervous because not only was it late, but we were technically out past curfew. And so there was a concern about whether we'd be able to get to these certain areas. And thankfully, we were outside the city of Kiev. We weren't going to go into the city of Kiev. We were going to go to a friend's place in Kiev. A good friend of mine named Nazar. We were going to go to his compound and hang out there. And I was super nervous because I was starting to see destruction of war. It was my first time out of Lviv. And, you know, I had heard like air raid sirens in Lviv. And obviously I was in the city while areas around it were being bombed. So I had a general idea of violence, but like this is the first time I was really being able to see that violence, and I was outside of Lviv, and it wasn't like the little parts in the neighborhood I had got used to. So I was getting nervous because, you know, I was going deep into a war zone, into an area that's more frequently bombed. And I went and hanged out with my buddy Nazar at his compound. Beautiful place, too. Beautiful place. I don't want to get into too much detail, but like it has it's basically a completely sustainable compound where they've got like a garden, they've got electricity sources, and so like no matter what happens, like they're Gucci. And I just get wasted there, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah.
I completely get I get inebriated to an extent to deal with like the nervousness. And then the rest of the trip that night was fantastic. Get back in the car, go through multiple checkpoints. The guards had no clue I was inebriated. Of course not, because like I was already a foreigner speaking a foreign tongue, so there was like no way for them to know. And so I went through like 4 or 5 checkpoints, like completely off my rocker. Like I thought like I was starting to trip a bit, and I was looking at the trees, and they were like waving. But it was like the rest of that trip wasn't too bad. All the way to Zaporozhye, it wasn't too bad really. But as we get closer to Zaporozhye,
just real quick, is your microphone and your camera both on USB?
Yes it is.
Yeah. So I'm noticing that they're cutting out at the exact same time every time.
Huh.
It's probably like
your wires.
It's probably like a specific like USB delivery problem on your motherboard.
Man, I have no clue how to fix that at all. Like, I have zero idea. I have a computer guy who's supposed to help. No, I'm not a computer guy at all.
Okay. It's like probably a reasonably expensive fix, unfortunately.
Is it really? Well, I have a computer guy who might be able to help me from that school that I went to. Maybe he'll be able to help me.
All right.
Hopefully, because
I just noticed that there's been a consistent. So just in case you haven't noticed it.
Yeah,
they happen at the same time every time.
That's annoying, and that would make sense, but it's also incredibly annoying.
Yeah. Go on.
So as we get closer to Zaporozhye, I'm given the message that I might have an opportunity to go to the front line. And to me, that's fucking insane, right? Like I had just barely, unironically, I had been traveling I just barely in time got my military accreditation as a journalist as I got into Zaporozhye. So I got it right at the right time. So I was now accredited as a journalist with open source, with this news place that I would like write a few articles for. But it's a little bit rubber stamp, you know. And so I had military accreditation, but I had never been even this close to the front line. And now I'm going to be given the offer to go to the front line. It wasn't a surefire thing, but it was like a, you know, they were saying it might have a possibility. And so we park in the city of Zaporozhye. We drop off a bunch of aid that we had been carrying with the medical crew, you know, included, you know, like diapers, medical gauze, stuff like that. And we're told like we're going to have a meeting.
Diapers?
Yeah, diapers, stuff like that, stuff that's needed by locals. And
okay, no, geez, no, you said medical stuff, and I'm like, why do soldiers need diapers?
The soldiers don't need the diapers. No, they're like,
I get what you mean.
they're using some dirty tactics to fight, but not those types of dirty tactics. But I'm told that we're gonna have a meeting with a local commander about whether I'm gonna be able to go to the front line with everybody else or not. And we sit down before we're gonna sit down at this like local little restaurant. A guy pulls me aside, plainclothes guy, very fit guy, smiling all around smiles. He's like, so what are you doing here in Ukraine? And I'm like, oh, you know, I'm here because I want to document. Yeah. And we go back and forth. And like after like the third or fourth question, I'm like, this motherfucker is SBU. Ooh. SBU is Ukrainian intelligence.
He was like,
okay.
He's interrogating you.
Yeah, he was, and the thing is, I understand why he was doing it. This isn't like, oh my god, because like if you're going to allow somebody near the front line, near positions where a reporter could record it, release it, people die from that stuff. French reporters from France 24 ended up releasing footage they weren't supposed to, and it got like a bunch of soldiers killed. This happened on the Russian side as well, where Gray Zone has ended up releasing accidentally like the address of locations where they had filmed, and it got like over 100 Wagnerites killed. So like this can have like a real effect. So I understand why they're doing it. I'm not angry about it. I'm not like, oh, I'm just saying like I understand it, but it was also like a kind of like a jolt of reality. Like now this is very serious, and they're making war. And now they're gonna look into me. And like I guess for me personally, I didn't have any concerns, because if they look into me, I am who I claim to be, right? I'm not. It's not. I'm not a. It's gonna be. It would be a pretty elaborate operation if for the last 3 years, like I was planted to help the Russians in Ukraine. I was planted on Twitch.com to come up as an up and coming Twitch streamer to host debates and then move over to you. Be a pretty elaborate.
Oh, your hippie stuff was all just elaborate.
It was all an FSB operation. The Hippie Dippy Championships was made in Moscow, Russia, by the FSB. But
yeah, you were funded.
Yeah,
you were the ones who did 2016. That's what it was.
Obviously,
that was the Russian collusion.
So I sit down at the table with the commanders, and they're going back and forth in Russian, and I'm sitting there, and I can't hear anything because I don't understand the language. So I'm just kind of like looking over to the person who's advocating for me to like go on the trip, which was like Pavel, and I think a few of the medical guys, and like a few of the soldiers who seems to be something. I would listen to them and go over to the commander who'd have questions, and I'd go back and forth, and like I cannot tell the tempo of the conversation at all. In fact, by the end of the conversation, I felt like we were not going to the front line. I thought like, oh shit, I think they just like, this is basically like a no. And the guy next to me, who I think was the SBU guy, actually leans over and he says like, looks like you're going to the front. Like, oh, okay. And but it's not today, it's tomorrow. And so they set us up in this little apartment with no air conditioning, the shittiest internet you can imagine, so there's no way in hell I'm gonna stream. I can't even like upload files and like photos. It was like super slow, and it was hot as all hell, and I slept with like no blankets. I just couldn't. It's so hot. It was Ukrainian summer. And so we wake up the next day early in the morning, get into Skoda, and go down to a military base to meet up with these guys. And, I'm nervous. I made sure to charge everything, make sure I have all my batteries, make sure my gimbal's charged, have my camera, and I have my body armor, my helmet. I have everything I need, which I had to get. I did get a body armor and a helmet before going. And I go over to this base, and I gotta gear up. I'm putting on the helmet, putting on the body armor. I'm taking all like the change out of all my pockets because it could jingle while I'm on the front line, or it could shine and be unnecessary, getting rid of any unnecessary weight. I'm taking off all my jewelry so I don't shine while I'm near the front line, because if shines like that can like alert snipers and shit like that. And I'm putting on this like press badge. The press badges you see on like Velcro, like attached to people's like body armor at like riots. Yeah. I put it on, and it's reflective. And the reason it's reflective is so you can clearly identify somebody as press. So it's like impossible to ignore. That's why you see usually those reflective stuff at like protests during the night. So like if car lights shine on it, you can like see that's very clearly press. And so
yeah, it's the same with like hunters wearing like reflective gear in the forest, so you don't get shot.
Yeah,
same thing.
Pavel walks up to me, he sees that, and he's like, take that shit off. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, that is just a target. They do not respect that. That is not something that's going to protect you. You are better taking it off than to wear that. And I haven't ever since then. And since then, now I 100% understand what he was saying, because as I had more experiences later, I would come to learn that like they 100% do not give a fuck. And I had seen footage of them shooting at journalists before, after they have been clearly identified as journalists as well. And so I take it off, and now every single time I go anywhere near the front, I don't use reflective. I always would use something that Not because I think me being a journalist is going to protect me from the Russians or anything, but like I have a press thing just so they can't lie about me, just so that if I do get shot or do get killed or do get like something happens, that like it's very identifiable that I was press. But I also make it so it doesn't like I don't stick out more because I'm press. You know what I'm saying? So
I do. I want to ask.
You don't want to become like a target, but you also want to be, have the evidence.
I still, if I get killed, I don't want the Russians to be able to say, "Well, we had no idea."
So,
yeah.
Have you seen like press people get shot or get killed, or do you know anyone who has?
I don't know. Well, I've been as press been shelled, and I know people who I've press have also been shelled and like attacked and stuff. But there's also just like a lot of public footage of press being shot at after identifying them as press. I think there was this one BBC crew during the Battle for Kiev that was shot at by Russian soldiers, clearly identified themselves, yelled at the top of their lungs, "We were press, we're press, we're press." They just kept filling their car full of bullet holes. Lucky that all of them.
I saw that survived. Too. Yeah. It was like a blue car, wasn't it? I think it was a blue car.
Yeah.
And like one guy's leaning out, and he's like waving his arms, "We're press," and they're just shooting him anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot of instances like that in this war. A lot of press have died in this war. It's been particularly bad for press, actually.
So, what's the reason that they're targeting press? I can think of a few, but what do you think?
I mean, it's hard for me to say. Like, I can make assumptions and say, like, they don't want press there because they want to discourage people going to the front and covering their war crimes, right? We can be like, it's something similar to Syria, that when they get the chance, they take it. I could also just be a general lack of, like, just a general lawlessness and lack of cohesion with the military leads to them shooting at basically anything that moves. Or maybe they were given the order to basically shoot at everything that moves, and they don't trust any lives, so they see anything living, they shoot at it. There's been a lot of instances of basically the Russians just bombing everything, shooting at everything. And it might not even be the particular, like, targeting of journalists. They're just targeting, like, there it goes again. They're just targeting anything that, like, moves, anything alive.
Hold on. Wait. You gotta re-say that if you can.
They're targeting anything that's alive, targeting anything that moves, and so it might not be that they're even targeting journalists in particular. They're just targeting that anything that's alive, which includes journalists.
Right. Damn. I mean, to be fair, Russians have been doing that for a while, but it always sucks to be in it, eh?
Yeah, it's it sucks when you're the journalist that could be shot at. Yes, I will confirm that it does suck when you could be the one that is shot. Yes, I will confirm that. In Zap, well, we could continue with this trip, and I had an instance.
Okay, no, go on. Yeah, I'll let you go ahead.
I put on the gear. And we go to the front line that day. And the front line that day is we were like a few miles from the front line. We had heard shelling throughout the day. It was really weird getting closer and closer and just speeding up because we were told we're in range of artillery. We need to go fast. We need to go now because they're right over that hill and we don't want to get shelled if they see us. And so speeding through areas that they would they called like, oh, this is the heavy areas. We got to speed through it. It was pretty wild because you knew you were literally just racing because at any point, like a shell could fall within like a few feet of you if the Russians see you traveling. There was a lot of destruction, a lot of homes that had been blown up, and a lot of elderly people and who still lived in these areas. A lot of people who are like, "This, I've lived here my whole life. You're not going to make me move, or there's nowhere else for me to go. So yeah, I can't leave this house. Like I have nothing else. I can't leave all my belongings to be looted by the Russian army or possibly even looted by the Ukrainian army. There's been instances where that has happened as well. Especially, there's been a few instances where I've talked to people of having really bad experiences with certain old Foreign Legion guys that are no longer associated with the Foreign Legion, like some Polish gangsters and stuff. But right. But a lot of like elderly people who are like stuck on their land and don't want to leave. But while we were like doing some filming there, we would hear shelling get closer, and then we would get in the car and we'd like drive away to the next place to film. And then we would basically repeat that, or go and explore the trenches, film with soldiers, just ask questions. The first day was largely uneventful when it came to like the violence front. We got some interviews, we got some filming. It was my first time near the front lines, so it was still like a good experience. But the next day, it was a lot more eventful because we were actually going to go to the front line, like the last position until the Russians, the forward operating position. And so I was even told beforehand, like, it's going to be a lot more. They said it was almost going to be like nose to nose. I think it was a little bit of an exaggeration, but I took it very seriously. And so as we were traveling that day, there was a whole other vibe, because as we were getting closer, we were kind of like stuffed in like this van that had been painted green with like a light shade of camo, with like, it was like me, it was Pavel, Philip, and Patrick, and like some Ukrainian military guys, some in the back of the van in the holding area, like where you keep luggage and stuff. There was a guy called Kirill who was our translator, and like some people driving. We were like just in a straight up military column traveling to the front. And we left the city, and we started seeing these like wide open kind of like plains and like grain fields. And eventually, as we were getting probably 2 or 3 miles from the forward operating position, the guy in our van, the person driving it, got a call, and he answers the radio, and he stops the convoy. He pulls off to the side of the road, and we're told that the position we were going to is currently being shelled, and so we can't keep going there because we'd be going into a bombardment from the Russians. And so at that point, we just kind of wait on the side of the road and just do like chit chat with each other, kind of just film the soldiers. They set up kind of like an impromptu checkpoint as like civilians start passing by, and they start asking people that could have just been civilians, they could have been scouts, we have no idea. We filmed the interactions of just like the goings abouts as we're waiting on the side of the road. Eventually, I hear this like weird buzzing sound above my head after 30 minutes. It sounded kind of like a small swarm of bees, maybe like like in a cat toy, like a small electric motor. It sounded kind of like when your phone buzzes, you know, when you've got it off of sound and it's vibrating. And I look over to my friend Patrick Hillsman, and I say, like, what the fuck is that sound? What is that? And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, okay, whatever, and I ignore it. And 5 seconds later, somebody says, drone. And we immediately like all run into the forest that was next to the road. And we're hiding in the forest for like 5 minutes as this drone basically circles overhead, because it had been basically almost like directly over my head. And we're hiding in the forest for like about 5 minutes, like saying like, what are we going to do? Where are we going to go? Like, what's happening? And I'm trying to talk to the camera about like the situation and what's going on. But after about 3, 4, 5 minutes, the determination is made to get back into our vans and drive away, make a run for it, is the word that was used at the time. And we get into the van, we drive away. We drive for like 3 miles further away from the front line before then turning back into the forest, but at a different point in the forest. We parked the car in there, and then we started to hear shelling. Now, Patrick Hillsman, in private conversations with me, seems to be adamant that shelling was them shelling the position we had been running from. I don't know if that's the case. I didn't go back to check, but that's what he seems to indicate to me, that he believes that they were shelling the position we had been running from. Who knows? It could have been another position, because they were shelling this just general area. After
there's a chance you were just targeted.
Yeah, so with the drone thing, like, were they scouting to see if anyone was there before they shelled it, or like what was the drone all about, really?
The drone, well, at first we were kind of concerned because it could have been an armed drone. We had no idea what type of drone it was. But I believe that it was basically a drone to scout. It was basically looking for targets that would then give the targets back to Russian artillery. Then the Russian artillery would shell the positions, or shell the people that they could find. This has been employed by both sides in the war quite a lot. The Ukrainians do this, the Russians do this. This is something that's done quite frequently. This is how drones are used in modern warfare, to coordinate. And then they get like live feed footage of the area they're shelling, so they can easily readjust. So they don't need to like risk the lives of scouters and stuff. And so we were at this new place, and after about 10 minutes, there's like the call is like made, we need to completely get out of here and get over to SPG-9 training, which was the next thing we were going to do after going to the forward operating position. Is we were going to go and watch Ukrainian soldiers train on SPG-9 recoilless rifles, which are used to target like not only like already confined positions like buildings, but it's used a lot against like armored vehicles.
you cut out again. You gotta go back one
Fucking
sentence.
hell.
All right,
It's SPG-9 training is used. These weapons are used against armored vehicles, and we're gonna go to that next. But then, as they're trying to start up the van, and transport us to this new area, it's like vroom, 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 vroom. It wouldn't start up. And so at that point, we were basically in the area where we know that a drone has spotted us before, and they were scouting for us, and we know they were shelling the area, and they could be crawling the artillery towards us, and the van just broke down. And so at that point, I was upset, not like crying or anything, but I was like upset, like, motherfucker, the van isn't working, really? We didn't like check this before going out? But the reality of the situation is that the van that we had been using was just like a soccer mom van. It wasn't like this super impressive like armored vehicle or anything. It was really just a soccer mom van. And so it's not that surprising that this like probably $200 to $300 vehicle wasn't like up to date and super perfect and like being used for, it wasn't meant for military purpose. It's just that they use what they can get their hands on. So it wasn't that surprising that the van ended up breaking down. But eventually they got it started. But the thing is, later that day, when we actually went to the forward operating position, when we went to the real front lines, and we filmed like the trenches and like the World War II era machine guns still in use, and talked to the soldiers, and like just looked at the area. Like when we were trying to drive away from the literal forward operating position later, the front line broke down again. And so just breaking down constantly the whole day. And this is like our one ticket, our one way out of the area, because there's no other vehicles that could transport us out, off the forward operating position where we know, like we can see the Russians. Yeah, we can see the Russians. We can see their position. It's like a mile away. And like we're just stranded there because it keeps breaking down. Eventually, every time they get it started again. But the second time we literally had to push it. We had to get out of the fucking car. We had to get out of the van and push it to get it started so we could drive away from the front line of the Russians. Again, what was supposed to be the second most powerful military in the world. We had to push the van to get out of there.
So what was wrong with the van actually? What was the
Who knows? I have no clue. That thing, once it got going, like it was bumping on the road. My head was hitting the fucking ceiling of the van. They were driving so fast trying to get us out of there, trying to avoid getting shelled and killed. So I mean, like it was fine when it was working, but like once you turned it off, like you were just flipping a coin whether you're gonna get that motherfucker back on again.
Damn. Just leave it running, man. Just leave it running on the side of the road.
Yeah, I ended up like I refer to all these vehicles as iron coffins, right? They're just moving coffins, because these vans and these cars, like they don't got any protection. Like if an artillery shell hits it, you're just fucked. If you see all the videos online of all the places, all the videos of where people die the most, it's always these vehicles blowing up. And these don't got any armor plating. They don't got shit. You could take a Glock and shoot at that car and it's gonna go straight through it. And that's why on these vehicles, like the best place to hide is always like right next to the engine, because that's the only solid thing that's actually gonna stop a bullet or a piece of shrapnel. But like I felt the most in danger, not when I was outside of the van on the front line or any of these other places. I felt the most in danger when I was in a moving vehicle at all times. Because like I can't hear everything, I can't see everything because the vehicle's blocking my vision. It's like a clumped up target because you got multiple people in one vehicle. It's easier for the Russians to hit than a single, even though it's a softer target, a single person. Because it's a much smaller target, it's easier to hide as a single person, got better vision, got better hearing. So I always felt more in danger when I was in these cars and in these vehicles than I was.
Also probably not very fast, so you probably can't really escape anything.
Yeah, I mean, it was fast enough to like get us moving, but it wasn't like a super fast vehicle. We weren't like in a NASCAR car. It was probably going 50, 60 miles an hour.
What is that in actual speeds?
It like
Canadian in the room.
I don't know, like it was fast enough that like we were bumping on the road constantly, and my head was hitting the fucking ceiling when we bumped on certain blocks. Thank God I had a helmet on because I would have gotten a huge welt. But it was going fast enough. It's just it kept breaking down. Honestly, that was the worst part of it.
All right, no, fair enough.
Car treatment.
The second time that I think I got like really close interaction with, you know, having a problem was, and I talk about this now. There's a full video of it on my channel where I get shelled by the Russian army because I was in the city of Mykolaiv. I don't know if I've already told you this story, but I was in the city.
I don't think so. No.
I was in the city of Mykolaiv to film at a hospital that the Russians had bombed, specifically a trauma center, and to deliver some aid to a local dog shelter that houses dogs that have been left behind by their owners or injured by the war, and as well as filming at the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant, which I've also released a piece on that as well on my channel.
The one where they stored a bunch of ammunition and
a bunch of weapons. That one. That fantastic power plant.
10,000 IQ.
The largest power plant in Europe. Largest power plant in Europe. But while we were down there, I was in a local like restaurant. I went to this restaurant after filming at the trauma center. While I was at the trauma center, we had saw some missiles make impact, and saw some anti-air fire being like fired back at the missiles, and we were like kind of like, oh snap, where did that come from? And what we didn't know was happening was that, well, something we find out later at the restaurant as I'm being called by contacts telling me about it, and I see the news article headlines pop up, is that we were in the city during the launch of the Kherson counteroffensive, because Mykolaiv is very close to Kherson. It's like, if there was a counteroffensive being launched on Kherson, it had to be launched from the direction of Mykolaiv. And there had been a lot of rumors about this counteroffensive happening leading up to it, but the rumors had been going on for so long. Is it done? Is it been? Okay. The rumors have been going on for so long that
you gotta. Okay, welcome back.
Okay. Jesus Christ. The rumors.
I will recommend that you look into updating the USB delivery on your motherboard before you start buying any new equipment, because maybe that'll fix it.
Fuck, man. I've given up on this computer.
But yeah, sorry, I meant like the motherboard drivers. You can just download it, right? If there's like a new driver, just have your tech guy do it, I guess.
I don't know.
They might fix it for you.
My tech guy. Who the fuck's my tech guy? I'll get somebody to do something.
You said you had a friend.
Yeah, I have a single like.
You said you had a friend.
Yeah, maybe. Hopefully, if I'm lucky. Jesus Christ! I didn't know it was this bad. It was gonna be this fucking expensive to fix. Jesus Christ. God, where the fuck was I? I completely lost my train of thought.
Fuck.
Had you been paying attention?
The second time, yeah, after the power plant.
Yeah, so we were in the restaurant, and we were being told that the counteroffensive was being launched, and it would have to be launched from our direction, because we're in Mykolaiv, and Mykolaiv is very, very close to Kherson. It would have to be launched from our direction. And so we're in this restaurant discussing this new information, which at first I didn't even believe. When I was getting text this information, I was like, bullshit, the Kherson counteroffensive was being launched. But no, the headlines popped up, and we start discussing, like it was me, Pavel, and Philip. I don't think Patrick was with us at this one. And I was like, look, we gotta like rethink about what we're doing. Can we get any embeds with like the local military? No, it looks like there's an information blackout. It's gonna be impossible getting any embeds. And they're discussing like, okay, well, now that there's a counteroffensive going on, like there's gonna be increased shelling. With increased shelling, that means a route which goes basically almost directly along the river, which is like very close to the Russian positions. Like our routes are gonna be actually pretty dangerous to drive upon. And so we're discussing, like, do we still go through with the aid delivery? We make the decision to ultimately still do the aid delivery later in the day. But there was a real discussion about it because, like, the general tenor of the trip completely changed now that we knew we were located basically along the front line. We were in the frontline city of a major Ukrainian counteroffensive.
You're in a danger zone.
Basically. And as we're leaving the restaurant and we're walking to this blue van, but this blue van, by the way, was a massive saver for us because it was a van, a large one that had a lot of space, and it had a working air conditioner, which was insane. which was an insane grab as an aid worker.
Did your previous one not have working AC?
No, our usual vehicle was this old Skoda. There's like $200-300 Skoda with a broken suspension.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is why you're bumping so much, I guess.
Yeah, it was bumping so much. It always felt like we were on a roller coaster. But as we're walking towards this van, an artillery shell falls like 150 to 200 feet away from me. Very close. And
did you like look out the window and see it or something?
No, I was walking towards the van.
You were walking this time, right?
I was walking towards the van. So I was outside of the van, and the shell fell like 150 feet away from me. And then more shells. Okay, what's the question?
Sorry, just that, like did you hear it and then turn to see the crater, or did you actually see it fall from the sky like in front of you?
We just heard it. We heard it,
Okay,
but it was
okay.
very close, and we looked over, and it was very close to us. Like, we didn't see the crater, but we could see the smoke. We could see the area of the impact. We could see people running. And so we stop. We get over to the wall of a building across the street, and I turn on my camera and I start recording. All this footage is now like public on my channel if anyone want to go see it. And we're sitting there basically debating what to do. I'm saying, let's get closer to where it's being shelled so we can get a better shot, better camera shot, see if anybody's hurt, if we could help anybody. Pavel is advising me to not do that, and I'm saying I'm like eventually realizing, fuck it, they might like double tap it. And as we're having this back and forth, like just actively the Russians are shelling the area. It's like 1 shell, 2 shell, 3 shell, 4 shell. Some of them are maybe like 1,000 feet away. Some of them are like 400 feet away, right? So they're shelling like all the area around us. They're like basically like they were shelling areas behind us, in front of us, to the left of us, and to the right of us. Like every area was being shelled. And eventually the shelling gets so heavy that we make the decision basically to make a run for it. And we jump into the van and we drive away for maybe like 2 miles before getting out of the car. And it was while I was in that van once again that I felt more in danger. And I think a lot of the reason why I always feel more in danger isn't only because of the reasons I've already given, with you can't hear as good because now all the explosions were more muffled and you have like a more kind of restrained field of view. But I think a lot of it was also because when you're outside, you can do things to like make yourself safer. Like you can lay down on the ground, you can like, you know, get behind a wall, you can like do little things to make you safer. Like if you have anything, you can like put it up to like between you and like where the explosions are coming. You can like listen very carefully. You can like try to get like a better field of view. You have kind of like free movement, so there's things you can do to make yourself safer. But when you're in a van or in a car that's moving during one of these situations, all that you can do really is just think. And so you're left with your thoughts more. And so where the adrenaline's pumping before, and you're out there and you're moving around and you're making quick choices and decisions to try to keep yourself safe, when you're in the van, in the car, not only is it like dangerous because, you know, there's no armor plating or anything like that, and, you know, field of view, all these, but you're left with your thoughts. You're left with your thoughts and the impending danger, which has always been the worst for me mentally. So we drive to this new place about 2 miles away. We get out of the car. I get like a second.
Just real quick, if you don't mind if I jump in. When you say left with your thoughts, you mean like at least if you're running away, you can focus on running. But if you're just sitting in a car and someone drives,
you're busy.
You're just worrying.
You're busy yourself when you're outside of the van. You can do things to keep yourself safe. You're not busying yourself when you're like in a van. You're just kind of like hoping like you get away. Like you get you're more thinking about the danger that's present.
I guess unless you're driving, but like if you're a passenger,
if you're a passenger, you're kind of fucked when it comes to that. So
your mortality is very much at the forefront of your mind.
Exactly.
During this entire time.
So when I get out of the van at this new location, I like just get out, I get behind the van and I just kind of like slide down the back, and I'm just like I take like a moment to try to just like clear my head, just to think about like, what just happened, what should we do, and immediately another shell at this new location falls 200 feet away from me. And so then we jump back in the van. We drive this time like probably like 5 miles all the way to like the city's outskirts before we like stop again and like get on the side of the road and like think about what to do as like sirens are now blaring throughout the city. And the first and speaking of the sirens, like the first few strikes, like there were no sirens because since this was a shelling and this wasn't like missiles incoming, there was not like a lot of warning or a lot of time to like prepare anybody. And so like once the first few shells fall is when the sirens started. And so for those first few shells, like it was completely like there was nothing you could do to like protect yourself. It was just purely a game of chance. It was very random. We would end up.
So when you stopped after the initial 2 miles and then got shelled again, do you think that they were tracking your van and just like, oh, they moved there, let's shell them over there?
No, I doubt they were tracking us in particular. I think they were just shelling basically the entirety of the city center very randomly. I think they were just being very random with the shelling. And so I think it makes more sense that they would have also like struck us at this new place. as well. I find it hard to believe they were targeting our specific aid van because we weren't doing anything particularly special.
Right. Okay.
Eventually throughout the day, like, it's pretty chaotic the rest of the day, but not much else of note happens besides like during the end of the day, like we have like a jets pass over our head. But I would go to find out later that night as I look at the article. The article's popping up that like 2 people died in those strikes and 24 others were injured. And at the time, I didn't have like time to like look around and like look through all the bodies or whatever and like see if everybody was okay. But people did die in those strikes, and my footage was the only footage that was publicly available and is still publicly available that we know of those strikes that occurred that day. And it was really weird because it basically just got like a single like line, like 2 dead, 24 injured. But for me, that was like 24 hours of just like running around, like dodging like artillery shells and like dealing with like the complete disruption of our plans to deliver aid that day. So it was really weird that I only got like a single fucking line.
Yeah, that's how it tends to be. You know, when you're like halfway around the world from an event like that, to people in it, it's a big deal. But for most people, it's a headline, right?
Yeah,
that happened.
I mean, like, there's just so many instances of situations like that. It's kind of hard to like make it anything more than just like a single line in like a single newspaper. And that's why I care so much about doing this freelance journalism, is because there's so many stories like this. There isn't enough journalists to go around to cover all these different types of stories. And I think
stuff it just goes completely untold.
Absolutely,
remain untold.
I mean, like, that shelling was a war crime. Like, there was no military target. Like, the only soldier I saw was after the 5th or 6th strike, and he was running in to help people. It was just completely a war crime. The complete disregard for civilian casualties. And if it wasn't for the camera that I had, there'd be like no video record of exactly what happened there. And I think that for every war crime that gets recorded in this war, there's like 10 that don't. And this is true of like every historical tragedy and historical war. And so I think it's really so this is like my attempt to like add to that historical record in some way.
Somebody has to record it.
Somebody has to, right? Somebody has to be stupid enough to like stand in these areas and press the record button.
So, did you say that was the second time that you had been shelled, or the first?
That, I mean, like,
you said 2 times. I think
the first time was I think you were like asking me about like close calls. Like the drone to me was like very obviously a close call because they were trying to spot us to strike us, and the second time was a close call because like the artillery shell like hit very close. There's like other times where it's like vaguely close. Like I was in the city of Kharkiv, and I was like a mile away from the electrical grid when they targeted and blew it up. I was filming at like a local sports center, and but like these were like the closest calls that I remember having.
Okay. How long were you there in total?
Probably like 4 or 5 months, probably. I was there for the majority of the war. Now I'm gonna go back so I can keep that percentage high and still be able to say I was there for the majority of the war.
And now you can do like the Reconquista part of it.
What do you mean the Reconquista part of it?
When they take everything back.
Oh yeah, I mean I've been to. I want to go to Kherson really bad. I want to go to all these areas that have been liberated and talk to people and film with people, interview people. Definitely Kherson. Like I just feel like I have to go to Kherson. I mean that was like a legendary. At this point, it's legendary.
Liberation.
Yeah, that's a big liberation. And there's like, and the Russians are like really bombing Kherson now in response to the recapture. A lot of civilians are dying due to the bombardment. So I think like the battles.
It was Russia forever.
Yeah, right. It was Russia forever until it wasn't. The thing is, these annexations were just all on paper. Like it didn't change anything in practicality. Like the military situation didn't change. It didn't change it in the minds of Ukrainians. It didn't really change it much in the minds of Russians. What a fucking dumb move to annex all this land. They were just setting themselves up for embarrassment to do it when they did that. Like it was like they should have known that they couldn't keep the hold on Kherson at that point. I don't know why they would set themselves up for failure like that.
Probably
maybe they were hoping that they could like
give their own citizens an air of legitimacy, no matter, even though they probably know like nobody else in the world will buy it.
Corrupt, bankrupt.
Maybe it's that, but maybe it's also just they wanted to to legitimize their own retaliation by saying this is our land now. So if you're attacking us, you're being the aggressor.
I think
probably something like that.
I think it's something along those lines. I think the annexation was done in the fallout of the Kharkiv counteroffensive, so they were trying to make up for the military failings and the media covering that. Am I good to talk now?
Yeah. Welcome back.
Okay, fantastic.
You can predict it now, can't you?
No, I can see my camera go off, and I'm like, oh, there it is. But guy 79, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it, buddy. 19 months, thank you. But I think it was in reaction to the failure of the failing Russian defense of Kupiansk and the Kharkiv counteroffensive, because it was done in reaction to that. They mobilized and they did the annexation. So I think they were trying to get out some like positive messages about the war, because everything else was just like we're losing, and so that was like their attempt.
So like just pure desperation then.
Yeah, I think it was basically like a propaganda desperation. They were just desperately looking for a win, and so the annexation was that win. But I think it was a bad idea because from their perspective, even because not only because it's like immoral, right, but it's also because like they had no way to maintain the occupation. I don't know why they did it. So
and now they look terrible. And now they lose it.
Yeah, it looks like
after I think it was like some of the territories they've kept for like only 2 weeks or some shit.
Yeah, I mean they immediately lost Lyman, which they annexed, and now they've lost Kherson, which is the more embarrassing thing. And I mean now we have like I think next everybody's talking about like an offensive in Zaporozhye, which I think a lot of people see as a logical next step. We're seeing a lot of still fighting in like Luhansk and Donetsk. Satovi and some other locations that are technically all like annexed land that are all like ripe for the picking for the Ukrainian army to kind of liberate. So I think it was a really bad move. This is something they should have thought about doing after the war was over. But I think I think a big part of it was to basically inspire confidence in the defense. But you can write as many documents as you want to inspire confidence. It is what the fuck? Somebody just donated $200. Why?
My man,
upgrade the computer. Oh, god damn it. Fuck you, but thank you. Fuck you, but thank you. Jesus, 200 buccarinos. Jesus Christ, thank you.
So yeah, what it seems like is going on is some sort of USB delivery or power delivery. You know, that's generally going to be a motherboard thing. You could update your drivers, which is just like a simple download. That might work out. I'm sure you have someone in your community can like help you with the specifics of how to do that. But like, yeah, if that doesn't work out, you need a new motherboard, and that's generally like a 3-figure investment.
3-figure? I can't do a 3-figure investment. This is a fucking hell. No, I can't do that. God damn it. Well, if that's the case, then I'll just have to deal with it. I'll just have to use something like a different device to stream. And I'll just use this for just like paperwork and stuff.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the $200. That was wild. Thank you.
Wait, my chat is saying that I'm the one who just super chatted that. No, I didn't.
Wow.
I also can't afford.
It was very nice of you to give me $200. I appreciate that, ShortFatOtaku. Thank you. Appreciate that. My gosh.
He is Dupe Pig.
It was, I gotta say, that trip to the south of Mykolaiv was also one of my favorite trips. Not only, that sounds kind of demented to say the time that I got closest to dying is my favorite trip, but the reason I liked the trip wasn't only because we got footage that I thought was really important, but we ended up continuing with the with the trip to deliver the aid to the dog shelter, which had been shelled even a few times. Very adorable dogs delivered the aid.
Aww.
But afterwards we go and we camp out across the river from the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant during the nighttime. We're in patrol. The Ukrainian army's doing patrols. We're like 3 miles from the Russian positions, from the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant, which is occupied by the Russian army. And I don't know if you guys know about it, but there's a lot of fear about this power plant not being properly maintained by the Russians, about Russian missiles falling very close and Ukrainian artillery falling very close to it, of them storing weapons in the plant, of the plant's administration building catching on fire. And while the risk of a nuclear disaster happening around it is low, it's never good when buildings next to a power plant catch on fire. And I don't think like you need to be a nuclear scientist to know it's not a good thing, even if it isn't like the same type of reactor as at Chernobyl, which had an RBKM reactor, which is a lot more unstable than what they currently have at the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant, which has reinforced concrete and stuff like to contain it. It still was very dangerous. And as I parked out across from the power plant, and we were just in this big field, this big farmer's field, every once in a while we see the Ukrainian military do a little tour. We saw other people, not in our general area, but we saw other people leave the city as well when we were, because they were going to camp outside the city because they find it safer to camp outside the city because the city is like an easier target for the Russians to hit than these other areas. So people would literally leave their homes and camp because they're safer outside than in their own homes to their own determination, which is very sad. But as we were camping out there, we were basically, I was basically told like we can have no light on because middle of the night, super dark, super spooky, and any light could make us stand out to like Russian drones or Russian spotters. But then we all started smoking immediately. And we all started smoking because we were very anxious and we wanted to calm down. And as the night went on, and I passed out, I woke up to the sound of heavy bombing. And I look over and I see what it looked like volcano eruptions next to the power plant of these explosions that were just like tearing through the ground, kicking up dirt. And I counted how many explosions were going on because it sounded like a heavy fucking bombardment, dog. And I counted 50 explosions in 30 seconds next to the largest nuclear power plant in the world. In Europe, not in the world.
That's pretty scary, yeah?
That is pretty scary. And that's led me to say that I think the biggest risk to a nuclear disaster in Ukraine isn't the Russians like nuking anything. It's that somebody makes like on purpose, like it's that somebody makes a mistake. That scares me a lot more.
There's something I wanted to ask you about earlier. There's been a fair amount of talk now that like places have been reconquered and brought back to Ukraine, that like they're discovering, war crimes, civilians who were like killed. Yeah. Discovering like mass graves and stuff. Mm-hmm. Did you hear any rumblings of that when you were in Ukraine? Like people saying that was the rumor going around?
I went to some of these mass graves.
Okay.
I went to the
what was that experience?
Talking to locals about it.
What ones you go to?
I went to the Bucha mass grave. That's the only one I went to, and it was after they did the uncovering, and it was already covered back up. It was weird because like I knew there were bodies under the ground, and this might sound distasteful, but it was a patch of dirt. And when you think like you look at this patch of dirt with like a little cross on it, a little message for the people who died. And you think about like these people in here who had their hands tied up behind their back and they were fucking shot, right? And it's just like all that's left is like a patch of dirt and a tiny little cross. That's all that like commemorates it. It's very weird.
Life, and that's all that's left of them.
It's very weird because I didn't like see any of the bodies like uncovered or anything like that. I had opportunities to go to places like that. Izium was the opportunity that was offered to me at one point. I didn't end up going because I was concentrating on another project. I kind of wish now that I went to the Izium mass grave because that ended up being the largest mass grave uncovered. That was 447 bodies. That's the largest mass grave uncovered in Europe since the Yugoslav civil wars. And that was one I wish I got to go to. If I ever get an opportunity to go to one that's being uncovered, I will make the decision to go next time if I have the chance. But like the one in Bucha was weird because I got to talk to the people who, lived in the area, like
who knew
about
the
it.
People that were shot or massacred.
I talked about it a little bit, but like this one Ukrainian babushka ran out to us when he had the cameras and like talked to us about the crimes she had saw and heard as she and her husband like hid in their home as people were like executed and murdered. She like told me stories, like I already said, like of the one guy being executed for just speaking Ukrainian, and like somebody who was in the church choir being tortured in their basement by the Russian army because they thought they were like a spy and they were going to give their position away. And there's been a lot of audio revealed that of Russian soldiers calling home to their family members around Bucha, around them basically describing like, I did some fucking horrendous things, honey. Like I raped this person, I killed this, like being very blatant about it. It's like very weird when you just hear people like talk so casually about committing such horrendous acts, and like the responses you would sometimes get from the family members is just like, okay, well just make sure you wear a condom. Like the wildest fucking back and forth conversations as they quickly normalize the violence, because if they don't normalize the violence in their heads, then they have to accept the fact that they're fucking monsters.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody wants to accept the fact that they're monsters, because everybody's the good guy in their own story.
Yep.
So there's been stories about like uncovered mass graves in like the areas Ukraine has liberated from the Russians, and like areas around Kherson.
Mm-hmm.
Have you thought about visiting there? But by the way, there's also like there was like they've uncovered like trays of just teeth, of dentures, of golden dentures and silver dentures that they've just pulled off of like corpses or prisoners.
So
this is some Holocaust shit.
So I know what you're talking about when it comes to the teeth. So the teeth story, and you're kind of leaving out some details that I think makes it worse. The story was that there was a mask found, and the story behind the mask is that the occupiers would place a mask over somebody's head, a gas mask. They had it connected to a tube, and they would burn like a piece of cloth and put it at the one side of the tube, and they would gas them. And that was the form of torture they used. And the teeth, we still don't know the full story behind the teeth. The teeth were either A, taken off of the people killed during the form of gassing and torture, which is pretty like almost like a direct kind of is like an obvious Holocaust like vibe to it. I don't know, I don't want to say Holocaust vibe to it, but like I don't know how else to describe it. Or, and this seems to be the other part of the story that developed, that these teeth were stolen from a local dentist, and they were being used to scare people. Basically, like, we're gonna fucking steal your teeth and then gas them. Either way, it's really bad and really horrific.
Either way, it's monstrous.
Either way, it's monstrous.
So someone in my chat is saying that the tooth story is fake. I don't know either way because I don't know anything about the story whatsoever.
Well, no, I just described when he says it's not fake. If it was fake, it was that the Russians faked it. Is that they stole the teeth and then he used it to scare people. Which, like, if you find evidence of a war crime and there's like pulled teeth next to like a gas mask that was used to torture people, like, you can't blame people for fucking jumping to conclusions. It's like if I find a knife next to a body covered in blood and I find out actually the body was shot, not stabbed later, like, you can't blame anybody for thinking that person was stabbed to death.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely if the intent of putting the teeth there was literally to deceive people.
So either way, it's not good.
Either way, it's horrific. And like that type of torture and stuff, like I remember in Izium, like there was reports that basically there was like this place that people knew were brought to be tortured, and they would turn off like the ventilation so that, and they would torture people like near one of the like air slots or whatever the fuck they're called, so that people walking by the building could hear the screams of the people being tortured as a kind of like a statement to the local population to like stay in line.
That's a straight up terrorism.
People just didn't want to walk by the building because they were scared they were going to get snatched. There's a lot of stories like this.
Intimidations for the purpose of fucking.
There's a lot of stories like this all across Ukraine. Like,
and I know you also have a lot of footage like on your channel of various encounters that you've had as well, which by the way are all worth going and checking out.
Thank you. I'm working on a big piece right now about Elon Musk's Starlink. I'm almost done with it. I'm actually going to finish all the script writing today, and then I'm going to record it, and we're going to have it done.
What's the story there?
Could you give some descriptions to it?
Sure. So I was in a Georgian bar in Lviv, and I worked with 2 aid workers and Patrick Hillsman, who we've already talked about, and they were going to deliver Starlink to local military commanders in Papanza, which is in the Donetsk region. It's since been captured by the Russians. Interesting fact about that small city. The Russian occupation said that the fighting there was so fucking brutal. The Russian bombardment was so brutal. They bombed anything that moved in that city. And it got so bad that the occupation forces actually stated that none of the buildings are usable, none of them are livable, and there is no more city. That just there was a city there once, and now the city's just gone.
So they capture ruins.
They basically just ruins, yeah. But at the time, the Ukrainians were still defending it, and they were going to deliver it to the area. And I helped pay for the gasoline for the Starlink delivery. So Starlink, Elon, I subsidized you. You big boy. You can't ban me on Twitter now, okay? And
you're now Elon's sugar daddy.
Yes, and they delivered it, and they recorded the whole experience, and so I show a lot of footage of them, for example, having to like cover the car that they're using to deliver Starlink with mud in order to stop the shine as they get closer to the front line because the shelling was so heavy. They did get shelled during the delivery, and I show this footage and I use it as a narrative device to talk about the history of the Starlink assistance in Ukraine, how useful it's been, the recent problems and controversies surrounding Elon Musk, and how it's really, really scary how basically the vibes of the richest man in the world will basically determine whether or not all of the efforts that these people put on the line, where they risk their lives to deliver this Starlink terminals, and the people who rely on Starlink terminals every day to operate drones, communicate with the Ukrainian military. Okay, I'm back. I'm hopefully back. Am I back?
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Starlink, all these people who rely on Starlink to, call ambulance crews, operate drones, communicate, set up internet in like liberated territory, all these things that are like vital. These things, this has all been thrown awry due to a up in the air, but due to this billionaire's eccentricity, and it's really, really fucking scary.
Well, from what I've heard basically is that he's not getting paid, and he like asked Biden to like, hey, can you throw some money my way to cover all this? Well, that's currently being like discussed.
Well, the problem is Elon Musk, and the thing is, he has provided a good service in Starlink that it's been very useful, right? But the problem is that it's kind of presented as a big charity, like as a big charity case, but he basically at this point wants to pass off all of the costs onto the U.S. military, onto the Pentagon. So if this is the case, we can no longer look at this like it's charity. Now this is just him providing a government service, right? And so I think we need to change how we're perceiving this, as it's no longer Elon Musk being the Mr. Charitable Man. He's paid for a lot of stuff up to this point. That's great of him. Moving forward, this is basically a government contract between Starlink, Ukraine, and the United States, who is possibly going to be the backers of this. The second problem that I have is that in the meantime, Starlink services are facing outages. In Zaporozhye and Kherson and Donetsk and Luhansk and all these regions along the front line, even during situations where the Ukrainians are literally battling, during battles, Starlink terminals have gone offline. And the reason why is because of that lack of funding. And because these things aren't being funded because the Ukrainians just can't afford it, as Elon Musk claims publicly that even if the United States doesn't fund it, he will not shut off these terminals, and this won't be an issue. That he will continue to, he even said on Twitter, like, I'm going to continue, to hell with it, I'm going to continue to fund Starlink for free. Terminals are going offline during battles, right? Not all of them, but there are incidents of like over 1,000.
Is that because like Elon is flipping the switch? Is like, give me my money, or is there other things happening?
It feels, if it's due to funding issues, then it's them flipping the switch.
Well, yeah, but like it could be like some of the, like it's a war zone, right? Like any other thing could be happening, right?
It was specifically due to funding issues. That is what has been expressed. Yes, this is what the Financial Times have reported. This is what other outlets have reported as well. And I to me, this issue has to be resolved of where Starlink is getting its funding. It has to be resolved, but also the Ukrainians cannot just rely upon Starlink. Starlink is useful. It's very good. All you need is like a clean sight of the sky to use Starlink terminals. But Starlink is a relatively new system. It was developed in this all started popping off like back in 2019, 2020. I'm worried about over congestion and that becoming an issue, as the system of microsatellites might not be enough to support the amount of infrastructure that Ukraine needs for its military, for civilian usage, and for its government. And I'm worried about the billionaire's eccentricity, where he has openly stated not only just Russian talking points around the war in Ukraine, whether it had to be with the Eastern Ukrainians want to be part of Russia, or what he said about Crimea, this is having a real effect on what he says Starlink services will provide in Ukraine. He has straight up said that he will not allow the, or at least this is according to Ian Bremmer, he has said that to the Ukrainian government that he will not allow them to use Starlink satellites in a supposed counteroffensive to retake Crimea, meaning that his personal views about the conflict and who deserves what is now getting in the way of Ukrainian military operations and this equipment that in many times the Ukrainian government's literally paying for, and the American government's paying for, and the Polish government's paying for, and I think the British government might be paying for, and other groups are paying for, and they're going to specifically tell you like where you can go and where you can't go. Like that's fucked. And I think that
let me think about it for a minute, because I'm mulling it. Like, if Elon was being paid by the American government or whichever government to provide the service, for him to suddenly back out after he already has his money is ridiculous. Like, he has to provide the service. But if he is being charitable with it, then it seems reasonable that he could draw a line wherever he likes, because he's not being paid at that point.
It's one thing to like be charitable and have an opinion, but it's a shit opinion anyway, and I can criticize the opinion.
Sure.
But if he's asking for this all to have the government's backing, he can't also be saying, you can use it here, you can't use it here, which none of his competitors do, by the way, which is why I think the solution can't just be securing long-term funding and adding proper oversight, which wasn't done since this was all started off of a Twitter post from February 26th. Anyway, it was a Twitter interaction that actually between a Ukrainian government official and Elon publicly on Twitter that started this. So it was done with very little public reaction, very little public commentary, very little government oversight. There has to be secured funding, but there also has to be a diversification of internet infrastructure here. We cannot just rely on Starlink.
Someone in your chat is like, hit him with Coconut Island. Listen, Coconut Island is the worst, stupidest hypothetical. All right. The reason why it doesn't apply in this case is because, as you said, Dylan, there are competitors that they can go to instead.
They can, but the thing is, Starlink is. I think Starlink's a really good option. I think Starlink is very useful. But they cannot just put all their eggs in the Starlink basket. If Elon Musk has showed himself to be a little, eccentric, he's expressing opinions about the war that are inherently flawed. Ian Bremmer has made accusations that he's literally been told by the Kremlin that, hey, we will nuke Ukraine if they try to take back Crimea, and that's why this red line has been put in the sand. Elon denies this, but I don't know why Ian Bremmer would lie about this. He says his source was literally Elon Musk. I have concerns. I have a lot of concerns, not only because Elon's views in the conflict are fundamentally flawed, but also because these outages should not be happening. Definitely, if at the same time he's saying he's funding basically Ukraine for free, you cannot claim that you're funding Ukraine for free and you will continue to do so if people are suffering outages because of a lack of payment.
Yeah.
Because then you're claiming charity work.
Credit for one thing, but doing another, it's fucked up.
Yeah.
So it's good that they've done the charity work, but he just needs to be like more honest about, I think, the situation and like fix his fucking views on Ukraine, and we need to secure the funding.
I don't know much about this story, so I did like a quick search where Elon said on October 15th, to hell with it, even though Starlink is still losing money and other companies are getting billions of taxpayer dollars, we'll just keep funding the Ukrainian government for free. So here's the thing.
9 days after that tweet, a huge story dropped about outages. Like another story about outages, both before and after he made that tweet.
Okay. So I guess the thing is, if he is being paid, then he has to fulfill the contract. It's what he signed up for, and his own personal opinions can be damned. But if he's not getting paid and he is just doing this, he's just giving this away, then I think he definitely has a right to say you can use it here, but not there.
I mean, he has a right to say it. He shouldn't say it, though, right? Like, it's one thing to say he has a right to do something. Like, he has a right to say, like, you can only use my Starlink terminals in Lviv, nowhere else. Like, he has a right to say that. It's stupid, though. And the thing is, a lot of these terminals
Dylan.
Wait, let me be clear. Wait.
Okay, go ahead. Go.
Let's be clear.
Go.
Only 20% of these terminals in Ukraine were paid for by SpaceX. The rest of them were either partially or fully paid for by the American government, the Polish government, Ukraine itself, and I think 30% of like monthly upkeep costs has also been paid for by foreign forces and like foreign actors. And so I find it hard to believe that this policy should be guiding all of the Starlink equipment. If a lot of it's already being paid for, we know in the future that it's probably all going to be paid for by the Pentagon. Starlink kind of has the Pentagon by the fucking balls here. They don't really have a choice.
Yep.
I just don't want his fucking wacky beliefs about a conflict he doesn't seem to know that much about, to be completely honest, to end up impacting Ukrainian military actions.
So I'll completely agree with you that he...
Like, if the American government's paying and the other foreign countries are paying for 80% of it, then I feel like even though Elon owns it,
he owns 20%.
It should probably follow the American and Ukrainian policies, like, and what they see it, rather than, oh, you can use it here and not there.
Dude, honestly, like his like proposed peace plan completely shifted public perception of him in Ukraine. Like he went from like being like the hero.
Bunch of parts away to he wanted to concede it like Crimea and
it's just
to Russia and
there was
he's doing some Chamberlain shit. Yeah, that's for sure.
There was so many problems with it. Like I talk about it a lot in the video, but like his proposed redo of the referendums is just completely impractical and would not work under basically any circumstances. I don't know why he's gonna make like an appeal to like popular sovereignty when it comes to like, you know, all the territory that's recently been annexed by Russia, but then he says we shouldn't do a referendum in Crimea because that's a settled question. That's Russia. It was Khrushchev's mistake to give it to Ukraine. And so like he's going to make a historical argument for Crimea, but he's going to make a popular sovereignty argument for the rest of this territory. He like uses like the 2012 election results that showed that Viktor Yanukovych won in like a bunch of Eastern Ukraine to indicate that Eastern Ukrainians want to be part of Russia, even though just because you vote for a candidate that's sympathetic to Russia does not mean you want to be part of Russia. If I voted for Ted Cruz, that doesn't mean I want the United States to become part of Canada. Like it doesn't.
I don't know if that's his policy, but I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a million problems with his just analysis of the situation, which makes me concerned because he has a history of, I think, a lot of times like going above his pay grade in like areas of expertise that he just doesn't have. And I think a lot of people, when they get this wealthy and this influential, they just end up doing that. Maybe it's because they're bored. I don't know. I appreciate like the charitable work that he has done up to this point, but just because he's done charitable work does not mean that his opinions on Ukraine are any more valid or any more correct.
Yeah, that's like the Jordan Peterson syndrome, you know, where his psychology takes are actually legitimately really good. He knows his stuff for psych, but like,
like Starlink's great.
Politics.
I like Starlink.
You gotta talk about politics, and it's like 50-50. It's like his politics aren't that great. They're kind of hit and miss. But yeah, listen. So, Dylan, I'm glad to see that you finally come around to my position on this type of logic, where you have the right to do it, but you shouldn't do it when it comes to Elon and Starlink. And if he's donating it, then
what do you mean? Yeah. Come around to your position? Like I believe. Wait. Like I believe. Wait.
No. I'll explain it to you. Because I also believe that gay people have the right to have degenerate monkeypox orgies.
Oh yeah.
But they should not have degenerate monkeypox orgies.
You're gonna turn me into a degenerate monkeypox orgy haver just out of spite.
Oh god, the guy in the chat is like, I regret gifting you a sub.
I regret my gifted sub. Thank you, Neptune, for gifting a sub to ShortFatOtaku. I appreciate it, and thank you for the person again dropped $200 earlier. Fucking Jesus.
Yeah.
But no, I genuinely believe that if Elon is actually giving it away 100%, he has the right to.
You know what, Short? You're gonna have to sit down. You're gonna have to watch my video. I think I'm gonna make a compelling case as to why Elon Musk is a kind of a doo-doo head. Okay.
I mean, I'm not like an Elon Musk super fan or anything like that.
I think I give him a very fair shake in the video too. I'm gonna be blunt. I'm a very fair and impartial person with zero biases. Ever.
Mm-hmm. Are you sure?
Yes.
But no, I guess like at this point, if it is like partially funded, the Americans should just like cough up the rest of the money. Say, okay, listen, we've paid you 100%. Now shut the fuck up and do what we want you to do. It's now a paid service. You have no excuse. That's probably what should happen at this point.
Yeah. Oh, back to the story about Zaporozhye. I actually sat down afterwards, and after that night, and I filmed with a bunch of locals near the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. And I wanted to ask them about like what it was like to live near this power plant and, you know, get their view on the conflict, view on the war, what it's like to live near it. And the way I did it was they guided us. We found this one local who guided us to a good spot to film the plant, and another local just kind of like naturally just like found their way to us. And we busted out the 9 a.m. vodka and pickles, and we just sat near the riverbank of this power plant. We just drank vodka and ate pickles at 9 a.m. and just talked about the war. And they talked about their experiences with the war, on how like the shelling has like pieces of fragments have hit their children's like bedrooms, and how they have to like hide in their attics during the bombardments, and how it's impossible to sleep at night unless they get blackout fucking drunk wasted. And it's the only way they can sleep because the shelling is so heavy. Because when I was in the village, like some like shells hit like probably like 1,000 to 2,000 feet away. Like, so they were still shelling in the area. There was still constant fighting during the day. We could hear shelling all throughout the day. And like for them, it's just become like a way of life. It's just like, it is what it is. But these people, even under those conditions, are very much like, do you think there should be a settlement? Like, do you think we should? Nope, fuck them. I'm with Ukraine. I'll deal with this as long as needed in order to win the war. It's just like a tremendous will to like keep on going. I think there's like a lot of people kind of make the argument of like we need to stop supporting Ukraine with all these weapons, and we need to instead drag to a peace deal that maybe we give up some land, but you know, to stop the fighting and stop the violence. I hear this quite frequently, but every time I like bring up this idea with Ukrainians, like a visible disgust fills their face. It's as if I just like took out my cock and just started swinging it around, right? like just like I did the most reprehensible thing in front of them, by just even suggesting the question. Almost like my loyalties have then been brought into question by even asking the question. And I think for them it's like if they were to settle with the occupation and allow them to take a lot of territory, for them it's like signing your neighbor's death warrant, because they've seen so many atrocities and mass graves uncovered. If you were to allow the Russians to permanently occupy Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporozhye, or at the time Kherson, you'd basically be telling them like, okay, these are your subjects now. You can do whatever you want with them. If you want to kill them, if you want to torture them, you would do whatever. That's all up to you. And all that property and all that stuff that all the people had to give up when they, you know, were displaced, like you're permanently displaced now. Your homes that you grew up in can't go back to. That's a reality they're not willing to accept.
I can understand why people take that more pacifist, like anti-war, just let them have it stance, because like they don't want a worse war to come, and they're doing like the peace in our time argument, you know, where everyone does kind of shit on Neville Chamberlain, but like he was somebody who saw World War I and saw just how devastating it was, and he said, listen, if we can give up a little bit just to prevent that, then maybe it's worth it. It turns out not to be worth it. But it's not like those people are evil who think that way, you know?
I don't think they're evil. I think they're misguided and they're not listening to Ukrainians. What I really don't like, though, is when they make this argument on behalf of Ukrainians, because once you've done that, you're actively ignoring what Ukrainians are saying, because what Ukrainians are saying is not what you were saying. The vast majority of Ukrainians
also like speaking for somebody else.
Yeah. But it's really reprehensible, because the people that I go and speak to are saying the exact opposite of what they're saying. And so they're speaking for a population who are actively saying the other thing. And the only reason they're getting away with it is because those people aren't in the room to talk for themselves.
I've had similar things with like people from the West give their opinions on Taiwan, whereas it's like, ooh, but there are some Taiwanese people who do want to be part of China, but they're like a super tiny minority.
Extremely tiny.
And
minority.
they think
they just go to China if they want that.
All of Taiwanese, when most Taiwanese people do not want the slightest thing to do with China and being ruled by them.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I actually I think I got blocked by Hassan because I criticized one of his Taiwan takes back in the day.
Was he just saying, oh, we should give Taiwan to China?
No, it was along the lines of like, there was like a weapons shipment to Taiwan that I was in support of, because I believe we need to, like, the Taiwan's Relation Act of 1979 was pretty clear that we need
definitely.
that we need to supply Taiwan with the means to defend itself, no more, no less. And it was an escalation of the amount of aid there it goes again. It was an escalation in the amount of
welcome back.
It was an escalation in the amount of aid we were sending to them. But the reason why we are sending Taiwan more aid and we're signing more military arms deals, and the thing in question wasn't even an aid deal. It was they want to buy weapons. It was a weapons sale. The reason why we're selling more weapons is because the Chinese are increasing their military funding and their capabilities in this region by an extreme amount, and we need to be able to sell weapons to them to meet the challenges that the Chinese are posing by increasing their military capacity. The reason why we're seeing an escalation and the amount of weapons being sent to Taiwan is because the Chinese are escalating. And naturally, if they're escalating their offensive capabilities, you need to escalate your defensive capabilities. It's a very basic military strategy, because if you don't, if there's not a strong enough disincentive to stop the Chinese from hitting the shores of Taiwan, then we could very much see parliamentary democracy in Taiwan die under the jackboot of Beijing's oppression. To be blunt about it, not to be hawkish on it or anything.
Oh, that's a very strong possibility. Like, in Taiwan, there was like a big protest because like the previous government was just gonna do like a trade deal that was make Taiwan even more economically reliant on China, and there was such a huge backlash against it that a bunch of students actually occupied the parliament for like weeks, if not months. It was like the Sunflower Protest, it was called.
A lot.
I don't know if it was months, but I know what you mean.
I think a lot of people. I mean, it's the same thing with Ukraine, really. I think when it comes to like the people who support Russia, like it's like a very, very small minority of people in Ukraine who want Russia to take over. It's a very, very small minority of people in Taiwan who want China to take over, but the Chinese government, or vice versa with the Russian government, prop up those voices so much in state media to make them larger than they actually are. And then then when the American government describes the other position in any geopolitical conflict by even describing the position of these people, that these people exist, it makes it sound like they're bigger than they are. For example, like Azov is a great example of this kind of like in the opposite, where because the Russians talk about Azov so much, it makes people think there's like 100,000 Azov fighters when they make up like 0.5% of the Ukrainian military. When I was
like 100 guys or something, it was really small.
Thousands of guys, not 100, but like very small percentages of the overall Ukrainian military. When I went to the Donbass, right, which has been fought over for the last 8 years. I went to Kramatorsk. I went there when it was still surrounded on 3 sides by the Russians, and there was still questions about whether it would fall. I never thought it would fall. I still don't think it's gonna fall. I think it's safe, not like from any bombardments or anything, but safe from capture. And while I was there, I saw them every day working on defenses in the city, and the city still has defenses from the last 8 years of fighting anyway. So the place is a fortress, and I think Kramatorsk is going to stay solid. We were there to deliver aid to like a local dog shelter and to film at the dog shelter. That dog shelter we filmed at, by the way, was shelled about a week ago. They blew up a bunch of dog houses. The Russians have like high priorities, don't they? And like these dogs live in fucking.
Gotta kill puppies.
Gotta kill those doggos. Gotta break Ukrainian morale.
They're the good guys, clearly.
Truly the good guys. Truly the liberators. And these dogs live in squalor conditions too. I don't know how they could make their conditions any worse, but the Russians found a way. When I was in Kramatorsk, I was stopped by we went to like the Kramatorsk train station, which had been bombed by the Russians. It was a huge war crime. Been talked about a lot. You know, a lot of conspiracy theorists have a lot of conspiracies about what happened, but Russians bombed it, killed a lot of civilians. And while we were finishing filming there, I started to walk away, and this one guy, this like just drunkard with like a gold tooth and like a wife beater shirt, carrying around this little like bike with a bell on it, walks up to us and just starts talking drunkenly into the camera, right? And I don't understand any of it, but I'm conscious and able enough to smell the alcohol off of his breath and the slurs in his speak to know this guy was plastered midday, right? Whether this is just a town drunkard who's always been drunk, or if this is a man who has turned to the bottle to deal with the traumas that he's experienced through the war, who knows? The Russians had been bombing that day and shelling, and we would hear it throughout the day as they shelled areas around the city. Maybe he was just dealing with that or the trauma, or who knows. And the whole conversation with him was complete fucking gibberish, nonsense. None of it's usable. He's just fucking embarrassing himself in public, I'm gonna be honest. And
upload it anyway.
I will, by the way. But at the end of it, as I'm about to get in the van, I'm like, fuck, well, this guy's gonna annoy us because he's like following us around, right? I'm like, can you ask him like why he speaks Russian and not Ukrainian? Like, what does he think about the Russian-Ukrainian language divide? Which is a big thing that's talked about in the media all the time. The idea that like Ukraine is oppressing the Russian speakers and that like Russia is coming to liberate the Russian speakers. And that if you're a Russian speaker, you support Russia. If you're a Ukrainian speaker, you support Ukraine, is the idea. And out of nowhere, this drunkard, like completely plastered dude, he like gets super serious. It's like he's sobered up for like 10 seconds randomly. And he said like, I speak Russian here, he pointed to his mouth, and I speak Ukrainian here, and he pointed to his heart. And he was signaling that like his displeasure with the fact that, you know, he's up there in age and now it's kind of difficult for him to learn another language, and he felt like his culture was taken from him due to like Russian like suppression of the Ukrainian language, because the Ukrainian language was banned during the Russian Tsardom. During the Soviet Union, it was treated like it was a backwater language, like it was a hillbilly language. If you wanted to work in academia, if you wanted to work in the big city, you were supposed to speak Russian, not Ukrainian. And he was upset that he felt like that his culture was in a way taken from him, and now he's too old to kind of like learn this language. And I think a lot of people like don't realize that when with how this war has been portrayed, that just because you speak Russian doesn't mean you support Russia. You know, all the Americans fighting the British spoke English. The Irish, if you go to Ireland, they're not speaking to you in Irish, they're speaking to you in English. That doesn't mean they want to be part of the UK. American. Obviously, yes, they're speaking American.
Speaking American.
But it's the same thing in Ukraine. When I was on the front line of Zaporozhye, all the soldiers there, locals, territorial defense guys, they all spoke Russian, but they were some of the most anti-Russian people I know were those soldiers. They despised the Russian army. They despised the Russian occupation. Azov. I mean, could you think of a force that's more anti-Russia than Azov? They're all Russian speakers. Just because, even though this is the dynamic that the Russian state media has put up, the Russian government's put up, just because you speak Russian does not mean you support being part of Russia. I mean, like, you could say the same thing about Kazakhstan. Like, there's Russian speakers in Kazakhstan. Does that mean the Russian speakers in Kazakhstan want Kazakhstan to be fucking annexed by Russia? No, that's ridiculous. There's Russian speakers in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. All these countries have Russian speakers. That doesn't mean all these Russian speakers want to be annexed.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing with like Taiwan too. Like people in Taiwan, there's like a Taiwanese language, but there's most people in Taiwan also speak Mandarin Chinese, but they don't. That doesn't mean they want to be a part of China.
I think it's difficult sometimes for people who have this very hardcore nationalist mindset to accept the fact that people of similar cultural heritage in any degree would ever want to choose a different path than like the one guided by the Russian government. Like, the Chinese government has a big problem with anybody who is Chinese abroad being critical of the Chinese government and then staying abroad. Like, they have this belief that they own basically anybody with Chinese blood. Like, if you have Chinese blood and you live in Canada, like, you're still a Chinese, you're still loyal to the Chinese state. You're still loyal to the Chinese government. And they've had this view to its students. They've had this view to, it's really fucked.
I dated a Chinese girl in university and can confirm, and it was cringe.
It was very cringe. And it feels like a weird kind of similar vibe how the Russians treated in Ukraine. There's this idea of Novorossiya, like this idea that like vast territory in Ukraine belonged to Russia. Is almost very similar to like how the Turkish view the Kurds, where for a while there wasn't even Kurds in the minds of Turkish nationalists. They were just mountain Turks is what they would call them. Where in Russia, their words for Ukrainians are little Russians, right? So they try to erase their cultural heritage, erase their culture as Ukrainians, and they'll do everything they can to do it, even though Ukraine has its own clothing, its own history, its own culture and language and music and all these different things, writers and poets. They'll do everything they can to try to like downplay the Ukrainianness of all of it. Dmitry Medvedev, the former president of Russia and one of Putin's right-hand mans, once even said, like, Ukraineness is a disease of the mind, right? So they have worked very hard to establish this narrative, but, like, once you, like, get on the ground, like, the most patriotic Ukrainians I know are all Russian speakers. Zelensky's a Russian speaker, by the way.
So hold on, because we're approaching the end of my time tonight. I don't know if you're going to keep streaming after this, Dylan.
No, it's a Sunday. I don't usually stream. I stream just for you, buddy.
Here.
I stream just for you.
Here.
Wow.
I don't usually do it on Sunday either.
We're so gay for each other. Can you believe it?
Let's have an orgy about it.
Yeah, monkeypox orgy. Let's pox each other.
Listen. I just don't want to catch monkeypox. So I don't think that's a reasonable thing. Are we at the point where you can't be a true LGBTQIA plus ally unless you catch monkeypox?
You're sabotaging yourself, but the answer is yes, of course.
Okay, here. I'm going to check out the super chats that have questions for you specifically.
I'll answer any question as long as I get half the super chat.
Oh, shit. Is that how it is? Okay, give me half your 100 in response.
Never mind. I'm good.
Okay. One guy says, Dylan is insufferable. He's high on his own supply. I don't believe any of his stories. Well, that wasn't a question.
It's okay.
That wasn't a fucking question.
It's okay.
That wasn't a fucking question.
Like, it's okay. You don't need to believe any of my stories. That's fine. You can keep on moving. I'll keep on moving as well. But
hey, listen. As long as you give me money, I don't give a fuck.
That's true.
Keep giving me money, buddy. It's okay.
It's
true. Okay.
That's true.
Okay. Here's an actual.
My stories
question.
are very unbelievable. I will say they're very unbelievable.
Here's an actual question. Let's see. Have any of y'all talked to Gonzalo Lira yet? To be honest, I get the impression that Gonzalo is a bitter American expat, West-hating Putin sycophant.
He's a fucking loser. He's a liar and a loser. And the thing is whatever Russia says, he just repeats verbatim, right? Like, if you ask me, I'm going to tell you, I don't think the Ukrainian stats on how many Russian soldiers they killed are accurate. I'm going to say they're exaggerated. In my conversations in private with members of the military and others seem to, like, indicate that as well, right? They're going to be the most, they're going to be whatever paints the picture best for them. Even if I think their information is generally more accurate, they still are going to fall into like they're the state. They're going to advocate for whatever is best for the Ukrainian state. He just verbatim will repeat whatever Russia says. When Russia at one point claims that they have destroyed more HIMARS than are currently in Ukraine, right? And he will repeat that. He has repeated on multiple times that Russia has destroyed so many HIMARS, and he has even shared footage and, like, evidence of this. And, like, the evidence that is, like, pointed to is, like, literal, like, footage from video games. And, like, just not real. Like, it's just
is that actually happened?
It's embarrassing. These people are fucking embarrassing. They just repeat the Russian government line, and they do it either because they're contrarian and they like the attention that comes with it. But the thing that's crazy with Gonzalo Lira is he's not even particularly fucking convincing. But he gets brought on all these, like, big like alt media talk shows to talk as an expert. As he talks about how he's on a Ukrainian kill list, he's going to be murdered by the Ukrainian government. But, like, he's fine. Like, he keeps saying his bullshit, but he's perfectly fine. I hear reports from what I've been told is that the dude is completely off the rocker right now, and he believes, like, behind every bush is, like, a Ukrainian sniper ready to fucking murder him. He believes he's on a kill list, and he's going to get murdered by the government. I think he actually needs mental assistance.
Okay, so just in case anyone doesn't know, Gonzalo Lira is Coach Red Pill.
Yeah.
Okay. And I do recall hearing, like, initial reports after the war began that he had vanished for a bit. What was the story there?
He claims that he was detained by the Ukrainian SBU and, like, held in prison before just being let go, apparently. And now he's still in Kharkiv region, according to him. He's around Kharkiv, which, like, unironically, like, if locals in Kharkiv, like, got and I'm saying this in a very blunt manner, but, like, if locals found out who he was, like, and I hear he's super nervous about this, like, they would literally, like, act like they would kick him out of the city. Like, and that's, like, best case scenario, because he, like, says, like, he is just, like, a straight up supporter of the Russian invasion. And so if you're living in a country supporting the country invading and killing all your neighbors, it's very hard for your neighbors to be very neighborly towards you. Remember that quote I said earlier, like when a murderer murders your friend and then the murderer falls in your hand, what do you expect from them? What kind of behavior do you expect? But the thing is, like, he's just completely wild. Like, here's another claim he made. He made a big schizo post about what the future of Ukraine would look like, and it included Poland invading and annexing parts of Ukraine with Hungary. Like, it's just completely delusional. He has no connection with reality, but he's brought on so many alt media platforms to be treated like a Ukraine expert. He's a clown. He has no clue what he's talking about. I think he needs mental assistance. And I hope he's nowhere near a front line in any war, because I honestly would be scared to have him even near sharp kitchen utensils.
Have you bumped into him in real life at all, or no?
No, I've been in Kharkiv, and I'd be happy to do a live in-person debate with him in Kharkiv near the front if he wants. It'd be really funny.
That would be fucking great. That would be great.
But there's no way he's gonna give his location. There's no way he's gonna give his location to me, because I'd immediately give it to the Ukrainian government. But like, I'm kidding. I'm very, like, if somebody legitimately trusts me with information, I'm very private with it. I try to be a respectable journalist.
I see.
You're not gonna get to phone up your Azov context.
No, I'm not gonna call my Azov contacts.
Here's the fucking...
I have zero ties with Azov. I barely. I think
I know, I was joking.
I think the only. I should probably just be quiet. Never mind.
Lilith, you ruin jokes by saying them. You should just say them and let it lie.
Fair enough.
Fuck the optics.
You got any new questions?
Yes, I do. Are you allowed or recommended to carry a sidearm on the front lines?
That's a terrible idea as a journalist. I've
been self-defense.
That's a similar. No, like, I just look. If you're a journalist, you should not have a gun on you. They'll use it to paint you as a combatant, and I think it's a really bad idea. There's only like very few circumstances where I think would be more understandable. But once it's gotten to that point anywhere, you're already in like such deep shit that you would hopefully never even be in those situations. As a journalist, you should not be fucking with firearms or anything like that. Like, the most I would even be okay with is like, oh, I'm gonna take a picture holding an AK, and even that shit is like probably not good. But at least that, like, I understand it. It's just like, oh, you want a cool picture or whatever, but you should not be carrying a firearm with you. No, definitely, like, if I get found to have a gun on me while I'm near the front line of a war, like, they're gonna start assuming shit. And now, not only is there a problem about me looking like an enemy combatant and being attacked for that, but like, I could be taken away by the SBU thinking that I'm like a Russian spy because I have a gun. And where did I get a gun? You know? So I generally try to not have a firearm. It's not that I don't know my way around a firearm, or there's no situation where I'd pick up a gun and use it if I had to. But just like, it's probably better to not have a gun on you. And I've never had a gun on me while in Ukraine.
Right. Let's see here. Dylan, have you heard any UFO or supernatural stories from Ukraine? Have you seen any technology you didn't expect to see?
Dog, I saw like a World War II era machine gun being used on the front line, like the literal forward operating position, like the old DPS, like, you know, the Russian gun that like has the magazine on top of it from like the late World War II. I forget what it's called, but like that gun I saw like on the front line. Right.
I recall seeing a picture of like a 1900s era Gatling gun where it's like two barrels on wheels and you gotta like crank it with your hand.
There's a lot of wacky weapons being used in this war. But I haven't seen any superhuman technology. I have seen some conspiracy theories online that I've reacted to. I do have one spiritual story though, that I've been told from what I believe is a reliable source. So I have a huge interest in psychedelics. And a deep interest recently in psychedelics and warfare. And the reason why is, like, in Vietnam, like, a lot of soldiers did actually take psychedelics because they were just bored all the time. And I'm worried, and I'm very interested about, like, how when your mind is in such a dark place and a weird place and you're taking stuff that alters your mind in some way, it alters your perception of reality in a war zone. I'm interested in, like, what kind of effects does that have on the mind? Because I've never ever taken psychedelics, but from what I've been told, not totally through my own experiences, is like it can, if you take enough of it, like you can really, like you can believe your reality is completely changed. You can really be immersed in it. It's incredible. So
yeah, it's happened.
So
before.
I was told from what I believe is a reliable source, somebody I trust, that there was a group of Ukrainian soldiers who got trapped. Their position got consumed by the Russians. Like it was surrounded on all sides, and the only way out for this division of Ukrainian patriots was they had to walk through a minefield. That was the only way out. And one of them had a bunch of mushrooms on him. And so what they did is they took the mushrooms, they ate the mushrooms, started tripping, and walked through the minefield. And reportedly, nobody died, and some of them said that the mushrooms told them where to step to be safe. And they all got out alive.
I'm glad nobody died, but I feel like I feel like if somebody did die, everybody there would just be jump straight to the worst trip of their lives.
Absolutely. Look, it's a tall tale. I don't know how much I believe it, but I choose to believe it. Okay.
It's interesting though. Like the mushrooms.
Look, I can tell you, like there are drugs being used in this war actively, like by both sides. I've actually seen aid workers just like snort Adderall like right in front of me while trying to make deliveries.
Damn.
Well, I mean, it's like probably what they need to get through all the horrible shit happening.
Well, I think for the Adderall, it was more that when you're Ukrainian, or if you're an aid worker, period, in that country, and you have to make deliveries, you have to drive through endless hours and get through checkpoints, all this stuff. And if you miss a deadline, like these groups of people like heavily rely on the shipments that you make in order for them to function and live. And so if you miss a shipment, that can, if you're like transporting something like medical equipment or something like that, like, you know, that can really decide if somebody lives or dies. And so for a lot of these aid workers, they have a ton of moral weight on their shoulders. And so they're going to push themselves to the ends of what they can in order to make it through it. But yeah, there's also a lot of use of drugs also to deal with the problems they're experiencing. And like the pain that they're experiencing and going through. Absolutely. I mean, like I drank a lot with some people, and I'm not a big drinker. I would often intoxicate myself with substances. Nothing like, I'm not like fucking say I'm taking heroin or anything, but I would often intoxicate myself with certain substances in order to, like, you know, relax after a very stressful time where like you had some close calls, or, you know, it was a very difficult experience for whatever you saw or at the front line. It's a lot more common than you would think.
Well, here, if you don't want to answer this question, you don't have to. I won't push you on it. Have you experienced any addiction problems now that you're out of that environment?
Addiction problems. I don't know how much I can discuss this.
Okay.
Because I don't drink alcohol. Really that much. I will drink only socially, really. I drank vodka with friends in the country because, you know, we're drinking with friends, we're getting wasted, we're having a good time. But I guess for me, I mean, I'll be blunt. I like weed, and I smoke a lot of it, and I have smoked more weed than ever since the war started. It really helps. I won't say where or when I smoke the weed. I will not say when and or where I smoke the weed for legal reasons.
Right. Obviously. Well, isn't it legal in the States now?
In Maryland, we just legalized it by vote. In my state, nice. but it's still not legal yet for a little bit. So when and where I'll never say.
So you're not going to be like.
Well, the thing is, I do hit the Benjamin on stream, but the thing is, like, obviously that's CBD. Obviously.
Nothing illegal.
Very legal. Very legal. Of course, I hit the Benjamin. But like I don't know if I'm addicted to it more, but I do smoke a lot. Like it helps. And I mean, like I don't get addicted to psychedelics, but I like psychedelics, and I'm open about that. I think it's something that can really help people process different things. And taking psychedelics after being to a war zone is a very strange experience.
You got like strange trips out of it?
Very strange trips, yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, I'm pretty straight edge. I don't drink or do anything like that, so I'm boring.
It's okay. You can be boring. You can be boring, but if you go to a war zone,
it's probably a lot better to be boring.
You'd be a lot more fun in a war zone. A ShortFatOtaku.
That'd be fun. What do you mean?
I think you'd snap and you'd start drinking. I think you'd be, yeah, I think you'd snap and you would drink or you would do something, yeah. I think everybody needs a way to cope. Everybody has a way to cope. Some people it's weed, some people it's drink, some people it's tougher stuff than that. I know people, like Ukraine, there's been like a lot of drug problems in Ukraine since this war started, which, I mean, isn't a huge surprise that people are, getting support of substances in order to deal with what's going on. So I guess the question would be, how would you cope?
Oh, it would totally be gay monkeypox orgies.
Got you. Perfect.
That's how I would go against my morals and become a degenerate. That's what would happen.
That makes sense. That sounds about
You're
right.
You're a Coomer after all, so that's yeah.
But yeah, I've seen a lot of people, like, there's a lot of people who drink a lot or do whatever is necessary to deal with this conflict, which I understand. And I don't look down upon any of them for that. I understand it completely. My family has dealt with addiction their whole life, and I think I have an addictive personality, so I got to be careful. But I do have to be careful. I don't think it would be very difficult for me to get addicted.
You can definitely get addicted to weed. I'm going to say it right now. That's
not even just weed. Like, there is like a weird appeal, and it's very weird because I grew up in a household where my mother was a heroin addict, right? My mother was a heroin addict, and it very, very much negatively affected my upbringing in a very negative way. She even used heroin when she was pregnant with me. Which I don't know if Jackson Hinkle, ShortFatOtaku.
You can just call me Dev, by the way, because Dev's my real name.
Dev, Jackson.
Okay, hold on. Okay, real quick. The SFO thing came because, like, when I was younger, goofing around with my friends with the camera in 2009, we made random ass anime videos that didn't really go anywhere, and the name just stuck. I'm Dev now that I'm an adult.
Got you, Dev. Short Fat Dev.
I mean, I also am short and fat, so there's that. But I know who Hinkle is. He's kind of a nutter, isn't he?
Yeah, I was in like a Twitter space, and like he came in and like we had like a back and forth debate over like some stupid shit. It doesn't really matter. But like during the end of it, while trying to like dunk on me, he started like going after my mother's heroin addiction. It was like the weirdest thing. He was just like, "You're so fucking retarded, Dylan. It's because your mom used heroin when she was pregnant with you." And like I told him, like, just straight up, I was like, "Dude, that makes me super uncomfortable." He's like, "I don't care because you're a Ukraine supporting terrorist," and like. I was almost like baffled by like how like socially unaware he was, like to how that made him look, like to everyone, how that made everyone else feel. It probably made everybody else feel uncomfortable. I know it made me feel uncomfortable, obviously. Just a general lack of social awareness. It was a very strange situation.
Yeah, it's not a good thing to make fun of people at all. Like, I was gonna say, like, when you mentioned that, like, some haters will probably just use that to be like, oh, yeah, I guess that explains a lot of it.
It makes me rethink about like how public I've been about certain parts of my life, but like
I've gotten that too, like people using like traumas from the past that was to just use it like, oh, you're this, you're that, but it's like it's not even something that's it doesn't make you look good to make fun of people for that.
Yeah, I've seen people like use like for you specifically, Lilith, like they use the fact that you're trans or you're Asian or your voice or like some of the things you've done that are like publicly available in the past. Like they've really gone after you.
I'll just say right now, I had to escort in the past to like survive because like I was gonna get kicked out because my parents were unaccepting, and people say like, oh, you were a prostitute or worse yet, they would say, oh, you were an underage prostitute. Because like I was under 18 when I because my prospect was get kicked out by the time you turn 18 and go homeless or you have some, and also I wasn't a citizen of Taiwan, so I couldn't like I couldn't just work as and save up money either. So there wasn't a lot of good choices for me back then. And I did what I had to survive, and people were like, "Ooh, you're this," and okay, then fuck you.
Yeah, they bring it up now, like almost a decade later.
Yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, okay.
I think it's like the most clear cut. Like the thing is, I thought this type of like dialogue was a thing of the past because I thought like there was generally like an understanding online. Like we all sympathize for those who have been hurt by like this, like the evils of addiction, or like when you're put into a desperate situation, you have to do things like sex work and stuff like that. I felt like dialogue in the country had generally moved past these are all just disgusting. It is like more to like these are like lost souls who have like fallen on hard times. Like even Republican politicians like talk about like the dangers of pill pushing, and like they talk about it in a slightly different way, even though they still generally have many of the same like hardcore like war on drugs mentality. But yeah. Immediately once it can be used in a way to attack people, it still is.
Yeah. I think like there's like a lot of that neocon puritanism that's still there, but you can definitely get some genuinely religious people who actually, you know, understand the forgiveness aspect of Christianity, and they'll definitely forgive you. They'll be like, okay, I understand. Like, you know, we're all sinners kind of attitude, you know?
Yeah, but like also forgive. Okay, let me. I don't think you meant to implicate that, but like, why would I need to be forgiven?
What do you mean?
Like, why would I need to be forgiven?
You wouldn't, because okay. you didn't do anything wrong, right? Like you wouldn't, obviously.
Yeah. Like it's like, why did you? Oh, you while you were a fetus, you consumed that heroin, Dylan. Like you did that. Like, hey,
you know what I mean? But like there are people who have had to make bad choices to survive, and then later they feel really guilty about it, and it's like, well, no, you know, everyone has to do it at some point. So,
true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I didn't mean you specifically.
Yeah, you were like, you should have rejected the heroin, Dylan.
Here, let me see what else, because I've got. Okay, here's another super chat. This isn't a question to you, but it is like related to what we were talking about at the very start. I've been in the Devosphere long enough. Devosphere, is that a thing? I've been in the Devosphere long enough to see him become persona non grata in his own community twice. That's the risk of being pro-free speech. Yeah, pretty much. I've gone to war with my audience several times over some things that they don't like. My audience is very they really believe that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump. Like they really believe it.
That's really, I could never. If my audience was that full of, obviously now your audience doesn't feel that, because everybody who does feel that way is obviously wrong and kind of knuckle draggers and window lickers and. And
Jesus
Christ. Like, you know, just generally, I don't know how they function in a modern society, and they probably need help wiping their ass. But like, I mean, obviously, none of you, the people watching now, would feel that way on your show, of course.
Oh, they definitely do all the time.
None of them, because if they were, then I don't even know how they got the computer started.
So, someone says that I'm thinking of grace as the concept. Listen, I'm not religious, all right? I like some religion stuff, but I'm not religious. Okay, here. I'm somebody who once believed that the election was stolen from Trump. Okay, and I can tell you, yes, and I can tell you, yeah, you sound real survived, eh? Sorry, real surprised. I can tell you why, and I can tell you why I stopped, and they're both pretty simple explanations.
Okay.
So, if you're like kind of like out on the outside of the political process, you don't really know what's going on, you're kind of a normie, you're just kind of like half watching what's going on, and then you see what look to be very strange videos of, you know, like the case of ballots coming from underneath the desk at like 2 a.m. and it's like, well, what's this all about? And then you see like no one's like, people are saying like, why are you questioning this? It's like, well, what's all that about? Like, if you're not completely engaged and you don't know the answers, it's easy to look at that and think that something is sus. It's a reasonable reaction to have. However, what happens is that most of the people, they look at that, they think something is sus, they file that little bit of evidence away into their brain of sus shit, and then they collect a bunch of these like 200 or 300 or 500 examples of sus things, but they only have their first impressions on each one, and then they use that to make a narrative of the election was stolen. But if you go back now, 2 years later, after there's been like countless investigations into every single one of these events, you go back now and you realize, oh, the court case that happened 2 months later that no one really reported on, where it turns out they looked into it and it's actually completely fine, you know, that's why I don't believe it anymore, because I actually kept up with all the stories. You know, all the instances where people said hey, this could be a problem. It turned out not to be a problem. But everyone that I've met who genuinely believes the election was stolen, they just haven't kept up with the news. They still believe their first impressions.
I understand that, but a lot of that was done specifically, like the framing of a lot of the footage that came out, where it was explicitly like they would like take the footage of like oh god, it cut again. Of course it did. Okay, so they would take the footage, they would add scary music, they would add like filters and shit. Like there was so much footage that was specifically taken where if you go to the source of the footage and you see what's going on, even at the time it wasn't that substantive footage, or it was just something that's like, oh, we don't have all the information around this. Maybe like we have like just some like blurry footage that looks kind of sus from a distance. But for people to make the conclusion that it was stolen off of just some blurry footage and some blurry photographs and some rumors here and there, to make that affirmative statement at any point, at any time in development, I think it takes I honestly think it takes mental gymnastics. It just is, I see things that look suspicious to me, the layman, therefore it is stolen. There was never any evidence of any repute whatsoever that could have been provided to even give the impression that there was a legitimate risk of this having been a stolen election.
Mm-hmm. So there's one guy in my chat right now who says there are multiple ballot harvesting scandals in Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Okay, and he's immediately like jumping. He's like, no, you're wrong, Dev. No, it's like, listen. Okay, so one, a lot of that information that you're relying on hasn't been updated. Okay, where it might have been reasonable to believe some things on the evening of the election, and it's no longer reasonable now if you had kept up with the investigations. Two, there's three things that people use interchangeably when they say the election was stolen. They can mean one of three different things. All right. The first one is that the actual machinery of the government, the deep state, they literally just stuffed the ballot boxes with fake votes, or they rigged the totals in the machines, and then the actual vote is just like per the numbers, fraudulent. All right, that's the first thing people mean. That's clearly not true. The second thing people mean is that all the actual ballots, all the votes were real votes, but some rules were broken in how those votes went from person into the system, and that's like the ballot harvesting. It's like, well, the question you have to ask.
Do you know that Trump's vote was ballot harvested? Did you know that?
I didn't know that, actually. That's fucking hilarious.
He voted through ballot harvesting. Yes.
But see, like, yeah, the second question is like, well, like, were those votes actually real? Like, if your grandma who can't leave her house has her ballot taken by somebody from her house to the polling station, and it's a real vote, and like you might be able to complain that like a rule was broken there, but the vote is still a real vote in the end. And then that's more of like a procedural issue, but it shouldn't. But even then, a procedural issue that still has real votes behind it, that shouldn't invalidate the vote. That means you change the procedure. Okay. So I don't really buy that excuse either. And then the third excuse is that everything about the election is completely fine, but the mainstream media didn't report on certain stories, like the Hunter Biden laptop story, and that like if they had reported on it differently, then people would have voted a different way. And even if you think that's true,
which it isn't, by the way,
believe in that,
but
even if you believe in that, that doesn't invalidate the vote that you cast, right? Like, Dylan, I assume you voted for Biden, right?
Obviously,
obviously.
I consider myself a mammal that stands on two legs.
So here's the thing: if it came out the day after you voted that Biden has actually raped like 100 babies and he's proud of it and he's hanging the corpses of these babies along the White House, and then you're like, oh,
that would most likely make me a less enthusiastic Biden supporter. Yes.
Yeah. And then if you said, man, I shouldn't have voted for Biden, holy shit, you still voted for him. Your vote isn't invalidated because you got more information later and then changed your mind. So all three of these options, none of them actually lead to the election being stolen. So I don't buy this logic.
I mean, if we're going to use that logic, could we say that Brexit was illegitimate because a lot of the stuff that was talked about in Brexit ended up being a lie? Like a lot of the idea of like, oh, we're going to recover NHS funding that was put on like the side of buses that were driven around. We got out to say, oh, now Brexit is invalidated and we need to undo Brexit because some of the politicians who promoted Brexit lied about it. No, it just kind of shows that the average voter isn't, necessarily going to be the number one fact-checking machine. I think I just like, for me, when somebody says the election was stolen, that's like that's the type of thing that, like, if true, needs radical action based off of it, right? If someone says the election is stolen, that means a democracy is at risk of dying. The democratic vote is at risk of not being upheld, and that is why I think it's such a nefarious lie, and I have very little patience with it, is because if that was true, violent action against the government is 100% justified. I believe that rebels in Myanmar have 100% right to kill soldiers. Because the democracy was invalidated by military coup. And so if that was true in the United States, I would believe the same thing. And so that's why it's a claim that you only use in very specific circumstances that have a high barrier for evidence, right? Because I would believe most other Americans have this belief system that obviously for democracy's dying, we must do everything to protect it. And that's how we led to some of the ridiculous, nonsensical violence that happened on January 6th, was because people believed it. And what they did would not be considered so crazy if the evidence they were using was actually not fraudulent and nonsensical. And if the election actually was stolen, then January 6th was 100% justified.
Yes, absolutely. And that's the issue. Like, lots of people say, I've seen so many takes generally from like people who are further left than you, Dylan. That they're saying like the people who stormed the Capitol, they're evil. You know, they're irredeemable. It's like, no, they're not. They're wrong about something, but their morals are completely in check. They just have a false belief.
If they were right.
It depends on the person. It depends on the person, because I don't think everybody who stormed the Capitol is just like a misled grandma. Stuart Rhodes who was charged with sedition and was a militia leader, is not a misled grandma. He's a piece of shit traitor, right? Like, I do think there is
maybe not, because like if it turns out that here's the real black pill, right? If it turns out that the entire establishment actually was corrupt and it was all rigged, every single person, like every single senator, every single individual in the government is culpable, then yeah, you want to be going in with rifles and zip ties.
Well, yes, but if it's not the case, then you're just an insurrectionist traitor, right? For example, like if Hitler was right about everything he said, then he's no longer a monster, then he's a hero. But if he's wrong, which he is, then he's a monster. So that's the problem here, because they were wrong about what they said, and so they weren't great heroes. He was charged with sedition because he acted in a seditious way in an effort to overthrow the government.
Right. But this is why I don't believe those people are lost. They're irredeemable or something. It's like, no, they just have false information.
I do think Stuart Rhodes is irredeemable. I do think there are people, like, at least irredeemable politically. Like, they should never ever be respected politically ever again. And even if we allow them to like be outside of a prison cell, like, these are not people who should be able to re-enter politics. Like, these are people, like, if they ever tried to run for office or like tried to share a political opinion, they should be like laughed off the stage. Like, aren't you the person who fucking stormed the Capitol? Like, do you really think we should be listening to you about any type of government policy when you were tricked by such shitty evidence and you like legitimately endangered our republic?
Are you saying that you wouldn't vote for the QAnon shaman?
I would not vote for the QAnon shaman. No, I would not. He does not have my vote. I'll vote for the person who shot Ashley Babbitt first.
Jesus. Okay, hold on. Your chat is acting like I'm the lost one. Like, what are you fucking talking about? I'm agreeing with everything Dylan's saying.
But you're saying it in a very like, oh, these are misguided souls way, and I think they're like, no, these are traitors. I think that's why they're not.
Oh, they're getting all triggered about it.
They're getting a tiny bit triggered about it, because, well, the thing is, for me, right? Like, can I also say, like, a lot of those people on that stage, like, I would say the majority, like, I would say the majority of the people at January 6th were not good people. I interacted with them because I was there.
I don't know if I agree with that. But,
I was there at January 6th, wearing a Biden hoodie, so I got a very unique experience compared to everybody else. And
how was that?
You know, getting spit at. You're a fucking F-slur. Fuck you. You deserve to die. You're a traitor. I committed treason by voting for Biden. Like, there was like a few people who come up to me. It's like, it's okay to disagree with you, but like the rhetoric that day was very much like very violent, very vitriolic, very disconnected with reality, and very disgusting. So I mean, those people who spit in my direction, right? Is that somebody who's redeemable? Is the person who said I should be executed for voting for Biden, is that a redeemable person? I mean, maybe.
Yes.
Like in the idea
Yes,
that like everybody can eventually be redeemed, but odds are the person who threatened me with execution, called me an F-slur, and spit in my direction is probably not going to be the next fucking Rosa Parks.
I mean, maybe not, but at the same time, there but for the grace of God go us. We could be the radicalized person, and we're not. And thank God for that.
I mean, that is true. I mean, we could have been like the clerk at like Auschwitz, but we're not. But does that do you believe the clerk at Auschwitz is redeemable?
Yes. I think everyone's redeemable at some point. Sure.
Redeemable.
No one is so far gone that they can't they can't understand what they've done is wrong and then try to re-enter society and do some good again.
We can do
anyone's.
Well, I think with the clerk at Nuremberg, like the redeemable characteristic he could have is like before he gets hanged, he says, "You know what? I was a monster. I forgive everything I did." Everybody does a clap before the chair gets kicked out from under him. Like there's a certain bit of like every soul, every person could fundamentally, I think, change and improve themselves. But that doesn't mean we should not treat them differently because of their actions. Like, I do think we should treat people who stormed the Capitol differently because these are people who have shown themselves to be dangerous individuals.
Well, I think a lot of them, they're finally getting through all those court cases, right? And they're all getting
a lot of them are getting fucking sedition charges. I remember nobody was charged with insurrection. I think sedition's pretty damn close.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are just getting trespassing. Like there's that one goofy guy who just kind of walked around and is like, whatever. Like he's getting a trespassing charge. But like the people who came in with guns, yeah, they're getting sedition.
Yeah.
It really depends what they did. But like a lot of them are getting like community service or fines. The ones that just kind of goofed around a bit, and that's probably reasonable. It's like, all right, you're just being an idiot.
Yeah, I do think there needs to be like an example made out of definitely the people who like Stuart Rhodes. But I think that like generally anybody who violated a law here should be prosecuted to some extent. I don't know if that necessarily means prison time in every instance, but like there needs to be like a clear line of the sand here, because as much as like it wasn't effective in really changing anything, and it really was kind of embarrassing for them. People did die, and this did slow down the certification of the president of the United States, and. I
thought the only person who died was the Ashley chick.
Ashley Babbitt. There was another cop who did die. There was some debate about exactly how they died, but it seems to be like the general consensus that what they experienced that they did contribute to their death. There was I think somebody else that got trampled or like had a drug overdose or something. So it's like it's kind of hazy. I forget every specific instance, but multiple people did die.
I vaguely recall that like 4 of them were like up in the air, and one of them was actually like the shooting.
Yeah, like Ashley Babbitt, like they didn't get like a health upgrade. They just passed. They died. They got shot and went goodbye.
Yep.
They went to the restricted zone. They got murked. They got 360'd. But I think this delay of the certification of the vote is treated not very seriously, but I think it's very serious that this at all actually ended up interfering with the certification process of the president. Like that's very scary. Even if it wasn't successful, it is scary that it was even possible for them to slow down the process. And we cannot allow that to become normalized in any way. That you can target the process in that way. I think there needs to be like a clear like line in the sand drawn.
No, I completely agree with that too. Like that mentality can also be a bit scary because like, what do you do if it actually is stolen? Because now, but I understand your point completely. Yeah.
Well, obviously,
there is a time and a place for a revolution, and this wasn't the time or the place.
This was not the time. This was not the place, and there was no evidence that anything that they were claiming happened. So I think that there is like, of course, you can say, oh, it's scary. Like, what if it's a real revolution? What if there's a real issue? Well, if there's a real issue, then you can have a real revolution. Like there is a time and a place for revolution and time and a place not for revolution. Like for example, in Myanmar, I can point to an example where like there's an example where I think violent overthrow of the government is 100% morally permissible. We can point to that exists in the world today. I think the rebellion against Bashar al-Assad was 100% justified. I believe Euromaidan was 100% justified. I believe that there were revolutions that were justified all throughout history of the world. And I believe there were revolutions that were attempted that were not justified, like the beer hall push. Throughout the history of the world.
Have you heard about the
any socialist revolution ever? Any of them?
Germany?
Any of them?
What do you say? Hello?
Have you heard about the recent?
Yes,
the
the Reichenbergers, other fucking people. So the thing is, there's these two groups of people. There's one in the Soviet Union as well that exists for the same thing, but it's like the Soviet parallel of this. But there's these Reich citizens in Germany. There's about 21,000 of them, and they believe that the current German government is just an extension of the American occupation, and is therefore illegitimate, meaning that the only legitimate government in Germany is the Reich. And so they consider themselves citizens of the Reich, and they don't pay taxes. They are basically all just far-right lunatics, and a lot of them were trying to organize a coup, overthrow the government that would install a monarchy, and they were working on building like a shadow government, gathering guns. But then like they were all raided.
That's very strange because like the Nazis didn't like the old German monarchy, you know?
No, I mean they had like a kind of nationalistic respect for it. Like the Kaiser was allowed to return, I think, if he wanted, if I remember. I forget exactly. But there was like they respected the Reich, but they did not want to bring back the Kaiser.
There's some, when I was doing the 3 forms of fascism video, one thing I was reading up on is like when there was fascists in Romania, you know, the fascist party in Romania was the most religious of all the various fascist parties that have been around. But even they didn't view religion as like a source of morality the way that Christians do. They viewed it just as a source of nationalism, and they had like Jesus as a nationalistic hero, which is very strange.
There's the Iron Guards or whatever the fuck they were called in Romania, a very, very strange form of fascists. But yeah, these people tried to overthrow the government. They failed. It was very embarrassing. It's kind of clownish behavior. But I think this is just the show. I mean, I think the show that liberal democracies are a lot more stable than I think a lot of people give them credit for. There's just another example of it.
Yeah, I really think they are too. Like.
People always
much more
talk about
liberal-pilled than I was, 2 or 3 years ago.
People always talk about the West collapsing, but Russia's looking a lot worse off than we are right now. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. I think when people talk, like, I think the one place that they might have a point with the West collapsing is like the demographics, like the birth rates thing, where it's like people aren't having enough kids, and you can only, first of all, you can only take in so many immigrants before it starts to kind of fuck with your own population. But secondly, that means that you're taking away the next generation of those countries who also need them because they're having less kids too. You know what I mean? So like the immigrant thing is like a Band-Aid over a wider problem of no one having children anymore.
Well, where we're getting the most immigrants from are not nations that have a problem with like underpopulation, right? Like a lot of these countries have like birth rates of like 4 to a person, 5 to a person, not like
that's going down too, though. That's going.
Yeah,
down
it
too.
is going down. It is going
yeah.
down, but it's still like very high. I don't think there's like an issue of like. I think there could be like an issue of brain drain, but ultimately, am I really going to tell somebody that you're not allowed to move to another country because we want you to work in this country, basically against what you want to do, because we don't want to accept you because that would be unfair to your host country. Like I don't like that restriction of human movement. I think that's bad. I generally like the idea of people being able to move to the countries that they want to work and prosper.
So
and
I generally agree with you, like on an individualistic sense, but like I also do think that countries generally have the right to let in or not let in people as they see fit. That's kind
of course they have the right. I just think that usually all the nations that restrict that movement the most are also the ones that end up doing the worse off and like having negative economic benefits. I like immigration. I'm a very big pro-immigration person. I don't think that like we can like I do think that America is like specially equipped at like assimilating people if we know how to do if we don't.
Honestly, Canada is in the same way, right? Like we're kind of cut from the same cloth in that respect.
And so we got like the super boost like immigration stat in like Civ if we're playing Civ or whatever, and like we're doing pretty good off. I think we're doing pretty good. I don't think that the birth rate is a huge problem in the United States.
Okay, there's somebody in the chat who's saying that I'm a white supremacist now for saying that. All right, dude. I'm sure. I'm not even fucking white. Okay. So, but here. So in terms of immigration, like I'm not like against immigration either. Like I think there's probably some reasonable checks. You don't want to bring in an ISIS fighter or something like that. But generally, I'm cool with immigration. I'm not doing the Sargon sensible centrist thing.
Dude, can I say Sargon? People told me Sargon was like, Dylan, you don't understand. Sargon's perfectly reasonable. But then like Sargon on Twitter was like just like getting super angry at these Albanians just celebrating their like Independence Day. He was like, we need to deport every single one of these fucking Albanians celebrating Independence Day. Everyone get the fucking Albanians out. It was like he was going crazy, fucking crazy, and the fucking and the replies like talking about like he was the fuck. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him on this issue. Like it's really bad. He said it was colonialism for all these like Pakistanis and Albanians to be moving to like Great Britain, and I told him like this just straight up isn't colonialism. Like this is just immigration. Like it'd be colonialism if Pakistan was like if Pakistan was building colonies in the UK with separate legal system and everything, then maybe you can make the argument, but it's not colonialism. He's just using the word because it's a buzzword and he wants to get attention off of it. It's honestly it's pretty cringe.
Hold on, I'll give you the logic, okay? Because I know I don't completely agree with logic.
Leave it to Dev to immediately run defense for the far right take. Okay, yeah, continue.
Well, he's my friend first off, so of course. But
of course,
okay.
Of course. Oh, Dev friends with the far right. Who would have thought, huh?
Wait, you didn't know that I'm like really good friends with Sargon?
Nah, I had no clue, but it can go on.
Oh no, we talk like every day. But here's the thing: we also debate like every day because I don't agree with him on a lot of things. We have like there's like a private room. There's like a bunch of YouTubers who are in there, and Sargon and I are like always fighting. We're at the end of the day we can be friends, right? So at the end of the day we laugh over it, but like we fight a lot.
Yeah.
But no, so from what I understand his point of view is so when he says sensible centrist, he's talking about like the sum total of human politics. So for example, if we're talking about immigration, for him, the far left is a country that takes in immigrants. The far right is a country that kills immigrants or expels immigrants, and the center is no immigrants. So on the immigrant question, you have plus, minus, and zero, the middle. So for him, being a centrist means a country has no immigration.
Okay, well that's silly. I think a centrist in a country is not. You have one crazy position over here, and you have one crazy position over there, and then the centrist is whatever would be smack down in the middle of it. I think a centrist would be whatever that nation's like political spectrum is, where the political center of the country generally lies. And I don't think the political center for immigration in either the UK or the United States would be no immigration. It would be
I agree with that.
Something along the lines
it's like a framing issue.
Yeah. It's like I think it's framing. And when you add the word centrist, it makes it sound like, oh, this is the reasonable like center position that like a decent amount of people believe. But it's not. It's just like would be advertised here as a sensible centrist position is the position of probably more the UKIP Tommy Robinson type like position on immigration, not what the majority of Brits and or Americans believe about it.
Yeah, so because he is doing it on like a world scale, right? Because there are some very restrictive countries who will just straight up like purge ethnic minorities, right? So he's saying, well, compared to them,
okay, so compared
to them, I'm a centrist.
Okay, so the sensible centrist position on Jews, then let's talk about that. Then, if we're talking the sensible centrist position on like certain like
Kanye up in here
is the sensible. If we talk about like the sensible centrist position on like homosexuals, would the sensible centrist position being like we don't kill them, but it's not allowed?
No, I asked him about that too. So his sensible centrist position on the gays, the gay question, is I don't care, just don't make it a political advocacy group. So no purging the gays, but
no
also
purging, no activism allowed though. So
but also we're not going to do Pride Month. Just be normal, just be chill. That's his view on the gays.
Got it. So
no Pride Month, no purges.
So like gay propaganda laws would be passed.
Maybe,
did you see the expansion of the gay propaganda laws in Russia recently? It's now
no. What's going on there?
It is now illegal. It is illegal in Russia to portray gay people in a positive manner.
Oh, really?
It is illegal. You can only portray gays in a negative manner. Exact wording of the law.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah.
It is ridiculous. It's not kind of
ridiculous. Dev moderating his language.
It sounds kind of ridiculous. Hey, listen, you've wanted. Okay, here.
It's extremely ridiculous.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
You know what it sounds like?
You know what? I am 100% done with these redneck child fuckers. I can go both ways on this. I can say any amount of hyperbolic language.
He sounded like Norm Macdonald in the like Hitler skit where he was like, "Did you hear about Joseph Mengele? This guy, Joseph Mengele, who like took Jews and like would torture them and like experiment on them. He would put them in like ice baths and see how long they could go before freezing to death. He would experiment them. He would like forcefully attach them to each other and see how long they would live until they died. I mean, this Hitler guy. I mean, like, man, he seems like a real jerk.
He did some pretty cringe.
He was a little problematic.
I just put in your chat in your website chat, degenerate monkeypox orgies versus redneck child fuckers. That's the way.
That's the two.
Trigger both sides all the time.
And in between, there's the sensible centrist position of gay child marriages.
Excellent. That's how you moderate. You have gay child.
Fantastic. That's never going to be taken out of context.
Okay, so in terms of like Sargon's sensible centrism, that's how I understand it. Is that he's doing like a framing thing where he's like, well, compared to Saudi Arabia, I'm actually quite normal.
Yeah, but when he uses words like colonialism, I feel like he's obviously using this word because he wants to use like a lefty buzzword to like describe the phenomenon, to be like, I'm using your buzzwords, haha, when it just doesn't describe what's happening whatsoever. No one else, no historian, no person of respect would ever say that the UK is currently being colonized by Pakistan or Albania. They would just call it immigration. From a historical perspective, that's what it would be called. It's just using a buzzword to like try to espouse just an emotional reaction.
And his argument would be that just proves how much everyone hates the UK.
Yeah, but that's because they're British. They deserve it.
Oh, they deserve being colonized. I see how it is.
Of course. Dude, if we could make the UK into Albania, that'd be fucking base. That'd be awesome.
I think his actual view is something along the lines of like, it's more like neocolonialism because it's done with the consent of the host country's government. Because that is how a lot of neocolonialism, like third world neocolonialism, is like, well, the government's fine with these foreign people coming in and like extracting resources or whatever.
I feel like, but now we're diluting it.
Like, well, hold on, because to him, you see like the demographics of London, for example, where it's like less than 20% ethnic British or ethnic English now. And it's like, Jesus, that kind of sounds a little bit weird. The UK isn't an immigrant nation the way that Canada or the United States is.
This is silly. This feels like I'm like saying like, if you look at a woman for too long, that's rape. And you're like, that's ridiculous. It's well, the sensible argument for this is that if you look at a woman for long enough, it might slightly make her uncomfortable and like barrier or something like that. And like at this point, we're no longer even talking about the original proposal. Yeah. It's ridiculous to call it colonialism. There's no colonial structures, and he's just doing it to be hyperbolic, and he doesn't need to do it. And I don't know why he defended it. And I asked him, because I went back and forth with him about this on Twitter. Like, I just told him, like, sure, this is not colonialism. You have nothing, like, there's no evidence. He didn't like end up responding to any of it. It was just like repeating like just like talking points. I feel like he can't defend it. I don't know why.
From what I understand, his view is that the UK is not a country founded on immigration like ours is, and that it should not be run the same way that ours is.
Okay, you can just say that. Don't call it colonialism.
So in the same way that like Japan has at least some ethno-state components to it, and Israel and other places, the UK should also be that way.
I mean, obviously, like I disagree with that on like an ideological level, but
same here. I want to go to I want to go to Japan. All the white men go to Japan and have all the GFs. No more ethno states. We should have all sex with all of them.
But to be clear, like this is getting silly. Like he's the using of the word colonial here is just to get like an emotional reaction. Like if this is how we're gonna play, then it's gonna be like, oh, Louis C.K. raped those women. It's not, oh, he jerked off in front of them and it was weird and uncomfortable, maybe sexual harassment. It's now it's raped. And we just need to use whatever word possible to like get the most reaction out of it. And then we'll like once the conversation is said and done, I've already made the offensive attention grabbing statement. Then we can slowly walk it back to a more sensible position once the conversation started. I hate that shit. Because it's done specifically to get attention, but then once it's time to challenge these ideas, we're not going to have a conversation about these ideas. We're going to have a conversation about a totally separate set of ideas that was not said in the first place. And I have to have this interaction with so many people. I just felt like Sargon, being somebody who's done this for so long, should be smart enough to avoid these types of pitfalls.
Like this kind of feels like the anarchist who says that voting is violence, or the socialist who says that employment is inherently exploitative, or like there's so many fucking ways that you see this where it's like, no, we have different words.
Or like sex work is rape.
Things.
Like sex work is rape is another example of this.
Yeah, we have so much.
Defund all cops, or defund the police. When pressed about it, they say, oh, what we mean is we should have more social workers.
Yeah, like there's so many. Someone says that that's not an anarchist point. It absolutely. There are some anarchists who straight up believe that voting and all politics is violence. There are anarchists who okay. First of all, anarchism is just like purely. Hold on, I can't say the
R word.
You can't say it. It's just like not. You're allowed to say it on Twitch. You can say it on Twitch. Yeah.
You can say retarded on Twitch.
Yeah, you can. Yes.
Oh shit. Okay. I'm really trying not to get you fucked up.
I appreciate it.
No, anarchism is purely from all points of view. It doesn't matter if it's left anarchism, right anarchism, it's all retarded. So, but someone in the chat's like, I'm regretting that gift sub. Too bad, your $5's already gone. It's already been sucked down the Dylan hole.
It has been sucked down the Dylan hole. If you want, you can make up for it by donating a sub to somebody else.
but no, basically, like there are so many ways in which people say, like, this is like that, because there's some superficial things that make them similar, and also it makes my point sound way fucking crazier if I say it this way. It's like, no, we have different words to describe different ideas, and you don't need to just resort to the most hyperbolic fucking way to word it. I think it's really infuriating.
And the thing is, the algorithm specifically like supports this though. They want this though because it gets the most clicks, it gets the most attention, it gets the most interaction when you put it in these ways. And you can see it in like how people like form their thumbnails and how they present videos. Like they're gonna present it in the most like evil looking or attention grabbing way that most might, and like a lot of the time is not the most honest way to portray it, but it's the way that's gonna get the most interaction. Like if you say that if you say, oh my god, the UK is having a lot of immigration, that's a lot different than the UK is being colonized by brown people. Right? Like these two different words are going to get a different level of reaction. The second one's going to get a much bigger reaction. And so that's why like it angers me, because it's just so, it's such a clear, like, it's clear where it's coming from, right? It's not coming from, I'm trying to have an actual discussion about this, or like a productive discussion. It's like either it's attention seeking or you just want to like do it to get under the skins of the libtards, it feels like.
Yeah, and also I think he like shoots himself in the foot a lot of the times with some of that rhetoric, because like you probably could have a reasonable discussion on how much or how little immigration a country like the UK should take.
Of course, but that's a totally different
discussion. Most hyperbolic. Yeah.
Because if I wanted to talk to Sargon, I would want to talk to Sargon about, what's the perfect amount of immigrants to take? Like, what's the perfect percentage? I would want to talk to him about like, do you still stand by the idea that the UK is being colonized by foreigners? And I would want to pressure him on that. And if it became a conversation, well, how about instead we talk about the more pressing issue? How many? I'd be like, no, I don't want to talk about it, because that conversation doesn't interest me. And what interests me is your crazily hyperbolic statement.
Yep. I mean, like I said, I can be friends with people I disagree with, and I am, He's actually quite a nice guy. Like when we're not talking politics, but we get into a lot of fights. He also thinks.
You know what? I wouldn't even rape him.
You wouldn't even based.
Yeah.
I would.
Stop. For those of you who don't know, didn't he get in a lot of trouble for that comment? He said like, I wouldn't even rape her when he said that about some journalist, and then he ran for office.
No, it wasn't a journalist. It was an MP.
It was an MP. That's even
member of parliament.
Kind of worse.
It got to the point where if you Google UKIP rape man,
UKIP rape man.
UKIP rape man. If you Google UKIP rape man, fucking Sargon comes up. His
picture is the first thing that pops up.
Yeah, like. So I do have like a very anti-optics stance where I'm like, fuck the optics, I'm gonna say what I think is true. And even I'm like, listen, Sargon, you gotta like calm the fuck down with some of this shit. Because like, holy shit.
My God. Well, you Crips in the shit. Well,
there was also, did you hear about why he got banned from Patreon like back in 2017?
Why did he get banned from Patreon?
He was debating on a different channel than his. He was a guest on someone else's channel. He wasn't streaming it or anything. But which is why I think it's kind of weird that this happened. But he was debating a member of the alt-right, and he was going off on them and going off on his chat because he called them a bunch of white N words, and you can still find clips of him saying that.
Wow.
It's like
you dropped a tactical N-bomb.
Yeah, the tactical N-words. Like, did you know that you're all the entire alt-right, you're just a bunch of white N-words in the way that you behave? Like, everything that you say is bad about black people's behavior and black culture and all this dog whistle shit. You are that. You're just in white form. And he was doing that to basically get under their skin and make them really fucking angry.
He did what Vosh did that one time in a debate where he like said the N-word to like be like, you won't get me, you know?
Yeah. So then he took that. Sorry. It was Ethan Ralph who took that like a year later, that clip, and sent it to Patreon and had his guys spam Patreon. And then and even though it wasn't even on Sargon's channel, it was on some side channel that like somebody else, he was just getting interviewed or something or doing a debate. And then he gets banned off Patreon. And that was like, that's a bit too far, Patreon. Like, it's not even on his channel. It wasn't posted to Patreon. Like, come on. And they basically said, Sargon, if you don't apologize to us, Patreon, because we're offended, you can't come back. And he's like, I'm not fucking apologizing to you. Fuck you. So he didn't come back.
Oh, well.
That's the story.
It seems that his Patreon was colonized by the alt-right.
It was colonized by Ralph.
Yeah, true. Ralph.
Fuck.
He got gunted.
Yep.
Oh God, I'm being sent this clip.
What's the clip? Is it the white N-words clip?
No, it's worse.
What is it?
Oh no, it's his. What's this? Let me read this. I can be quoted as saying, "You can fuck young boys." It's actually not as controversial as you think. Depends on the child, doesn't it? The ancient Greeks were pederasts. It was considered to be normal. It was mentoring.
Okay, so what's going on there is this is back in, I think, 2014, like, or 2015.
Yes, the fucking young boys arc of 2014. I deep.
No, hear me out. Yeah. He was debating Amos Yee.
Oh, right? Yeah, the pedophile.
Yes, and he was taking the anti-pedophile position, and a bunch of the clips were just quoted out of context.
Got you. Okay.
You can go back. In fact, I even said, Sargon, listen, you need to fucking post your old your old interviews or your old debates or like something, because this is gonna fucking tank you even now, like 7 years later. And he's like, okay. So he posted some clips on Twitter of like, here's the quotes in context. Here's what I actually meant. He was never ever taking up any sort of pro pedophile position. That was like just purely made up.
And what's the other post? And I'm not suggesting he's a pedophile, by the way. People are just sending this to me. Hey there, I saw you talking about how I trigger those libtards, but I need something to really trigger them. Do you have any underage porn or child porn? I'll delete it fast so nobody gets in trouble.
I think that one was fake.
This one was fake?
Okay, yeah,
okay,
that was fake. So read the actual that's coming from.
There's Carl of Akkad, yeah?
That was never his account.
Got you.
He never had a Carl of Akkad account.
Got you.
That was completely faked. That was somebody else with that name.
Got you.
Yep. But I mean, hey, I think we've all had stuff like.
But hey, you know. But now when I post this on YouTube, since you get some, you lose some, I can just post it and they like talking about Sargon of Akkad's pedophilia scandal, right? I can just call it that, And
that'll get like clicks from people who think that it's true, and hopefully, if you don't cut out all the parts where we prove it wrong, then it can be properly debunked.
That is true. Oh, I don't know. Maybe my mic will cut out once it's time to disprove it. Who knows? Who knows?
But no,
my God. This is brutal though. People made UKIP posters with the quote on it. I think it depends on the child, really, doesn't it? Oh God, this is brutal.
It's pretty fucking bad. And like you know what? Sargon has he suffered just as many backstabbings as Destiny had. And he's kind of also become a little bit bittered and not trustworthy of people. I don't blame him. If you get that big and you get shanked in the back that often, it's bound to happen,
Yeah. It seems to happen quite a lot. I've seen it. I've experienced it. It's not good. It's not fun. The internet is a brutal, uncaring, unloving place that abuses everyone. There's no escape. It's all hell.
Yeah. That's just how it is. That's just how it is sometimes, unfortunately.
Just how the world works. It's how the sad, sad world works.
Oh, God. Your chat is like, he's a piece of shit. right wingers are snowflakes. Oh, the poor Nazi. You know, okay, Sargon's not even a Nazi. All right.
Wait, what? He's not even a Nazi.
No, he's not even.
Not
No.
even. Wow, not even a Nazi. I'm happy it cleared the barrier. Very proud of him.
He calls himself a postmodern traditionalist. If you understand what that kind of entails.
Fucking no one does. What do you mean? A postmodern traditionalist? What the fuck does that mean? You know, I consider myself a liberal Albanist Maoist. That's what I personally consider myself.
Okay, so Jordan Peterson's had some flack from his postmodern neo-Marxist take, but there actually are postmodern neo-Marxists out there. You know, there are people who understand that like the source of authority doesn't truly exist. It's all simply arbitrary preferences. You know, there is no God. The Enlightenment's kind of deconstructed all the old forms of government, and it all just ends up being power struggles and what individual people prefer. You know, that's the postmodernist like overarching TLDR view, right? And then what the neo-Marxists do is they'll say, well, okay, now that we know that everything is arbitrary and we can basically do whatever we want, we should backdoor in Marxism for moral reasons. And those people who think that do actually exist. And so Sargon's view is, okay, if postmodernism is true and nothing actually exists, rather than backdooring in Marxism, we should backdoor in English traditionalism for moral reasons. So it's the same line of logic, the same way of thinking.
He's a postmodernist?
Yes.
But didn't he criticize them for years?
Yes, he's changed a lot. In a lot of our discussions, we like talk about like the most recent political theory we've read and like the new books, new ideas, and like, you know, I've watched him shift from like legitimate classical liberal or civic nationalist. I know those are dog whistles in the right wing, but there are people who actually believe in these ideals, legitimately believing in that stuff, to going through like, oh, actually liberalism has some false assumptions here. He wrote an article, the five false assumptions of liberalism, and if those assumptions are gone, then the foundation of liberalism is gone, and without it, like, how can we be liberals if there's no liberal foundation? You know, a lot of the things liberals believed in the past, like John Locke, it was all false, it wasn't true. And so he eventually arrived at the postmodern position, but then he was like, hold on, but what we should do is be traditionalists for moral reasons.
That's silly.
You know what I mean? Well, yeah, keep in mind, I think most of postmodernism is just silly anyway. So, I also agree.
Okay.
Wait, are you a postmodernist?
No, I don't believe so.
Well, okay, then. It sounds like we're on the same page.
I like.
I see you like holding your head in your stream. You're like,
it just all seems so silly. Like, we're being colonized. Oh, what? Because I don't know. You know, there's so many immigrants, I guess. And also, why do I believe what I believe? Because you can believe anything. It's like, I mean, like, what the fuck? Okay, whatever.
So, I mean, when it comes to like, I can at the very least explain the false assumption of liberalism, right? Because, you know, John Locke said, okay, there's the reason that we have natural law, which leads to natural rights, which makes, you know, the liberal ideals of free speech and property ownership and liberty and freedom, like all this stuff, it all makes sense because of this framework where, you know, the ancient man, he was an individualistic person, and what he could do, those were his rights, were the things he could physically do with his hands, and so he could create property by laboring, and like this was all just like, it was all just bullshit. It wasn't even real, because in our ancient past we were tribal, we weren't individualistic. So like basically Sargon went through all of these things that liberalism was founded on, and all of the morals that bloomed out of it into today's modern society. Everything that was founded on back in the philosophy at the very start, it was all wrong. And so to Sargon, it all had to go. So it's all gone, and it's like, what do we do now? You know, and to him it was just, well, British tradition.
British tradition.
Well, because he's a Brit bonger, so I don't blame him, right?
Well, I guess I'm
sure you'd say American tradition if you were an American.
I guess, like, I just look at all the most successful societies, the ones with the highest standards of living, the highest standards when it comes to freedom, and they all seem to be modern liberal societies. And it's not like just like, oh, like,
yep, same.
And you can say, oh, British tradition, but like, what was the traditions in Taiwan that produced the favorable outcomes they have? It probably actually isn't the traditions of the island of Taiwan that has produced their very high standard of living, their high levels of freedoms relative to the other countries in the region. It seems to have been the ideology that came about after the collapse of the family dynasty that had been ruling the island ever since Chiang Kai-shek like sailed across the Taiwanese Strait. This
is where I disagree with him. Yeah, I disagree with him on this a lot.
Yeah, okay, we're just jerking each other off, but yeah, just it's silly to me.
Yeah. To me, it's like clearly liberal countries are the best countries, and like even though other countries have adopted liberalism, they've still managed to hold on to a lot of their own culture while doing so, and they've become more successful. Like how is it not literally the best fucking ideology?
Albanians get to dance around. Apparently he said they should all be deported. He said they should all be deported for celebrating Albanian independence. Like what? It's like ridiculous. It's like ridiculously hyperbolic. Like if I sit down, it's like, you think everybody who flew an Albanian flag should be deported? Like this is ridiculous on its face.
Mm-hmm. No, I pretty much agree. I mean, that might just be like a difference in our perspectives, though, because to us, like an Albanian Canadian or an Albanian American wouldn't be out of place, right? Because we are countries of immigrants, and we are melting pots, and the UK just isn't that place. So maybe that's like his objection.
I do think
maybe I need to be a British
I do think that we are better. Yes, I agree.
We are better.
I do.
Yeah,
agree.
Listen, man, you can learn, like people. I know during the early Sargon versus Vosh debate, Vosh's like big argument was food, right? It's like, oh well, we have all these foods here. You know what? That's a bullshit argument. I can learn how to cook other types of food without having those people here. I don't need that shit.
Nah.
But the real good argument, is that you get their women. You know, you get all the different types of girls floating around. That's amazing.
I like the economic. I remember he said, I don't want economic zones, and I was kind of like, I kind of want economic zones. Like, I kind of like the prosperity. I kind of like the economic greatness of being an economic hub. I actually love that, and I think it's such a powerful force. It's much more powerful than Nigel Farage. I don't think he's gonna be able to stop it. I think it's a little bit inevitable. I think we can like choose the ideologies we carry as our nation states change, as it becomes more global. I don't think we can avoid globalization, and every attempt to avoid globalization will all the states that try to will end up looking like Japan did up until the Americans like we like put a ship on their shores and fired a fucking few volleys showing like, hey, update your shit or you're gonna get fucking rolled. And they were right.
Yep. Yeah, you can't like just remain inward looking forever, because the outside world changes and it will eventually catch up to you. The only issue is that like the right wingers are correct when they say that there are dangers that come with globalization, and that sometimes people on the left they don't accept those dangers. They don't recognize that they're real. It's a reason to solve those problems.
Because the benefits of globalization are massive. I would hate the idea that like, oh, the end of human development is that we all just stay in our little nation states forever and we don't deal with wars and genocide and stuff. We don't stabilize the world and improve our trade and prosperity and go to other planets. Like we just end at the level of nation state. Like I find that ridiculous. I think we're just on one other stage of human development. I do think there's problems that come with it. I think the major issues isn't even necessarily the cultural ones. The major issues for me, even though I do think ideology, I think we need to be more ideological when it comes to.
I disagree. Actually, I completely disagree.
I'm 100% like we need like democracy, like red, white, and blue. We will bring the freedom to you. But
just make everywhere America.
The economy, I think, is the stuff that actually scares me more, because there's a lot of like domestic economies that get disrupted by the introduction of like international like market forces. Like
hold on a second. There's some fucking moron in your chat who's like, dangers are from capitalism. No. I don't need to explain.
Okay, no need to explain.
Capitalism
but I would say, like, for example, like the Rust Belt, they got really fucked by globalism. But that isn't a problem to stop globalism, because the economic offense of the United States still overall was more beneficial to globalize. And so hold on.
I want to push back on that, because I don't necessarily agree. Because there's it's true that it might have been fine in the short term in terms of like the West's economy, but I do think that like the neolibs made a fatal error in believing that if they could go to the dictatorships of the world and liberalize
okay,
economy,
let me be clear.
It would lead to them becoming more liberal, because they did. Like Russia, China, these places, they liberalized their economies, but like they're still like fucked countries.
Yeah, but you're pushing. But I never argued that market forces are.
I don't mean to be saying that you said that. I'm just saying like this is a problem.
I don't believe market forces are inherently a liberating force, as in they liberate peoples. I think that neoliberals generally underestimated how strong ideology plays a role here, and like building the foundations for like a social contract based upon freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, these types of things, these types of values. But I do believe that our markets are stronger now. We have stronger economies, and I also do believe that we're wealthier because of it. And I mean, it's not that hard to believe that like access to more goods, more resources, and more markets and more consumers would be beneficial to an economy based upon consumption.
I mean, yes, but I do think, like, for example, when someone says, hey, maybe we shouldn't be shipping a bunch of our jobs off to China because China's a terrible country, we should be giving them to, say, India instead. You know, that sounds reasonable to me.
I mean,
I'm not anti-globalization in that regard. I'm just anti-giving awful countries more power.
I understand that. I still think we should trade with China. The problem is when you start saying we're going to stop trading with China. I do understand like certain national security things, like chip stuff being produced in the United States, or us like securing a relationship with Taiwan for chip production. But once we start completely cutting off trade with countries, like it's a spiral that leads to like terrible relations, because the less painful it's going to be for you to break and form blocks instead of having conflict, the more likely war becomes, the more likely conflict becomes. That's not to say that you can't have a lot of trade with a country still go to war. Ukraine and Russia kind of showed that. But and Taiwan and China could possibly show that. But the disruption to global economic forces that a war between China and America would produce would be a major disincentive for like starting a war over Taiwan or a war with the United States. In fact, I would say that Chinese companies actually decided to continue doing work with the United States over Russia after the sanctions were placed with them, when a lot of Chinese companies started like saying to the Russian companies, like, we can't work with you, I'm sorry, we don't want to have American sanctions placed on them, because America represents a much larger section of trade with China than Russia does. Definitely when you add Europe to the mix as well. And so that actually worked in our favor geopolitically when Russia went out, invaded Ukraine, because a lot of Chinese companies actually dropped their trade with Russia.
I completely understand that point of view. Yeah, like there's obviously you have to like be measured in your responses, because every player in the world has their own game they're playing, and it's all like a bunch of interlocking pieces, right? But no, there's one guy in your chat who's like, let's just end the world, Lamau. And it's like, dude, you can't take the brinkmanship realist position with China and then be like, no, we must push forward our ideals everywhere and confront evil with Russia.
Got a really good I got a really good comment here. Torn between listening to Dylan and being repulsed by ShortFatOtaku. Fantastic comment. Do you have any more super chats?
Oh shit, I forgot about those. We were just chatting. Am I taking up too much of your time?
No. I do think we should start wrapping it up, though, because we've been going for almost like fucking 5 hours, actually.
Yeah, it's been fun, though. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, I have enjoyed it. I think we can talk for hours.
Let's see here. I'm going to find anything that's related to you, I guess, real quick. Rose is a VTuber. She says, I once made a tweet shitting on the right for thinking that I'm their VTuber, and it was the left who attacked me for not being left enough. That's probably just Twitter being stupid, though, you know?
That's true.
Okay, here we go. From your guys' standpoint, are there any negative repercussions to joining NATO? Has any nation viewed it as being perceived as a net detriment? I don't think so.
I mean, there's the reason why NATO expanded, it wasn't because of a deliberate, like, we must expand it all. I think a lot of people like think that like we like force NATO on a bunch of countries. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, like
join NATO or die.
Like Poland and all these countries, like they wanted to join NATO because they knew that while Russia was down, they're not out and they'll come back later. And the nation states that did join NATO, none of them have been invaded, and the nation states that didn't and got left behind, either in Moldova, they have to deal with the Transnistrian rebels. When you look at Georgia, they had to deal with the Russian invasion and rebels with South Ossetia and Abkhazia.
Yep.
They've got Ukraine, which has had to deal with fighting with the Russians for the last 8 years, annexation, stuff like that. The Chechens, like they've been completely forgotten as Russia invaded them and like destroyed the Republic of Ichkaria. Like all this stuff, like very like Like collective defense is a very powerful tool, and even if you don't agree,
one guy's saying Turkey was kind of the blight on NATO because Turkey's kind of a fucked country right now.
I do have a lot of problems with Turkey's NATO membership. I have a lot of problems with Turkey's operations in northeastern Syria. I have a lot of problems with Turkey's operations in Iraq. I have a lot of problems with Turkey supporting the Azerbaijan invasion of Armenia. There's like a million problems I have with Turkey. Like, I really don't like the Turkish government.
I think the only real reason we have Turkey is the access to the Black Sea.
They're very strategically useful. They got a powerful military. It's like it feels a little like, definitely as of recent, as they've taken a more authoritarian path.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. You know, I actually like you quite a bit, Dylan. Having spoken twice now, and I generally like most of your chat, but there's like a few people who are just like, oh my god, this guy's fucking retarded. I can't believe how gullible he is. Why are we wasting time? He's like, dude, Jesus Christ.
I'm positive if I looked at your chat, there'd be a lot of people like cucked Dylan.
Oh,
Burns.
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. There's some people in my chat who are like, I can't believe you're fucking talking to this degenerate, Dev. What the fuck's wrong with you? The reason he's out here just pumping out Ukrainian propaganda. I can't believe you're letting him do this.
Absolutely.
Like, calm down, guys.
So
Jesus.
just
chill the fuck out.
It's okay, man. We will become an oblast in Ukraine, okay? Every state will become an oblast. That's my ultimate goal. We're going to become a Ukrainian American state. It's going to be fantastic.
One of your mods says that not a single guest gets by unscathed. You know what? I think that's normal on like every politics channel. You know, the guest always gets shit on a little bit by the host's, chat or whatever. That's normal,
true. That is true. I haven't even looked at your chat to see their general opinion. But I mean, it's understandable.
It was really rough earlier. Lots of people being like, how come you're platforming this terrible, Ukrainian propaganda? I'm just like, shut the fuck up.
Ukrainian propaganda. Yeah, it's true.
Like, to be honest, the war is pretty far away from you, which is why I'm talking to you about it. Like, I don't know too much, and it's not like a big part of my daily considerations. But I mean, I'm still ultimately pro-Ukraine because I'm still a liberal, right? I'm not like a fucking sock dem lefty cuck who's being a degenerate, but I'm still a liberal at the end of the day, I'm not interested in rounding up the gays, thank you very much. Christ.
Yeah, it's like there's so many arguments you can make for like the pro-Ukraine position for the Ukrainians. Like, the Russians obviously started this war. There's a million different reasons. But like, I think one of the most basic arguments is that Ukraine is a young, fragile democracy with the developing institutions as they try to deal with a million different issues. And I think it's good to defend young, fragile democracies. I remember
Agreed.
During the United States like founding periods, we had like farmers' rebellions and a million different issues as we tried to find our footing. And if it wasn't for like a lot of people who like came and like helped guide the United States forward, like that experiment could have like gone awry very quickly and destroyed itself. And so I think that it is up for these other liberal democracies to help guide Ukraine down this path and continue and like fulfilling the Euromaidan revolution, fulfilling the development of their democracy. And I talk to Ukrainians, and they're very freedom-minded people. They seem to be very, very pro-democracy. They're very in favor of them developing closer ties with the West. And I think if they want to be our friends, I'm always happy to have another friend.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Pretty much everything. Okay, God, there's one guy. This is from my chat, and he's one of the right wingers who's angry. I'm more upset you don't push back when he talks about right wingers as subhuman.
Subhuman?
Did you? Did you ever? I don't think you called right wingers subhuman.
I did not call them subhuman. I called them rats. Thank you very much. No, of course, no. I've never. No, I don't. I generally try not to dehumanize people. I don't think conservatives are subhuman. I just think they're wrong. I sometimes will like joke about them being stupid, but like, I mean, everybody does that about their like opposing ideology.
I think they might have been referencing.
I think maybe when I said
Capitol rioters.
I think it might be I said door knuckle dragger, but that's one of my favorite insults. I like knuckle dragger. I got canceled by a white woman. They said it's a racial slur when I used it against them, but they're like it's an anti-black racial slur. I didn't understand where that came from.
Were you even talking about a black person?
No, I was talking about a white woman. I don't even understand it.
Wait, Lilith, why did you assume black person meant knuckle dragger?
Wow, damn.
What the fuck are you doing, Lilith?
Damn.
Because he mentioned that it was somebody called him that it was an anti-black slur.
Yes, that somebody did claim that on Twitter. They wanted to cancel me for using knuckle dragger.
right now my go-to insult has been sub 75 IQ, subhuman, sub-race, inbred dumb fuck.
Wow, sub-race. What does that even mean?
Yeah, I tossed that in there just to make people confused.
But
and I've insulted both left-wingers and right-wingers with that one.
But I mean, like, I think I'll talk to, like, I don't view right-wingers as subhuman. I don't think their beliefs are wrong. It depends on how they interact with me, how I will treat them. If they're, like, generally inquisitive and they're not being a cunt, then I'll, like, generally treat them with a certain level of respect, even if they frustrate me. But if, like, they're going in here, like, so why you for cucked Zelensky when you could be for based Putin? Like, yeah, I'm gonna tell them to jump in. I'm gonna tell you to jump in front of I'm gonna tell them to jump in front of a train. But like, that's just how dialogue should go back. I mean, like, I don't know what they expected.
I mean, my general view of it is that, like, governments should be liberal, politics should generally be liberal, but there's a lot of value in like personal conservative living. You know, like if you're, you know, let's say, you know, maybe hold off on the drugs, maybe hold off on the parties. You know, maybe be a bit more constructive in your personal life. Well, but those are like personal prescriptions, not like political prescriptions. You know?
Yeah, but you're also in your 30s and boring now, right? Well, I'm still 21, young and thriving.
You're young and thriving, dude. Listen, if I were 21 again, I would immediately do what I'm doing now.
Really?
I would take the extra time, more energy, being younger. Fuck yeah, I'd be more productive than I was a fucking wreck when I was 21, and I regret it. You know.
I gotta just concentrate more on work. My ADHD heavily fucking just compromises me. I don't deal with it. I should be medicating it, but I don't. I don't like medicating it.
No.
Yeah, I should probably medicate it.
No, fair enough, right? Like I spent a lot of my like early 20s doing a lot of stuff that it was like short-term pleasurable stuff that I thought I liked, but at the end of the day, it wasn't making my life any better, you know? And now I'm like, hold on, maybe I should actually do things that, like, you know, improve my relationship with my girlfriend or improve what I'm trying to do with my life goals, you know? Well, honestly, and I think you doing the Ukraine thing is probably part of this, right? Like that's more constructive than just like mindless pleasure, right?
Of course. Well, I don't want to get all cringe and stuff, but I believe that if like I believe in something that I should be able to like give my 100% to something, like including like even if it's like risking one's own life, that like if I believe in a cause, I should be able to go to the ends of the earth to support that cause, or I'm not truly dedicating myself to that. And so if that includes going to a war zone, that means going to a war zone.
Dylan, virtue ethics arc.
I also believe that there's a little bit of like I don't believe you can live your life to the fullest unless sometimes you put all the chips on the table.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I agree with that. I just got a $5. As a right-leaning centrist, I'll hear you out and try to understand as best I can, even if I don't agree with you.
Fuck you! How dare you! Fuck you, cuck! Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's how I view about things too. Yeah. Also, like, man, so I did a talk. Yeah, I'll be quick since I know that you probably want to go and I should probably go too.
Yeah.
Whenever streams get longer than 5 hours, my girlfriend always gets angry, so I can't spend too much more time.
Fair enough.
But like, I had a conversation with Stardust. You know who Stardust is, right?
Yeah, I know who Stardust is. I'm familiar.
Yeah, she's a great friend of mine. I actually like her quite a bit. We've talked a whole bunch over like the past few months. But I did a stream with her where like I argued the anti-democracy stance.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I'm gonna tell you why democracy is terrible. Mm-hmm. It's awful, and it's complete shit. You should take the authoritarian pill. And I mainly argue it because like I've been reading like the ANCAP.
Can I ask you a question? Was she able to defend democracy in any fashion?
No.
Can I be honest with you? And I'm gonna say this in the way of like I've had in-person dinner with Stardust, right? I've met her multiple times. Yeah. Lovely person. She can't debate to save her life. I could take somebody to debate like whether monkeys should run the government, and I'm pretty sure she would lose the debate if she was in the anti-monkeys running government debate. I don't think
harsh.
That's really mean. And I know it's kind of mean, but it's also very true. And I just like can I ask you a question? What debate has she ever won? Can you name one?
That many of them.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
I don't fucking know. Like,
But
I don't
thought,
watch that many debates. You know what I mean?
That's what I thought. I think she's great. I think she's great at like hosting conversations and being like a way to, well, unless it's like with Richard Spencer, then it's like a bad interview. But if it's like, if she's like hosting conversations and like, and by the way, I'm not saying that as like it's, you can't talk to Richard Spencer. I'm saying it as like, I feel like she doesn't know how to give like any pushback. I just think she just like is very different.
Everyone clip this and send it to Stardust now.
You can unironically do it. I just
package it up.
I just don't think she's good at like giving pushback in conversations. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's because
there's like a drama with her about that.
I don't know.
Oh, sorry,
yeah, it was because she interviewed Richard Spencer and like Richard Spencer pushed like this weird Apolloist ideology and she had like no like pushback really or like any way to like push back against him. And it's like I have no problem with Stardust. It's just that I don't know if the reason she can't push back is because she doesn't like understand the position she's arguing against or because she doesn't have the energy for it. It's just not her personality. If she doesn't know much about the topic she's discussing, it could be any number of issues. It's really hard to tell. But I've never seen her disagree with somebody and I walk away thinking like she was the one who performed better in the conversation.
Okay, here let me give you my arguments then. Just here.
And by the way, I'm not saying this to be mean to Stardust. I like Stardust. I think she's a good person. I think she contributes something to the space. I thought Chaos Cast was something original and unique. She could not debate against like Charlie Manson being president of the United States.
Listen, I like the banana too.
I don't like the banana either. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like.
No. I said I like it. I like the banana.
Yeah,
I'm
rejecting the banana. I don't like the banana.
All right. Well, this is probably gonna be the one disagreement that we have that we're gonna have to fight over for real.
Right. Can I ask my chat, do you guys agree with what I'm saying, even if it's like a harsh truth, or do you guys disagree? 1, if you agree, 2, if you disagree. I'm just interested. If I'm wrong and other people have seen like Stardust perform like very well in these conversations, and like I'm just like delusional and like I'm just being like weirdly me, okay, I'm getting a whole sea of ones. Okay, so I'm not delusional. Okay.
Okay, here. I'm curious because I have read like the anti-democracy literature, right? Like extolling the virtues of opposing democracy, and there's like they have a point. They have what I've noticed with a lot of these like heterodox ideas, they have good critiques of liberal democratic capitalism, but they have no solutions to those critiques.
It's true,
right? Like,
what was it that Winston Churchill said? Democracy is the best of really bad like options. I forget what it's.
Yeah. And I think it's about capitalism too, to be honest. But basically, like the critique is that, why should a bunch of other people who aren't you vote on what you do if you're doing something in the privacy of your own life? And it's like, fair enough, right? Like, the privacy. It's a very anti-democratic argument, the privacy argument, because. Why if you're a gay guy and you're going to have sex with another guy, why should the rest of society vote that you can't do it? Doesn't make any sense, right? Obviously, you should be left alone to do it. Obviously, the votes of other people are meaningless in that discussion. Mm-hmm. So I get the anti-democracy point of view. It's just that
the thing is,
take it to its end point, it kind of goes kind of wild, right?
Yeah, I think the idea is generally like you should have a democracy with a base of principles that everybody has a right to certain things that you can't vote away. That's why I really like the Constitution. I think the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and stuff like that is a really good structure to base a society on, because it doesn't just put everything up for a vote, because certain things shouldn't be up for a vote.
I completely agree with you, and even your chat says that's why we got basic human rights that aren't to be voted on, and that's why, for example, the most famous ANCAP of all time, Hans Hermann Hoppe, wrote, "Rights are inherently anti-democratic. Yeah, you don't vote on them."
Well, I don't think. I think the reason
that is the one good thing the ANCAP.
The reason I like democracy so much is I think there's a few reasons I like democracy, but I think one of the major reasons I like.
Star Wars. I love democracy.
I love democracy for a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons I love it, and I think that no other system has been able to replicate this, is that the democracies are just like the best at like gauging public perception of what is an issue and what isn't an issue. If you have a bunch of people in a community that have an issue with their drainage system, they're going to vote based upon that issue. They're going to like communicate with the system if it's a good system on like that is an issue, that is a problem. But if you live in a dictatorship where people are afraid to like comment or like give issues or like address the issue, like there's not going to be as good of a system to like communicate with the government on like exactly what is the issue, and there's no way to hold the government accountable if the government just wants to ignore the issue. Where in democracies, that is an option. And I like that system of government. I like that we have a way for the people who are governed to have a control on how they're governed. I think that's important.
Because, I agree with you, by the way. I agree with you. But here's the first anti-democratic argument, though. It's kind of runs in line with that.
By the way, one second. Is there any more super chats? Because we're going on like 5.5 hours.
Oh, I'm very sorry, dude. I'm very sorry. We can get to the super chats. Okay. I wanted to bring this up with you. We can do it another time if you want.
Yeah, sure. We can. You can invite me back on anytime. I like talking to you.
Sure. The thing is, I'm trying to construct an argument against the anti-democratic point of view.
Yes.
And so I'm like steel manning it, but I don't believe in it. Just
I understand. Yeah, I understand you.
Yeah.
I understand you.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Super chats. Da. Do you have any for me? Probably not. It's probably just insulting me, I'm assuming.
No, I can ask my community if they've got any questions for you.
Okay.
We'll see how that turns out.
One guy, this is in reference to us talking about jokes like with Dave Chappelle and with the other guy that right-wingers got angry about that I forget that you mentioned. A joke generally isn't funny if no one's the butt. That's true. You have to have a butt of the joke.
That's true.
One guy says, I got baptized today.
Congratulations.
There's no question in there, but congratulations.
Mazel tov.
Congrats.
One guy says, you can tell Dylan is a journalist. He only talks about his feelings instead of what you actually asked him. I don't think you dodge any questions.
Wow.
And I asked you about your feelings quite a bit.
Yeah.
I was like, how do you feel about getting blown the fuck up in Ukraine? Like, yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah,
it gives me a nice kick in the butt.
Yeah. Nice.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Why are you such a bad D&D player?
Oh fuck! I can't RP to save my life. That's why.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I've done like 4 tabletops with like Sargon and Arch and V. You know that whole crowd, and I can't fucking RP. I can like play the game. ERP. I'm not a degenerate.
ERP checks bulge, unzips pants, ooze.
Okay, let's see here.
Notices your foreign policy.
Yes.
Yeah, The divide in America is very nearly unfixable. And anyone on either side throwing names isn't helping, especially if you call someone irredeemable. That was in a comment to your irredeemable comment earlier.
When we're talking about, I do not think Stuart Rhodes is like the average American. And I don't think that when we're talking about people who have been sentenced on sedition, like found guilty of sedition charges, like these are people who are actively making it harder to reunite the nation, not people who, if we are honest about who they are, and when we're talking about Stuart Rhodes, we're talking about scumbags here, that we're somehow dividing the nation more by being honest. I think one of the biggest problems with Reconstruction was that we didn't go far enough. That we too quickly basically just said, okay, we'll let bygones be bygones, and it allowed the Klan and other organizations to rebuild racist power structures and stuff that shouldn't have been rebuilt. And while I do think it's important to like all come together at the end of the day, we can't let the bad actors operate and try to actively overthrow our system out of just like a request for being civil. Like, these are people who are actively trying to use the freedoms we have built here and have maintained here for hundreds of years and have died for. They're trying to use that system to destroy it, whether that be freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, etc. And so we need to be vigilant about that. And you can be vigilant about that and hold people accountable and make sure that they go to prison for their misdeeds while also trying to reunite the nation.
Yeah, I can pretty much agree with that. I think so. Oh God, someone here is saying this is oh God, Black Lives Matter rioting for a year, the Times shadow campaign article, and 4 years with constant media scandals primed the January 6th riot. That's probably partially true, but it also leaves out literally everything else.
Yeah, it leaves out a lot of I mean, like, the thing is, January 6th could not have happened if it wasn't for election denial. It was an event specifically organized to stop the steal. That was the name of the event. It was organized by Ali Alexander, now InfoWar host and weird Kanye fan. Ali Alexander, specifically to stop the steal. That was the purpose of it. And so if you go to stop the steal and you believe it's stolen, like storming the government offices and trying to do what you're doing. They didn't intend to make a statement through public damage to the society. Like, oh, we're going to like do a bunch of public damage to like buildings and like burn down shit to make a statement. That, or because we're angry. That wasn't what happened. There was a legitimate attempt to stop the certification process. And I do think that whether or not BLM rioted or not wouldn't have affected whether they stormed the Capitol or not, because the intention was to stop the steal, and they delayed it though, but they didn't stop it.
Yeah, I don't even think that Chaz affected it that much. Like if Chaz didn't, like Chaz was ridiculous, but even if Chaz didn't
Chaz was just like a funny meme thing. For
it wasn't funny.
Aside from the aside for the 2 people that died from it,
like,
it was mostly like a funny meme thing where it's like people point it to and laugh.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't want to have lived in that block. You know, it probably would have sucked for it. But like, I think even if Chaz didn't happen, I think it was primarily just from the rhetoric that the election was stolen, like over and over and over. You know, I think that was the main driver for sure. One person asked, "What is our breaking point for trading with China?" It's kind of bad grammar here. I think what he's saying is, how bad does China have to get before we decide it's no longer morally acceptable to trade with them? They are genociding right now, and we're still trading. So
I think if they were to invade Taiwan, that would be like a red line that I think once crossed, like we have to completely divest. Because like I think the trade
agree.
currently acts as a disincentive for invasion. Because like as we're seeing Chinese companies and how they operate with Russia, they're choosing American markets over Russian markets, because these companies don't want to be sanctioned. So that shows that our trade is influential in influencing how China behaves, even if they're not going to be open to admit to that.
Trade is like a double-edged sword with this. Like you said, there's like a good parts from it where we have influence on them, but an over-reliance would also make us weak in comparison to.
Of course. And plus, you can like specifically say specific industries, like chips, for example, that are of a national security priority, and we cannot just rely to be built in foreign markets. If you can be a globalist and understand that, because markets aren't perfect. I'm not a free market extremist. I believe markets are a system that has flaws just like anything else, and markets aren't going to naturally care more about things that are important to your nation than other nations. Like, you need to have supply of these types of things in your own country.
Mm-hmm. I pretty much agree with your view on that. I think the issue is like, if you just decide, you know what, I fucking hate China. They've done all this terrible stuff. They're like morally reprehensible. We're cutting off all trade with them, and then you just close the border to China, right? Well, at that point, then once China does something even worse, what else can you do to them? Like you've already pushed all the buttons. Yeah. Now it's either you let them do it or you go to war.
Yeah,
right?
there's a lot less disincentive for them to like keep going, because now it's like, well, they've already paid all the price, might as well take all the rewards, which would include things like invading Taiwan.
Yeah. So you have to like have measured, proportionate responses, not even for a moral reason, just because you don't want things to get worse. And like a little bit of retaliation now that prevents more retaliation later is probably good.
Because if you were to do this all now, what would be the reasoning? Just so we could be like, oh, none of our hands are bloodied with the horrible actions that they're doing. To be completely honest, like, I mean, that's like, that helps you feel good, but that doesn't change anything.
People in your chat are saying they want information on Chaz since it's old. Listen, go watch my Chaz documentary. I made like an hour-long video on it.
I watched it. It was all wrong.
Oh, was it? Fuck. Okay.
Everything. Yes.
Actually, speaking of videos that you have watched of mine, someone from your chat said, question for Dev, are you going to make more content that involves ideology such as fascism, the fascist video? And if you are and want recommendations, I would appreciate it if you could delve into religion. I'm an atheist. There are many things about religion I don't know, but I could. It's possible. My current situation, I'm going to be delving into Evola, because he is like a post-fascist esoteric who a lot of people on the right are talking to right now. So he's my next project.
Dugan cites him a lot.
Yes. But yeah, you watched my fascism video. You said it was the best thing you ever seen.
Did I? I guess I did. Of course,
I recall you
it was
saying
amazing.
I recall you saying that you liked it a lot, actually. That's what I actually recall.
I remember not having a huge problem with it. I think it was like I was like, oh, this is. I generally am okay with this video. I don't remember specifics, but yeah, I don't remember saying a bad thing about it.
Yep. And I mean, since I'm a fascist, I was clearly just like, that's a half hour of me talking about myself. That whole video, right?
Yes,
clearly.
Absolutely. He was like, "What's a fascist?" Well, as I zig howled this morning, it was very strange. You just recorded your daily experience. Like, you said, "What is a fascist?" And like the first minute was you just reading the definition off of Wikipedia, and then you just yelled slurs at local community members for the next 30, and you filmed the whole process.
That's how it is. So Naomi came in. Hey, Naomi, how's it going?
It's going okay. Been doing this too long. I'm bored.
Are you complaining about how long it's been?
Yes.
Well.
Oh, okay. Here, I'm just finishing up. Okay, I'll see you soon.
It's fine. It's just that my phone's dead, and now I have to turn. Well, no, now I have to turn on all the things so I can play video games.
Oh, poor you! You can't just play phone games. You gotta actually like turn on a console.
Yeah, that's.
Did you bring me dinner? What is it?
Technically, Dave brought you dinner.
Oh, okay.
It's nothing to do.
Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Okay, thank you. I'll be quick.
Okay.
Love you.
Bye.
I guess we have to be quick.
Yeah, be quick.
I guess we have to be quick.
Any more super chats?
Yes, there are.
Yeah, let's
There's
get
a
to
few
them.
more. People like Zyhan are talking about the potential for retaking Crimea. Do you think the U.S. should support up to that end, given Putin's nuclear threats?
Yes, I think it's a bluff. The Russians keep going back and forth on using nukes. Like 1 second they're like, "Oh, we never made the threat that we'd use nukes." Anyway, the next week it's like, "We will use all the means in our disposal." Yada yada yada. Ambassadors were saying one thing, and then ambassadors were saying another thing. It's been made clear to me by experts that the United States has not changed its stance of nuclear readiness, and that if we were to see a nuclear weapon used in Ukraine, the rhetoric around Russia would drastically change from vague threats to explicit threats. The type of threats like, "We will do this if you do that." Because the thing about nuclear weapons is they're mostly weapons of terror. Because once you've started using them, it's kind of like, it can quickly. Lilith, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just heard like a lot of typing, or something.
Oh no. Yeah. No worries.
They're more useful as negotiating tools than military tools, because once you've used them, it can be game over, or because like you can't really use them in most situations because of the breaking of the nuclear taboo, and so they're most useful in Russia using them as a weapon of fear in the way they're using them now. This is basically all they could do with them if they wanted to get something out of it. If they were to use a nuclear weapon, it would most likely be a small tactical nuclear weapon launched from an artillery piece and or a rocket truck, like a truck off of a rocket, like a rocket off of a truck. It would not be delivered by air because they don't have air superiority, and there's a chance the plane could get shot down with a nuclear device on it, which could go with obvious disaster. So they probably launch it. They would need to launch maybe like 50 to 100 for it to have a actual strategic impact, because again, these will not have a big impact on the actual like shape of the battlefield. It will mostly be used as weapons of terror. And so I think about the small benefit it could have in being used as a weapon of terror, unless they wanted to use them on a mass scale. And then I compare that to like the amount of negatives that'll come with it. First off, there's a chance that the order won't even be followed, because China has actively worked behind the scenes, due to us working with them to do this, to pressure Russian generals that if they're given the order, they should not follow through with it. And a lot of these generals are going to make the determination that, like, hey, I don't want to be the person held in the next Nuremberg because I nuked some Ukrainian city. And hey, this government isn't even holding out too good. Maybe it would be smart for me not to press the button. Or hey, I don't want the world to end and for all my entire family and all my wealth to go away as a wealthy Russian aristocrat, as a wealthy Russian oligarch or general. So I'm not going to do the order. And there is this idea about being an authoritarian where you should never give an order that will be disobeyed, or could be disobeyed, because if it is disobeyed, then your authority starts to crumble because you're shown to be somebody that can be disobeyed. So that's the first issue that they run into. The second issue is there's no modern example we could look at to show that Russia could actually be successful in delivering these nuclear devices. And so there is a question on whether, due to the state of Russia's military right now, whether they would actually be able to carry this out without any hitches, without any problems. Because if an accident was to happen here, like, this isn't like, oops, we killed 1 or 2 soldiers. This is, oh my God, we just set off a nuke in a Russian military base. Then there's the problem of radiation spillover into Russia, like when Chernobyl went haywire. Like, the reason we found out wasn't because the Soviets told everybody, it was because Swedish nuclear scientists picked it up because of the nuclear radiation spillover. Then there's the issue of, like, international reaction, where most likely what the West is going to do in response to this is not only send a ton of radiological aid to Ukraine, but probably escalated civilian and military aid to Ukraine, which is going to be a detriment to the Russian army. Those long-range missiles that the Americans have been holding back on, that's done. That's going through. The United States government's probably going to send some F-16s to Poland, and the Polish government's probably going to send the 33 MiG fighter jets that they've been holding on over to Ukraine. This is probably going to happen across the board throughout all of Europe. Then you have probably more sanctions, as the last few Russian banks that are operating in the West are most likely going to be kicked out. And this is probably one of the few scenarios we're going to get a country like China and a country like India to agree on a price cap on Russian energy exports, because India is really motivated for the nuclear taboo not to be broken, because they have a neighbor like Pakistan, who obviously they have a lot of issues with and are two nuclear-armed states. They also have border disputes with China. Go to China, and they don't want the nuclear taboo to be lessened because they understand that North Korea is fucking insane, and they prefer them to be on a good leash, but they don't actually want them to go wild and start setting off nukes, because if America was to respond and wipe North Korea off the face of the earth and take it, that would mean American military bases on the border with China, as well as a huge North Korean refugee crisis. And so this is probably one of the few scenarios where you're going to actually get these countries to basically commit to a price cap on Russian energy exports, and possibly even supporting Ukraine in certain ways. Like, the international isolation would be immense. The tenor of how people view this conflict would radically change. There's a million reasons why it just wouldn't make sense for the Russians to do this. They would get basically nothing out of it and only negatives. And so there's a reason why when you listen to Russian threats, it's always done in the vaguest way possible, because they want to be able to garner fear through through the fact that they have nukes, but they don't actually want to use them. By God, they really don't want to use them. They've discussed it. I know they have. Reports seem to indicate that they have, but they're probably going to come to the same conclusion every time. It's just not fucking worth it.
I guess the only question I have, because I don't know enough about it as much as you do, obviously, so it all sounds reasonable. The only question I have is, wasn't there that cable leak that said that China was actually okay with North Korea falling into American hands?
I highly doubt that. It just wouldn't.
It was like 13 years ago.
I don't believe it. I don't believe that they would be okay with North Korea falling into American hands. And even if they were then, they're probably not now, because the geopolitical situation also has gotten more aggressive now.
Yep,
fair
it would be
enough.
pretty bad news for China to have America right next to the doorstep.
Not to mention massive refugee crisis, which you would like to avoid.
Yes, absolutely.
Not to mention, if nukes are used in North Korea and South Korea, China's right there, and there could be a lot of radiation spillover.
Oh God, someone in my chat is talking about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and it's like, dude, listen, this is like a realist type guy who's like, American atrocities are just as bad as every other like great game player. It's like, shut the fuck up.
You can't even. I'm gonna be honest. It's like, you can talk about like the atrocities that America committed, but you cannot say that the use of nuclear weapons during Hiroshima and Nagasaki are the same as the use of nuclear weapons today. The geopolitical situation has completely changed, because now the use of nuclear weapons could legitimately mean more like a set off of a chain reaction that could descend into a very, very terrifying reality where it's legit fallout shit, right? So we cannot compare 1945 to the age where there's thousands of intercontinental ballistic missiles primed and ready to go.
So a guy named Santa has a question.
Okay.
Apparently he gave Lockheed Martin and Raytheon coal this year.
Not Boeing though.
Said,
Boeing got a gift under the tree.
But he says, how do you know when you're too biased? It's when you view normies in the opposite party as monsters. I love leftists and rightists. Dylan views rightists as monsters.
Monsters?
Serious charge from Santa. You're not going to get any gifts this year.
Well, Santa needs to get on the fucking treadmill. The fat fuck, loser, soy milk drinker. Okay, that's the first thing. A second
That's
thing
that is fat phobic, sir.
that is fat phobic, extremely fat phobic. But and I'm fat also. But like I don't view the right wingers as monsters. Like when I talk, like I'm like very explicit. Like Stuart Rhodes, the people who stormed the Capitol. This isn't a very long list of people that I'm calling monsters.
Yeah.
My community often grills me because I'm not aggressive enough in calling people fascists or like calling people out with like specific labels they want me to use. Like, I actually get called out for that a lot more than I think people would really realize. I try to be very careful with when I use words like fascist and racist, and only use it like in examples that I'm pretty confident, like very, very confident, actually, that I'm using it correctly, and that I can't later find out that it wasn't an accurate description, because I know these words carry a lot of weight, not only a lot of historical weight, but like if you think somebody's legitimately a racist and I colored that perception of somebody. Like if you generally think somebody's racist, you don't want to hang out with them, you don't want to be friends with them, you don't want to give them your money, and those types of labels can ruin careers. So I try to be generally careful with them. So I don't think every right winger is a monster. I don't view them all as monsters, but there are monsters among you.
Agreed. Like,
Yep.
it's very important to not devalue those words.
Yeah.
Just like, it's just as important to not devalue the words like Nazi or.
Oh, so I'm declaring I'm on the war against Christmas. I'm in favor of the war against Christmas. Biden won. The Democrats performed well in the midterms. That was obviously consensus, an endorsement, a mandate to wage a jihad against Christmas.
A jihad.
Christmas is out banned.
Yes,
that's how
a decree by Supreme King Commander.
I got Stinger missiles around the house. You better not come in my vicinity.
Hold on, sorry guys.
Destroy every caroler.
Yeah, back. Okay, I did dip out there just for a second, but sorry, I'm back. Real quick, let's continue. Let's see. Someone's asking us about the Twitter files that Elon released. I haven't seen those yet.
I haven't looked too far into them. It's not really a topic, but I believe.
I'll look at them eventually.
I believe it is my fundamental right to see Hunter Biden's penis.
Oh shit! Was that part of the Twitter files?
That was part of the Twitter files. One of the things that people complained about was like Biden associated campaign officials messaging Twitter about removing some posts. But like when it was looked into and like people did a little bit more digging on the specific thing that was being complained about, they were complaining about like posts of Hunter Biden's penis that were posted online. And they were like, can you please remove these nudes of this man that was not consented to give out?
Oh, jeez, I heard you say Hassan first.
Not Hassan. It was Hunter Biden. But that's a very small part of it, but it was a very funny part of it. So now, generally, if
it's a very small penis.
Yeah, no, it's actually a very large penis, I will tell you.
Oh, really?
Yes. Jesus. Hunter Biden's
like, how big are we talking?
Like, he's packing, man.
Yeah?
He's packing.
Listen, here.
We as a country cannot survive if we do not allow people to post pictures of Hunter Biden's penis erect, hard, and coming everywhere.
That's true. That's true. I agree.
That's how it is, eh? Listen, if I leaked Dimitri Monroe's penis last time, you got to leak Hunter Biden's or Hassan's this time.
Okay.
That's how it is.
Fair enough.
That's the deal. All right, to make things equal, it's equivalent exchange. You know how it is.
It's true. Do you like my machine gun emote?
Yes, it's pretty fun.
It's fun.
Why is it a blue Pepe?
I don't know why it's blue. I think that's just how I'm not geek. That's just how Danabo did it. I think it's blue and yellow because of Ukraine, but it just doesn't look good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. The only reason we vote on the government is because it keeps the monopoly of violence on a short leash. Anything more than that creeps into theft. Must be a libertarian point of view. Yeah, see, my take on why, like, people are like, people say that voting is supposed to be some sort of like sacred duty or sacred right, or it's like, well, I'm more practical about it, you know? The reason that you should vote is because the government, if you break a law, is going to come down on you with force. And so if you're going to have force applied to you unilaterally, you should at least have some say in what the rules are. Like, I think it's a practical reason why voting is good, you know?
Yep. Oh.
Let's see.
Accidentally screwed up my thing. Okay, 1 second. There we go.
All right.
Continue. Sorry. Let's get through these things. I gotta go, man. It's a little bit 6 hours.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, man.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
So someone spelt out just the N word with super chats. I appreciate the money at least.
Great. Fantastic.
Is China using tech to infect other nations? And okay, Jesus Christ, this is okay. I want you to bring up questions about Ukraine. I'm sorry, chat. Next time we'll do this again, okay? All right. Can you ask Naomi why she's dating a goyim? She knows why she's dating a goyim. Dylan, this is the last question just for you. Everything else is related to nonsense or non-Ukraine stuff. Okay.
Gotcha.
Do you find Antifa to be a problem?
Like in Ukraine?
No, just in general.
Just
it's
in
not
general?
a Ukraine question, but it is a question for you.
I think generally, like, I think like Antifa can do good and Antifa can do bad. It really depends on like who they're interacting with and how they behave. Because I've seen Antifa like generally like be good and like stopping like the Proud Boys from going into an area and like doing some fucking horrific shit, because the Proud Boys are just like a far right fight club. And I've also seen them like do pointless property damage that does nothing but like hurt locals, and like I guess you made a statement, congratulations, whatever. I think the problem with any like decentralized movement is that there's no overhead control, and that's why I've also had problems with people saying like Antifa is like a terrorist movement. It's like a terrorist movement because it's not like a terrorist organization, because it's not an organization. It's extremely decentralized. But I think it just depends on like what the individual like Antifa person is doing. I think it can be like anti-fascist action could be like legitimately like anti-fascist action that is doing like good work, and it can just be like pointless property damage that does nothing but like isolate your views from the local community who's now hurting, as you quote unquote say you want to defend the community. It all depends on the individual.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if I buy the whole they're not an organization stance, because there's been many decentralized organizations, so I don't know if I.
But there's no Antifa. There's no Antifa board. There's no Antifa like commanders. There's not like a thing where like, oh, I heard a complaint from the local Antifa chapter, we're gonna send over an inspector to like do. There's no like oversight like in that.
Yeah, it's not like an institution in that way. Yeah, like I've gone to my local Antifa groups meetings like 5 or 6 years ago before anyone knew who I was. I could still sneak in and do that, and like it was very clearly just like a bunch of like university kids who wanted to just do their own thing. It's still the same ideology as the other groups, but like it's not like they were taking marching orders from anyone, you know.
Yeah, Pro-Social Sparky, thank you so much for the Prime being sent for 3 months. If Hunter Biden is cool enough, should he just be allowed to do whatever he wants, like radical diplomatic immunity? I agree.
Just straight up radical diplomatic immunity.
Yes.
Was that one assassination by an Antifa guy when the Trump supporter was shot in the back of the head in Seattle, or whatever it was? Was he an Antifa guy?
Was the Trump supporter was shot in the back of the head by? I don't know if he was an Antifa guy. I don't remember the specifics, but I mean,
if he was, that was like the worst they've ever gotten. I think in terms of like death, is like one killing.
Maybe
it's still bad, but
if
like,
that was an Antifa
still.
thing, yeah, I guess that would be it.
It's still bad, but like, yeah, I know what you mean. That's
well,
all the
but we're also isolating Antifa just to the United States, because Antifa is also like an international thing. It started in Germany, if I remember correctly.
Oh, true. Like listen, if you want to talk about the Italian Antifa during the years of lead, they had no problem killing people. All right, like it all depends what we're talking about, you know. But yeah, I think that's all the super chats. At least related specifically to you or specifically to Ukraine. Everything else is asking about other stuff.
Fantastic.
And
well, you know what? You can write the questions down. You can write the questions down, and next time we talk, I'll try to answer them.
Is there gonna be a next time, or are you like on the anti-dev
Sure.
train?
Yeah. Why not? We can talk again.
Listen, I actually do appreciate it, because I do actually watch a bunch of your like Ukraine videos and Ukraine content. I do it like I'm not so much about. I don't enjoy debates too much, but I like what you've done. I do have a lot of respect for what you've done. We don't agree on some political things, but I think overall we agree more than we disagree. I think
probably maybe like 60-70%. Who knows?
Yeah. You know, I think things are okay. I will just say, like, your chat. I mean, my chat's been very hostile to you, and they're quite bad. Chat, I would recommend that you go watch Dylan's Ukraine stuff. It's very good. I will say to your chat, you should watch my 3 forms of fascism video. It's unironically the best thing I've ever done on YouTube. And I spent like a year reading books. So go like if you actually think I'm a fascist for real, go watch the 3 forms of fascism by SFO. I'll even post it in your chat if you have links enabled.
Yeah, you can post it. It's fine.
All right.
For those of in Dev's community, just like you find me at DylanBurnsTV. That's where I'm gonna post all my longer form content for my daily stuff. DylanBurnsLIVE is all my stream stuff where I do segments, stuff like that. DylanBurns1776 on Twitter. DylanBurnsTV on Instagram. Awesome.
Excellent.
I'm
sorry for taking up like your entire day, man. I really apologize.
That's okay.
You know, like even though like I talk to Sargon and stuff in private, like I don't do that many streams with people, so it's kind of fun to do a few times. Like I know it's old hat for you. You debate like 5 times a week, but like for me, this is all kind of new.
It's okay, man. I understand it, and it was nice chatting with you. Okay, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We'll talk again soon.
See you later, man. Bye bye. Whoa, man, that was a long stream. I didn't expect it to be that long. My goodness. Let us end this long lonesome road. Let's end it now.